a panel of the manliest men I could find. None of them accepted my invitation, so you get what I could get, right? So here we are. This is what we got. We're gonna run with it. The show must
Got
go
him.
on. But yeah. Oh, speak of the devil, we got our last contestant in here. Hello. But yeah, we're just
Hey,
gonna talk about what it means to be a man and masculine issues, problems that we face, etc. Should be a fun time. If you are on YouTube, make sure you like the channel and subscribe if you haven't. If you are on Twitch, feel free to follow me if you haven't. And with that, I guess I'll open it up with a question to the panel. What does being a man mean to you? And I want to start with counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Wait, dang it, it's not working on my end. Anyways, I'll just talk for you guys and then I'll fix my audio on my end. What does men mean being to, or what does being a man mean to me? So I think a man is an adult human male, number one, and then I think number two, it can be a trans man who is fulfilling the social roles of masculinity. And I think that when it comes to masculinity, we come up with like all these different social behaviors, but it is being a little bit more aggressive, being into dirt and grime and guns and trucks and fist fighting and Patrick Swayze and Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that kind of stuff. And of course, like you don't have to fit this specific group or of like collected stereotypically masculine ideals, but if you do, I think you're fulfilling the social role of a man. And I also think that there's like an archetypical Jungian thing where we have a series of traits that are associated with masculinity that men try to fulfill but never fully realize.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess we'll get into it when we get into it. Heem, hello.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
It's going. I'm excited that this will be your first appearance on my show. I've been trying to get you for a little bit, but
I know,
glad
yeah,
I was able to.
I took a bit of a hiatus actually to become a dad. So I had to do all the pre-dad shit that you got to do. Like I had to actually it leads into
Very
this. I
basic.
had to redo our floors, which I ended up doing the demolition myself because wanted to save money. Which ended up anytime you do renovations on anything in your house, it's just like the beginning of a rabbit hole. It's like a YouTube algorithm of construction that you end up going down. And one thing led to another. My foot went through the top of the ceiling, but I had to patch that up. Everything. But yeah, I'm glad to be here. So what does it mean to be a man? I think um, to ha- to be a good role model is actually one of the most important parts of being a man. And a lot of times, being a man is not some sort of performative thing. It's just stuff you do that you don't necessarily look for acknowledgement or recognition for. I think like the most manly thing you can do is to just be like, content with who you are, and you're happy with who you are, and you do your life, you live your life the way you want to live it. And I think that's a very to be content and confident in the way you live your life is a very important thing. And I find a lot of times, like, there's some things that we associate with masculinity, like let's say one thing comes to mind is people who, let's say, make up for, I think, what they lack in their masculinity by like ultra souping up their car, or like getting crazy loudest exhaust you've ever seen so that they can like get the energy or attention on them. And I think that's where there's a big disconnect right now in terms of what it means to be a man or what it means to be a positive role model. But in general, in terms of what counterpoint said, I don't like the distinction. I mean, I like the distinction of man and male. So when you said biological, a man can be a biological distinction or something, I like just saying, like biologically male or female. And then a man can be, of course, anyone who identifies as, so in society, as what we in society acknowledge as being a man. So right now, having a beard would be as according to this panel would be what being a man would would include. But back in the day, like if you used to get your ears pierced, it used to be a very effeminate thing. But now, things change. Now I have my ears pierced. It's very normal. No one even questions it. So I don't know. It's a tough question.
It is a tough question. I don't ask the easy questions here, at least at the start. But thank you, and yeah, we'll get into it. Lactoid, please.
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, what does being a man mean to you?
Yeah, so a man would be that which someone who has filled the masculine role within society. I think it's important that we explore what the purpose of this role is, and I think the reason for this role and the reason this gender role exists is it does serve, I think, an incredibly important purpose, which is to provide a supportive role in parenthood and society generally. And the characteristics that I think emphasize the ability to provide this function are things like stoicism, financial capability, protective ability, independence, and something that I think is dwindling, unfortunately, which is the ability to maintain self respect.
I guess we'll get into what those things mean, especially the self-respect, when we get to the open. Another first-time guest on my show, valued member of our community, Magin. I don't even know how to say it.
Majin, yeah.
Majin.
What I
Okay.
was saying earlier, Lactoid, I don't know how you could look so calm, dude. I'm nervous, dog. I've had conversations with Lactoid. I'm sweating bullets, boy. And I'm kind of with Heem. Heem is how you say it, correct? Like, I come from the position of the father, the brother, the uncle. I think masculinity, whether more to counterpoints and stuff like that, whether you be a biological male or somebody that are trying to go down this path, it's a thankless job. It's full of things like you should be try to live towards some kind of integrity, some kind of thing like that, pride, honor, but not in the new sense of like where pride can be disgusting, but like when we talk about national pride or anything like that, like, but like where you should be proudful of your accolades and what you have achieved in your life and shit like that, like hold that up, man, because even though it may be small, like other people believe in that, but yeah, it's a thankless job and you should have a lot of integrity and be able to move forward with that.
Okay. Thank you. No need to be nervous. We won't
I
fight. I
still
promise.
am, dog.
We'll be okay. We'll be okay. No stranger to my show, Uzmark. What's being a man mean to you?
For me, I think a
Hold
man's a
on, you're a little
protector.
loud. Hold on. Okay, try again.
How's it now?
Better. Go ahead.
Better. A man's a protector. It's a provider, someone that strives for values that benefit his family and the society around him. He's the outward-facing element of the family unit. That's what I'd say.
Okay. And last but not least, someone I hope has a camera and can turn it on. Darius, go ahead. What's being a
Hey, how
man
you
mean to you?
guys? Hey, how you guys doing today? I just wanted to get you. I'm working on my camera right now. Give me 1 second because I'm working on the audio in the background. But
Oh,
so I'm glad where you asked me what does being a man mean to me, and not what is masculinity to me, because manhood and masculinity are not the same thing. They are intertwined due to um, the way we're socialized as young boys to young men, and because of biological factors. But to me, being a man is being strong, courageous, having mental fortitude, being a protector and a provider. And a man, or at least an apex male to me, is somebody who builds a world that they can envision themselves wanting to protect.
okay. Wanting to protect. So we got some common themes, I feel, in this, right? But there's one thing that was mentioned that I kind of want to ask about. That Lactoid said, and Lactoid mentioned that was dwindling. Self-respect. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, Lactoid? What do you mean when you say self-respect, and why do you think that's one, a masculine trait, and two, why is that dwindling? Should women not have self-respect?
Um, I think women have self respect. I think that a lot of the feminist movement over the past several decades has emphasized to great success for, I guess, in feminine power, this sort of independence from men and this sort of respect divorced from what men think of you, right? At least socially and culturally, this has kind of been the new standard that's been pushed. Um, well, I don't think men have done the same thing. When it comes to, I guess, to briefly describe why I think it's kind of in the decline. I want to the two things that were just said after me. First, for outward-facing element of the family unit, I think that's critical as to my explanation, and building a world wanting to protect. Right. if you're going to fill a particular role, I think it's reasonable to make sure that that world or that sort of social structure that you're protecting is worth your time, right? Is worth it's something worth protecting. And I see so often there's a lot of men who, will chase after women who don't have no respect for them at all, or will idolize female celebrities who talk shit about how terrible men are. And I wonder. I guess my question is, why would men be comfortable doing that, knowing that it's an entirely one-sided relationship? It's an entirely one-sided uh, uh, conduct.
I,
Where, go ahead.
I would say this is true of women also, though. No, we think
Yeah.
of these rappers, celebrities that talk about extremely misogynistic shit, calling women bitches, like engaging in really like heinous behavior. But women still like lust after these men, right?
I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's the same way in terms of, well, I don't disagree that there's some like levels of sexism, but when you look at, like, for example, right, you have celebrities like Megan Fox who openly go out on public and say men are
Okay,
terrible, fuck men, right? And yet people are worshiping her.
Really quick. I'm struggling here. What is the difference in your mind between someone who's just putting someone down versus valid criticism? I would consider. So for me, right, being able to accept and take valid criticism is a masculine trait. It's something that a man should be able to do. You should be able to accept criticism or people bad mouthing you and not let it get like and not be reactive to it. I'm not saying don't let it affect you, right? Obviously, it's okay to have emotions, things like that. But what I'm saying is it comes to, you don't have to throw a fit about it. You don't have to go on this rant or tweet about it like, "Oh my God, they were mean to me in the Twitch chat. Oh my God."
I
feel like everything.
I disagree with that, Wick.
Oh, well, Heem, go ahead, and then I want to hear.
I was gonna say, I feel like every example you could bring up of what Lactoid was saying, you could make the exact same the other way with a man and woman role reversed. I think there's a lot of like self-hatred behavior happening online, especially. You could even look at, for example, you were mentioning how women have tons of self-respect or something like that, where I think still, if you look at it, women and femme presenting, whatever, people have probably a more toxic engagement with social media, for example, with like women's figures and the standards that those are upheld to. Whereas for a man, you even look right now, like what is a popular theme for men is like having a little bit of a belly and having that dad bod look. So
That's bullshit.
Which part? Sorry.
Dad bods are bullshit. I have so many studies debunking them, but go ahead.
Debunking dad bods? What does that mean?
Yes,
I think
it's
debunking
bullshit.
that women like it. I think is that what you mean, Darius? Debunking
Yes.
the idea
Yes.
that women like dad bods.
We're gonna get
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean,
finish up, Heem. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess I think a lot of these apply to both sides. I'm not saying that it's worse for men or worse for women. I think that these things, I didn't really get the distinction between why that's applies only one way.
So it doesn't necessarily apply only one way. I think that there is a cultural phenomenon of it disproportionately applying one way. Right? I can name for you like there's several artists, right? Lizzo comes to mind. There's a couple other ones, Meghan Trainor, Megan Fox. You have examples of people who have sort of dedicated a significant part of their career to creating songs specifically about how men aren't shit, men aren't nothing, and if they're not doing something for you, you can just get up and leave, and you should just get up and leave if men aren't doing for you what they should do. And then you just simply, I mean, I can't think of any song. Can anybody, maybe one exists that I just haven't heard.
Oh,
hold up.
Women ain't nothing but hoes and tricks.
Shit, but hoes and tricks.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the past 10 years, did Snoop Dogg release a song, "Women Aren't Nothing But Hoes and Tricks"?
I mean,
is that the only one?
Hang on, wait. Are you saying?
Yo, one at a time.
Are you saying if we looked at modern rap lyrics that they're not denigrating women?
What I'm saying is that the message in the type of raps, the type of rap songs that denigrate women tend to be in a sort of sexualized nature, where they're, the sort of implicit thing that's being said in the song is they're still desirable, we still want them, but like, haha, insert stereotype here, insert funny stereotype here. Meanwhile, when on the women's side, you have anthems of power that are specifically about you don't. If a man isn't doing for you what you want, you should just fucking leave them. There doesn't seem to be a correlating movement when it comes to men, and so what you get are men who who take their own relationships with women and their own experience with women very, very personally. And that's why virgins use as an insult. That's why
You don't.
parts sexual activity is uses like a specific weak point in how men think about themselves.
You don't
Okay,
think like
can
the
I-
whole red pill movement isn't like a parallel?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he
The
brings
red
Stop,
pill.
Just-
stop. This is going down a weird rabbit hole. Counter, can you save us or no?
No,
I got a good
but I
point
want to
to
add to the rabbit hole. So,
Oh, great.
but
Wonderful.
I'm fucking. But here's another part of like masculinity that I think needs to come back a little bit, which is a little bit of like dignity and self-respect. And part of dignity and self-respect is telling people like this to get fucked. And
Yeah,
we call
I
it.
was kinda
We
like-
call
Yeah.
it. We call it. There's this concept that I did not understand coming up because I don't think I ever saw anybody talking about it, but it's honor. And honor is basically having a vision of how you conduct yourself, conducting yourself within that vision, and then having that vision being socially respectable to your external peers.
Yes.
And we don't give a shit about that in our modern society. It's how many people can you fuck? How much can you drink? How much shit can you own?
Exactly.
How many hoes can you seduce? All that kind of shit. And there's no honor. It's all flash
in
and
a
substance
technical
bullshit.
sense.
So what I would say is, final point is, if you want to have the ability to have self-respect and dignity and honor and the ability to tell people like Meghan Trainor and Beyonce and all these bitches who are shit-talking men to go fuck themselves, then you have to have something that's worthy of respect and
Yes.
honor and discipline and social esteem.
What? Okay, so what
Hey,
what
can
is
I-
worthy of respect, right? What can
Okay,
a
so-
man have? What can a man have, right? Whether it be a trait or a possession or a skill that you would consider worthy of respect.
I think
Okay,
some of the
so I wanna
stereotypes
answer
that
that.
we came up with. Yeah, I'll listen.
Okay, so I'm glad you asked what is worthy of respect with, because I have and I'm glad you kind of brought up what the fact that we need honor as men. I feel like honor is a prerequisite for manhood and the virilization and the completion of the virilization process, right? So to me, honor is something like the uprightness of mind, strength, courageousness, bravado, doing the right thing, like integrity, doing the right thing when you know other people aren't watching, right? Being a pillar of your society, wanting to be wanting to exemplify all the characteristics that are necessary to build and sustain a society in the first place. Things like high intelligence, discipline, chastity when it's necessary. You don't necessarily need to seduce hundreds of thousands of women at the same time to be a man.
But I would say that honor is an integral part of being a woman. What we like
Exactly.
traditional femininity, like
Yeah,
not sleeping
in a different way,
around
though.
despite having the ability to. That's honorable. Taking care of your family and your children despite your whims and desires to want to go into the workplace. That's an honorable thing. That's self-sacrifice. Like I think
But I
honor
think
is integral to both masculinity and
Yeah.
femininity.
But we can
Yeah,
split
absolutely.
this in that there are, so we're going to find things that are going to be common between the genders,
Yes.
like telling the truth or being respectable or serving your community or being selfless and self-sacrificial. That those are going to be the same across genders, but what is going to be different is how you fulfill those roles and archetypes. So, it's like an archetype. Like if a woman, instead of taking care of newborn children, she takes care of her grandparents while they're passing on from this world. I'm not going to be like, you're not really a woman because you're not fulfilling the archetypical stereotype of being selfless in a maternal way. I'm going to be like, that's very based of you. You're fulfilling like your archetypical honor thing. But a man can just as capably like fulfill that archetype through a similar way. But then we have things that are for men, like me and my wife, just as an example. We used to live in the country. One of our dogs runs away. We can hear her howling in the woods. We live on next to a federal reserve, so we're running out into the reserve trying to get this dog back. I got a pistol on me, and then we hear literally like no shit, like the fucking growl of like a mountain lion, and like and so like I shit my pants, but I also have like a pistol on me. I step between her and the growl, and we calmly retreat from the scenario. We do get the dog back without any harm or fuss, but the point being that like in that role, we were in a dangerous situation. I had to keep my head about me. I moved in the direction to protect her. That was part of my social role. and I would not expect her to step in
To-
front of me.
So yes, to
Right.
distill this a little bit, to kind of shorten it, in order to be an honorable man, one must protect your family, protect others, right?
Yes.
That is a role that is, at least what the panel's considering masculine. Does anyone disagree with that?
No.
I have a question. To
Well,
like
sure,
maybe
go
move,
ahead.
move it on a little bit. There's a lot of talk online about a crisis of masculinity. Do you guys feel as though masculinity is going through a crisis?
Yes.
A little
Can
I
bit.
don't
you
know about.
elaborate?
I
Okay,
don't
I
Can
think
think
you?
the
it's.
word. Can I answer? I don't think the word crisis is appropriate.
Darius,
Maybe
you can answer once you turn on your camera. Him, go ahead.
Yeah.
Facts.
Okay. So listen, I do think there's a crisis of masculinity, and a lot of it has to do not so much. I think a lot of it gets blamed on feminism, but I think more has to do with just like how society has kind of worked itself. We have these nuclear families where men are oftentimes, and women too, but men were traditionally very busy working, and then the emphasis of like men's social life and men's community aspect completely gets dropped. So I'm only 31 years old, and I can't tell you how many of my friends have completely stopped engaging in any kind of thing for themselves. All they do is work and then spend time with their girlfriend if they can or whatever. There's no extra thing that they do for themselves. So I think when I try to advocate for what guys should do, this is easy shit that anyone could do. If you're into any kind of sports, you should join a men's league sports team. I play soccer twice a week on a men's league team. We have a WhatsApp group chat where we banter about soccer. We meet up after the games. We'll have beers. We talk about life. We talk about, and that aspect.
Uh-oh.
Man.
Is that
Was
oh,
that
it's
me?
me.
No,
Ancestors
that's
got
not
him. That's
me.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
him.
Uh-oh.
Half the time it's me, so I'm happy it's not me this time.
Okay.
Got him.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
so
Well,
Okay,
well,
so
if
counterpoints. One, I'm
Yep.
curious as to what you think the crisis of masculinity is.
Yeah, so I think that in the
oh wait,
80s,
Hem's back. Hem, are you back?
Fuck, I don't. Yeah,
No,
my
no.
internet
I,
should.
I
My
can I
internet
can
should be
remember.
amazing.
Yeah,
Let me.
you
let me-
I'll write it
cut
down.
out mid rant.
Okay, what I was saying was
Join the
basically
Sports.
that like
Men who have a sport. If they have a sport,
yeah, I think if you have a sport, you should join a like a men's league team and stuff, and through that you get an amazing sense of community because you're seeing the same guys every week. You're bantering, you're hanging out after the games. We'll have a beer after the game and stuff, and through that, I feel like you get a very nice sense of fulfillment, and that aspect is missing from men's lives. And I don't think you can blame feminism for that. I
No,
think
you
that's
can't.
just like a societal thing that's just over time we've gotten into our comfort zone, which is just go to work and then just only do your fatherly or husbandly or whatever duties.
I think that's just in
Feminism.
generally
Couldn't that be?
overall like
well, I want to
the
give a
like,
major
Sure.
Magin. Go ahead,
I
Magin.
think that just the individual mindset is just overall everybody's now. We don't come together for shit. You know what I'm saying? That's on the male and female side of the spectrum of it. But you're totally on point about like not like I had a bunch of guy friends growing up. We ran out and we did shit on the streets. We acted bad. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of my confidence in who I am and stuff like comes from that. Being around in that pecking order with my guys, having fun, laughing, running out.
Banter.
Yeah, the boys of summer, right? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you don't necessarily it's a like when you go out, like I've been out with a few guy friends nowadays, and it's a pecking order, but it's like, hey, I am him now. And it's not like not
Yeah.
we're all it used to be we were
Well,
all
you're not seeing
together.
each other. You're not seeing each other as often. So when you do, it's like becomes more and more performative, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Counter. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Brian.
so I wanted to address two things. One, I want to answer your question, and then two, I want to talk about what we were just saying. What my advice to anybody watching this though is, it's one thing to come out and vent about like men don't have spaces anymore, we don't have social clubs, we don't do anything anymore, we don't have a sense of community, et cetera, et cetera. Guess what? Nobody else is going to do it. So you have to be the nexus of the social group. So for instance, when I was in the law enforcement academy, I just invited like a dozen people over to my house and we all had beers and bullshitted and all that kind of stuff. And like you can feel the awkwardness of hosting, where like the first two people show up, so you don't know if it's going to be weird because not
Out of
too
your
many people
comfort
are going to
zone.
show up. Yeah, and then people start showing up and they start getting a couple of drinks and they start talking to each other. They have weird conversations. The awkward stuff sloughs off, and then they start getting comfortable, having a good time, et cetera, et cetera. And then so the hosting is difficult. It creates a lot of social anxiety. You need to be able to get some drinks at least. You should be able to get them some food if you can afford it. But basically, if you're waiting for somebody else to be that nexus of social stuff, those people are so rare that if you're looking around in your group and you don't see anybody who's going to be the social nexus, it's you. You're the social nexus.
Can I reply? So in my social group, I love to be the host. Okay, I'm Persian. Persians are notoriously love to host and have parties and stuff. Okay, so what bothers me is my friends that I love. Okay, I will invite them to shit, and they will like, they'll be like, I'm tired from work or something like that, and it's like you have to make that effort to go and do the shit, you know? Otherwise, yes, of course, you busted your ass working and you just want to sleep and watch Netflix. That's the fucking
I
what
just
everyone
wanna
wants to do.
I just
Yeah, I
want
mean,
to
a lot of
add
men.
before hold on. I just want to add before anybody else gets there, so I don't miss it. The thing about it too is you have to bully your friends. Okay,
Yeah.
you have to bully them. You have to say, "Quit being a pussy. I haven't seen you in a year. You know, I'm gonna see at this rate. I'm gonna see you another 5 times before both of us die. I want to see you. Come drink, have some fun. Bring the wife, bring the girlfriend, bring the kids. What my wife or my girlfriend will watch the kids for a minute. We'll figure it out." Stop being such a fucking pussy. And you actually have to be mean and have enough social
But it
rapport
sucks
to
that we
be
have to do
mean to
that,
your
isn't
That's
it?
friends.
It
absolutely.
You have
does.
to be
But no,
mean.
you always had to do that, right?
Yeah, you
Like,
always
you
did.
always had to do, like, come on, we're going down to the lake. Like, no, I don't like, man, stop being a bitch, dog. Like, if you don't bring your ass down, you don't bring your
Yeah.
ass
I
down.
feel
Okay,
like the
okay,
problem
okay.
is wait one sec.
Always been
Wait
there,
one sec. The problem is when you're a kid, that's easy to say. Tell your mom to fuck off. You're coming down to hang out with us. But as an adult, when you have responsibilities, being that cop out of like I have to work, I can't do it, I have the meeting tomorrow, whatever. Those are like legitimate excuses and so much easier to do than back when we were younger. So that is
That's why
something
you
to
got to
know.
bully him. That's all.
Okay, couple things. Okay, $5 for fondue to say this. In societies that push egalitarianism, is what makes a good man slash woman just what makes a good person? Is there a point to distinguish between the two? That's a fair question. But also, I want to talk about something else that I
Can I
think
respond to that, Wick?
just real quick. I want to drive this a little bit, right? And I have questions, right? This is part of why I put the panel together, right? I have questions, I have opinions, and I want to share some of them. Um, for me, when the question was asked, do we think masculinity is in crisis? Absolutely. And I think the biggest vector of crisis for masculinity is responsibility. No one takes responsibility anymore. We have
Ooh.
stopped taking responsibility for our own damn
And
problems.
I think
We've
we've all been
decided,
saying that,
yeah,
like,
we've
low
decided.
key, like, for
We've
real.
been hitting around it. We've been hitting
Yeah.
around it. But much like was mentioned by Heem and by Counterpoints, where you have to bully your friends, is because there's like, well, no, I can't do this because of some external force. I have other things I have to do, so I cannot do this. Whereas at the end of the day, it's your choice and you're choosing not to. Yeah, it's hard, but you're choosing not to do this and it's hurting you, right? We're told every day in different ways that there are so many different factors out there that are making it hard to live, hard to meet up, hard to be a man, hard to do these things. Lactoid blames feminism. Other people blame the internet. Other people blame all these other forces. But we stopped taking responsibility. And to me, being a man means taking responsibility and saying, I don't care what external forces are at play. I have a responsibility to do this. I will do it or I will die trying. Anyway, go ahead.
I think Darius wanted to go, but I want to go after him.
Okay, Darius.
I want to go too after that, please.
Then I see I see you
I
too.
just want to respond to this comment, right? It's saying that in society that push egalitarianism, what makes a good man a good woman? Well, I mean, even then, biologically, males and females are still different. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna, my Twitter handle is up there, so just go ahead and cancel me. But yeah, we still, I mean, men have, in my personal opinion, men have honor to uphold. Women have, a woman with honor is desirable, but it's not a prerequisite for womanhood, in my personal opinion. So, I mean, even then, when we're talking about upholding male honor, I would say something like, again, having, I guess, I grew up watching anime, so a lot of mine is informed by Japanese Bushido. But having the uprightness of mind, understanding your importance to your family, understanding upholding your family values, and exemplifying strong and positive characteristics when you walk out in public. So I just want to respond to that and say women aren't held to the exact same standard, and that actually may be a good thing.
Yeah, and then I want to answer use Mark's question. What would I say the crisis of masculinity is? I would say that it is we don't really have media representation. Like, of course we do. Like, there's men all over the place. We have action heroes all over the place, all that kind of stuff. But in the '80s, it was like really stereotypical, really testosterone filled, really like driven home that Arnold Schwarzenegger lift weights, you get the girl, you shoot the bad guy in the face, you're always cool under pressure, you're doing this, that, the other. G.I. Joe, Superman, truth, justice in the American way. And what's happened with a lot of our media is kind of like the anti-hero arc where you have like Superman like breaking Zod's neck in order to like save lives, but he's like sad about it. Or Breaking Bad, where you have like the cancer-ridden teacher who's dealing meth in order to survive, and he's a fucking badass. So you have all the good attributes and bad attributes mixed up. So like, what am I like? Am I supposed to use like Walter White
Yeah,
as
but
like an example for my son? But hold on. So I was gonna say, one of the things about this is sharing the stage, which I think is different compared to when I was coming up. In like the Marvel superhero series and in the Warhammer series that I break down, you have to share the stage with women and with people of color and all that kind of shit, which is different than when I was growing up, which was just the dude was the center of the universe. And I know I see objections, but I want to try to get through this. So social media, I would say, is the other major factor because it's easier to scroll on Instagram and just like see attractive women as like a young single guy and fantasize about being in a relationship with them, etc. You slide into a DM, they reject you, you just keep it moving, etc., versus actually going to the bar and talking to people and trying to build a relationship and meeting people through work and all that kind of shit. And then something important that last two things, the correlation between responsibility and purpose. Whick said like we don't take responsibility anymore. Jordan Peterson, one of the most biggest revelations that he ever showed me was that there is a correlation between your sense of purpose in life and how much you take responsibility for. So you might not be happy because you got bills and kids and dogs and a house to pay for and all that kind of shit, but you will have purpose. You will be anchored to something that is real that will help you weather the storms of life. Final point, egalitarian societies, is it just being a good person? Yes, but there's still things that Adarius mentioned, like if you bump into a mountain lion, a good person would step in front of the other person to save them. We're going to default to our biological roles.
So before, I know a lot of people want to go, but just to address something that's come up, right? Like, so people are saying, well, women can be honorable too. Women can be protectors too. Yes, they can. This isn't an exclusive to men thing. When I talk about responsibility, I'm not saying only men can be responsible. I'm saying that men have lost the ability to be responsible. Women, we talk about women all the time. We have all female panels all the time. We can talk about them another day. Okay, gang. Let's give us one day. Give us one fucking day where we can talk about us. Okay, one day, one fucking day.
Man,
Okay.
I
Anyway,
agree with counterpoints on real quick. I agree with counter. I actually have a point about Optimus Prime. How I think you've heard this, Wix. How he would save Megatron with knowing Megatron would shoot him right in the back, right? I think a lot of things. Again, we're leading away from this whole thing about, like we all said at the beginning, that this is a thankless job, right? You shouldn't care. Like, being average or being anything, like the point of a man is to try to be better, not to be the best. If you get there, cool, then you should try to be better than that, right? And that's just like that statement can equate like they could go to many things. Like, you should always want to be better, but I feel like a lot of people look to like the men in their family to be the example of that, right? So you have to accept that responsibility of that, but you understand that you may not fulfill the job. Just like being a good parent, it's okay. There's no like course to this. Just do the best you can. I don't know.
who's Mark before you explode? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I am far more bullish on masculinity, I think, than anyone else here on the panel. Personally, I don't think there's a crisis of masculinity at all. And I think actually echoing the idea that there is a crisis of masculinity is pernicious and damaging to masculinity. So just to go through some of the things that were said, So I loved it, that talk, Keem, about how men and counterpoints are how men should like create social bonds and they should like, talking about broship essentially. Yep, I think that's awesome. That's great. However, you said that, men oftentimes go to work and they're taking care of the family. Isn't that being a man, sacrificing, chilling with the boys and having beers and being a man and just actually doing the hard work to support your family? There's something statistical. However, I would say yes, although loneliness is a problem societally for both men and women, men actually report higher levels of like social cohesion with their friends than women do. Women have higher reports of loneliness than men do. So I don't think this is an issue is specifically
Uzmark,
affecting
just to address that real
masculinity.
quick. Uzmark, just to address that real quick. That's because societally, it's much easier, right, for women to be able to report, "I'm lonely. I'm feeling isolated."
Mhm.
If you do that as a man, it's not taken seriously, and you're shunned for it. In a lot of cases, you're seen as less of a
Yes,
I
man.
don't care.
that's the
So I
case. But
would
men just
that makes me this data, this self-report data, right? This self-survey data it's
Hard to
immediately
compare.
suspect. It's immediately suspect to me.
I've also seen a
well,
myriad
the
of
issue
studies,
with
Mark,
that
contradict
is
that. I've seen so many studies, Mark, that contradict everything that you just said. I'll post them later.
please do. Yeah. But the issue is that because what else can we do other than look at self-reporting data? Because if you look at self-reporting data, it could also men report higher levels of life satisfaction than women do. Like
We
just
can what can we
overall.
do? I
So
can
like
tell you
men.
what we can do other than look at self-reported data. There are other factors that you can consider,
Yeah,
such as
can I
Something. Wait,
respond?
wait. So
well,
a
a lot of people
can I
want to go.
just finish one little
Finish your
section?
point, and then I want Hakeem to respond and counterpoints. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah. I'm
And
unsure about what
Lactoid, be more manly, get more assertive. Anyway, go
Oh.
ahead.
It's toxic, Whick.
I'm unsure about what objective data we could look at, but I will just finally conclude with that majority of men still do identify as being masculine. Majority of men do like being masculine. And if you look at the data, the more masculine you are, the more happier you are and better life outcomes that you seem to have. So I'm far more bullish on masculinity.
The data that shows that the more masculine you are, the happier you are. That sounds weird to me, but we can come back to that later. I did want to talk to you guys about something that Lactoid and I discussed about a week or so ago, and we brought up earlier today. Never mind the fact he keeps losing to me in debates, but there's something about the internal and external locus of control, right? And I think that I think it brings up a really good point. In my personal opinion, though, I think that a part of hegemonic masculinity, or I call it the most desirable concept aspect of masculinity, would be a man who has a high internal locus of control. He's not blaming other people for his problems. He takes responsibility for his own actions.
I agree. Heem, go ahead before someone else
Okay.
takes off.
A couple of things. So just going real. This is stupid, but I had to. This is from 5 minutes ago, but I'm gonna bring it up anyway. When counterpoints, when you were talking about the movies, I think that was just like how Hollywood was back then, and now we look for more like layered characters. We don't want a character that's like all good or all bad. Like it's not interesting to us anymore. So we need that like the guy is good but also bad. And then as for what is it Uzmark? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Nice to meet you too.
What you were saying about isn't that part of being a man, like working hard and taking care of your family, whatever? I think yes, but there's also part of being responsible and part of being a man is being able to balance as well. If you just I have friends who work 3 jobs, but they don't need to work 3 jobs. They have a roof over their head, they're saving up money, they're just like honestly, it seems to me like they've just become addicted to the hustle, especially because I live in a very big city, and a lot of people at the clubs, at the bars are fucking balling. So maybe you feel like I need to feel ballin' too, or there's all kinds of weird internal dilemmas that we have that
Toxic
drive us.
masculinity, maybe.
I don't know. It could be anything. It could be maybe they grew up in a family that didn't have financial security, so that now they're going all the way to the other extreme of like, no, I'm only gonna have financial security, and that will make me happy. But in general, I think there's like I don't know. I stream. I'm getting my PhD, and I managed to play in a soccer league once a week. There's no way that you're telling me you can't make 2 hours a week of time for yourself. It's just that a lot of men don't make that effort for some reason, and I don't know why that is. I mean, it's convenience factor, and maybe they feel defeated, or they don't know where to seek out these kind of communities. What's the first step? I'm sure is a big hurdle. A lot of times you need someone to connect you to this team. Hey, why don't you come join my soccer team or something like that? But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so actually to address that, like stereotypically, um, why do men act independent to the point that they don't need social bonds? Maybe this is like a white Western thing. I don't fucking know. But I was expected to be emotionally self-sufficient for like a healthy chunk of my life and to not like rely on the validation of external forces in order to be who I am, which is a part of masculinity. But what that can do too is that can make you kind of socially isolated. I remember I went to a new unit in the Marine Corps. I went from Japan to California, and there was this guy who was like really nice to me, and he's like, "Hey man, we should hang out. We should get beers. We should do this. We should do that." And I'm like, "This guy wants to fuck me." Like I was like so confused by why he was being so persistent.
weird.
And the truth was that he was just really fucking nice, and he wanted to be the social. And sorry if I'm holding my eyes. I got fucking bleach in them from the pool. But he wanted to be the local social like nexus, and so eventually he got me to hang out with him, and then I helped reinforce the social group and all that kind of stuff. So what I would just say is, if there's men who are out there who are feeling like they're denying themselves the opportunities for relationships just because they want to appear emotionally self-sufficient, don't do that. You're sacrifice. Like, we only have so much time on this planet, and on top of that, it's gonna go by really fucking fast. I'm 35 now, so I'm like halfway through my life.
And he
I
can't even
expect to-
see. Look, he's losing his vision
I
already at
can't. I can't
35.
see because when I was 15 and I opened my eyes in a public pool, it didn't matter. I just took the burn and it didn't matter. Now that I'm 35, my eyes are burning out of my skull.
It
I'm
could
getting
just be some
older.
No,
extra stuff
there
in there
there are
too,
like
man.
what are they called? Fucking goggles. Fucking
Yeah,
They
but
are
you
called
look,
goggles.
you look like a fucking dork.
toxic well, you're gonna play the
Yeah, you
play
look
the
really
price
cool
that
right
way.
now.
I know. I'm so
Okay,
cool.
okay. $20 from No Step on Snake to say, what does the panel think are some strong masculine role models in popular culture? Modern examples, say within the last 5 years.
I can give
Captain
one.
America.
Well,
and that's it.
Captain America, that's it. Give one, but Lactoid has to go next. So
I got one.
Oh,
you.
me? I would say Ned
no,
Stark.
answer the question. The guy paid $20 for it. Let's answer his question. Then we can
Goku.
Goku, okay.
Yes.
Captain America. Who else? Just rapid fire,
Um,
gang.
Actually, I think he should be the next president of the United States, Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Dwayne the Rock
Um,
Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, what do you think, Mark? Who's your model?
Ned Stark, Game of Thrones.
Ned Stark, Game of Thrones. What do you think?
Me?
Haim? Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna be so lame, man. But my biggest role model in life was my fucking dad, bro. He immigrated and got recertified as a doctor in North America. He fucking came here with no money and was the sickest guy ever. So that's what I'm gonna say.
Right.
$5 from Muda Agarwal to say, Connor, rubbing eyes makes it worse because chlorine sticks to the skin. Wash your eyes and hands and don't rub for an hour or so.
Don't tell me what to do.
Lactoid. Go ahead.
All right, I got a couple points I want to just rattle off. So first of all, Elon Musk is the answer. Second of all, before we were talking about, I think it's interesting, I think it's telling that when we go around at the beginning and talk about what we think a man is, everybody lays out certain points. And then when we try to drill down on those points, the conversation becomes about women. The conversation becomes, well, doesn't that apply to women too? Isn't that just generally like a good person? And I think part of this, I think, betrays the sort of hyperfixation we have on women's problems generally. But then the other thing it shows is, I think, a lack of acknowledgement as to the fact that because there are biological differences between men and women and different social roles that men and women fill, as Adarius so well said, there's going to be different traits and different social roles that matter differently depending on what gender you're looking at, right? And so while it's true that being independent or being financially supportive can be important for women too, given certain circumstances, more often it's more important to emphasize that in men because of the role they're going to fill later in life through fatherhood. There was also a conversation as to internal locus of control. It's absolutely true that I think that people need to be focusing on improving their own situation first, but having an internal locus of control doesn't mean we can't also honestly evaluate some ways in which the environment affects us and ways that, especially on a broader, higher order level conversation like this, we talked about making men's only spaces. I'm curious, do you think, I think that to some extent, those are being broken down a little bit, right? One example I can think of is the Boy Scouts, right? This was
I was just about to say that.
Yes, this is an example of where young men used to go to spend time with other young men and to learn about being a young man, and now it's not, right? Is that not an issue?
And you're
What
right.
happened to Boy Scouts? Is it over?
Even on top of that, a lot of states, like my state, Oregon, they're getting rid of sports, like more masculine sports, like football, because a lot of kids ain't coming out for stuff like that. barely even soccer too. You know what I'm saying?
Could that have anything to do with CTE, more awareness? Maybe
I
parents
think-
are
I
less
think-
likely to put their kids in football.
I don't
Wait,
know.
hold on,
I
hold on.
think the-
Before we explain away all this shit, I want to reinforce Lactoid real quick. So, in a conversation specifically about what's plaguing men, we have to shift the conversational dynamic to why it's okay that men are not the focus. That's literally what we've done every single time we've brought up a men's issue. And then two, aren't women just as fucking capable? This is the
Dave, we
default
don't care.
conversational pattern.
No.
Hold on.
It's not-
Hold up. I'm not done yet. And then on top of that, what's masculine, the default, is to not give a fuck. That's the default. Somebody takes something from you that you're not supposed to be a little bitch or a pussy about it and be like, "Oh, you're talking about women again? My feelings are so hurt." You're just supposed to go, "Yeah, I guess women got fucking problems too." And so that's like the emotional expectation that is not expected of other people. You know, basically minorities and the transes and the gays and the women's and all that kind of shit. You talk about their problems, we're going to talk about their problems. You talk about men for fucking 30 seconds, and we got to talk about how their problems are not really problems, or how there's variables that explain away how their problems are not the cause of anything that's ultimately nefarious.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Heem.
Can I?
Uh,
Yeah. Okay.
Heem,
Real quick. Okay. Couple of things. Okay. The reason that we're explaining it is to try to understand the problem. We're
I don't think you're
saying.
trying to understand. I think you're trying to explain it away.
Well, part of understanding a problem is diagnosing how we got here. If your roof is leaking, you're going to try to figure out what is causing the leak, right? You're not just going to stare at the leak and be like, wow, it's expanding. Wow, it's brilliant. Wow, right? You're going to obviously diagnose why it happened. And the other thing is, when we say things like having honor isn't just about men, right? It's because it's true. It's women having honor is good too. In the same way that you would never say being a man is about breathing oxygen. Well, no, the women also breathe oxygen. So why would you bring that up? It's an irrelevant point.
Okay,
in the exact same way.
Yeah,
Because- wait, let me respond to that real quick.
There's unique masculine tropes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's two things, right? So first of all, again, like I'll just reiterate, because of the differences in social roles, there's going to be things that are emphasized more with some people than other people. We're not
On
saying that we're not, on average, we're not saying that women can't have honor. But when we went around and we're talking about, our definition of a man, you said some like broad level things too. And then like, what does that even, couldn't that apply to women too? I suppose everything.
I'll give you a good
can
example.
I wanted to say one thing. I wanted to say one last thing though.
Say one more thing, but then I got a good
and
example.
this is in somewhat disagreement with counterpoints, but I think it answers what you said when we're talking about diagnosing the problem. Well, I think the problem here is that part of the crisis of masculinity, when I'm talking about self-respect, is that we seem to base our self-perceived value on what women think of us, right? Counterpoints was saying not to rely on, we don't rely on external validation. That's not true. If a man is a virgin, we all make fun of him. If a man doesn't have a hot wife or a girlfriend, or a man is judged by how many women he can get, that is absolutely external validation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Before anyone else goes, I want to give you guys an example of the differences that how men and women, when it comes to honor and things like that. It's a very clear example that I think all of us could probably agree on, right? That if you are faced with a dangerous situation and someone is being threatening or something is being threatening, like the mountain lion example that Counterpoints there gave, right? If as a man you do not step in front of the woman to protect her, I'm going to judge you. But as a woman, if you step behind your man, right, for her to protect, I won't think less of you at all. And I think most people would have that same judgment. If the man does not step up to protect, he is seen as lesser. If a woman does not step up to protect,
interjection.
That's an example of,
A woman's honor. I need to get some water. A woman's honor, for like historically and for broad swaths of time, has been not taking too much strange dick. That's literally been a woman's honor for a long time. Be right back.
okay, I would disagree. I wouldn't be
Who's Mark? Go ahead.
essentialize it that much, but I would just say the example that you
Wow,
gave,
statement.
Wick, is an example of being a protector. That's not really an example of honor. Honor is far more broad than that. So,
but
and
it's
to
still
go to what?
masculine trait.
Sure, it's still a masculine. Sure. No, but so wait, hold on. So Counterpoints is not here now. But when he was like, what's unique about honor? What's unique about masculinity? like he seemed to have issue that we're having this discussion, but that's the whole point, right? These terms that we're using, such as honor, are so broad as to apply to both men and women. So in a discussion about masculinity, yes, I do think it's appropriate to really drill down and find out what is unique about masculine honor versus feminine honor. And to your point, Lactoid, you seem to be frustrated that we keep bringing up women and femininity, but like, look, we can't have a discussion about masculinity without defining it in opposition to femininity. So yes, in a discussion about masculinity, of course there's going to be a discussion about femininity. That they are polar opposites. They're defined as like almost the opposites of each other. So yes, necessarily we're going to be talking about femininity.
I understand. And this is
Especially
why,
if we're blaming feminism.
this is why I've addressed it multiple times in the sense of like, again, like due to is anybody denying that like gender roles fulfill like some kind of utilitarian purpose in society, right? That there is a reason why that like especially when we're talking about setting up like a household or like a parental household, that it makes sense that like during the time in which the mother is vulnerable, that we prepare men to be able to step up and provide for her during that time period. Is that like that?
I don't know if
that
that's
seems like a
Why
pretty
can't another
reasonable-
woman do that, or a parent?
Yeah,
A parent
I don't know if
or another woman can do the same role. No,
Well,
Because,
no, I would
because
agree with-
on average, this is like not the scenario.
Mhm.
First of all,
wait,
second
I
of all,
agree. It's not. Wait, I agree. Wait, no. I have to interrupt because you said real quick. You said you're talking about, is this ideal? You said in an ideal
not, yeah.
situation, a man would support a woman through her
Yes.
labor process. And I'm saying that there's nothing to say that the man being there is ideal. You just need someone there that cares and supports. It could be a mother or
Yeah.
another woman.
I
could
would
fill the
disagree with
role.
you. No, I disagree with
Well,
you, Him. Here, I disagree
How
because
so? I just had a
I
newborn.
think it has to be a
How?
culture thing too, because
Let Meg-
even in my
go ahead.
oh sorry,
No,
even
no,
in my
you.
house, even in my household with my foster children and my wife and me, how we handle with my daughter and stuff like that, like we both worked. You know what I'm saying? Like we were both pillars of that, but we did have different jobs and stuff that we fulfilled. It's okay to have a strong woman that fulfills the same role that you do, but there's things like I would always say, there's things that like with my foster children, my two little twin sisters, I'd be like, yo, go to your big sister Sabine because she knows more than I do in the subject. You know what I'm saying? She can help you better than me. Like these things are allowed in inside of sorry, got a little nervous right there. Go ahead, who's Mark?
I want to
I was
ask
gonna-
you something real quick because this has come up multiple times. I just need to ask this: if every statement you say about men could apply, and any kind of like role we ascribe or anything like that could apply to women in some circumstances, and because it applies to women in some circumstances, that sort of invalidates the dichotomy or like the differentiation here. What's the point of even having like a concept of man? Why even have that?
Wow.
Because-
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah, I'll answer it. You're welcome. I'll answer it. So it seems that in current society, the gender man and the roles associated with man are very closely associated with the biological aspect of being a male and reproducing. So yes, on average, you're getting households and families of a dad and a mom, but I'm just saying that you're making it sound like this is the ideal or it must be like this. And I disagree with that. I think two women or two men, or, if let's say you're formula feeding from lots of babies are formula fed from day one. If you're formula feeding, as long as you just have a community or a support system around that one parent, I don't see how a man can do anything more than a woman can do in an immediate labor. Especially, I have a 2-month-old right now. I don't see her mom or a sister could fill the
Great.
role that I've been filling.
Sure. So if you're gonna make the statement, which is true, that like in the vast majority of cases, like and as we should gear society towards because we're preparing people for this, and the vast majority of people are going to experience this way, which is going to be a mother and a father. So because that happens most of the time, then it is useful to have a differentiation here. And it is useful to have this characteristic of a father and have this like, well, this is the ideal that there's a 2-parent household. And do we have exceptions sometimes? Sure, we can have exceptions, but that doesn't invalidate the concept of man.
No, but I never invalidated the concept of man.
Great.
I'm just saying the thing you're bringing up, you brought up one specific example of, you said an ideal situation would be that a man and a woman parent a child. And I'm just saying it doesn't have to be like that.
No, let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not talking about like gay people. I'm talking specifically about like from the vast majority of people who are going to like be in straight monogamous relationships. The vast majority of people, it makes sense that when we're looking at the biological differences, to prepare people in different ways through gender roles to fill the needs of the child and to fill the needs of society generally. And
Okay, we're
generally speaking,
having
for most straight relationships, when the mother is pregnant or nursing or just recovering from pregnancy, it makes sense to have a
yeah.
father there, or the vast majority
I
of the
think I
time.
see the disconnect. I think I see the disconnect. Maybe I can bridge this gap. Maybe I can kind of bring us kind of to some semblance of togetherness here, right? So what Lactoid seems to be talking about, right, is how society is now, right? Whereas he, and correct me if I'm wrong, seems to say, well, this is society now, but it doesn't have to be that way, and there's nothing inherent about man or woman that makes it have to be this way. And I think both of these things are correct, right? And I
Can I
think
just can I follow up with you? I agree with you. I just wanted to add on to what you were saying. So very
Well,
interestingly, okay, I'm gonna
yes, once I
okay,
actually
go ahead.
finish what I'm
Sorry, go ahead.
saying, yes, you may. So I think at this juncture, right, um, when we do talk about these things, I think there is value in saying, well, regardless of how we want society to be one day, this is how it is now. This is when someone comes up to you, right? More than likely, they're going to expect X, Y, and Z. It may be right, it may be wrong. That doesn't matter. This is what the expectation is. That's my thought on it. Go ahead, Heem.
Okay, so what my point that I'm trying to get across is that it seems like Lactoid is very rigid on keeping this structure because you see some utility in it and you think that it's important to keep it the way it is. Whereas I think that this is a dynamic that changes over time. So again, I'm just going to use a personal anecdote. When I had a kid just now, a couple months ago, my mom and my partner's mom were shocked that we were like not asking them for help because back in the day, you know, 3 generations ago, 2 generations ago, the immediate after birth would actually be done by the mothers of the mother, like the grandparents, the grandmothers would pitch in a lot, and the father would be more removed. Now, my mom was shocked that how involved I was trying to be with raising our baby at the beginning stages of her first few days. So even that has changed within a few decades, where now the expectation is that yeah, men are going to be a little bit more involved than back in the day. They used to go right back to work.
Can I just add something onto that? So I think what Lactoid is talking about is he's not necessarily talking prescribing gender roles for the sake of it. I think Lactoid would say he was asking about the utility of the concept of man or woman. What is the purpose of it? What good does it bring to society, right? Now, Lactoid isn't saying that a man should be man for the sake of it, and we should have ideas of femininity and womanhood for the sake of it. What Lactoid, I think, would say was that in a society, we want the best outcomes for everyone, right? We want to have the ideal person for each role. And the utility of gender, of masculinity and femininity, is that it just so happens that men are more suited to the roles that we've described of being a provider, of being a protector.
Society pushes us towards it.
And more than that, I wouldn't necessarily say that they are better at it, but men seem to enjoy that more, and there's a utility in that. Just assigning these roles to those who are more capable or enjoy it more.
Uzmark, question for you: do you think that is because of biology, or do you think that's because of society?
Well, so we're going to get into a discussion of nature versus nurture. Yes, I would say that
You
there
can
are
just give me,
some.
like a brief. You don't have to give me a dissertation.
It's
You can just
both.
say, oh, it's both.
Yeah.
Which one
I'd
is?
agree.
Where does the gravity lie, though? Right? Like, is it equal, or does there seem to be much more weight in one of these areas than the other? And if so, which one?
The weight, I would say, is the social aspect of it. However, it all stems from like a kernel of truth in the biology.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Yes, the culture is informed by the biology. That's a critical point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that's being said, but this is the reason why in like egalitarian societies you still see like vast disparate choices and like professional outcomes and all that kind of stuff. So I've worked with plenty of competent women who were in the military. I worked with plenty of competent women who were in law enforcement, but there were just biological realities. Like even if they were like Chad CrossFit people, the Chad CrossFit female would still get their asses kicked by the Chad CrossFit male. So even if they could kick like 70% of men's asses, then that's cool, but they would still get their ass kicked by their male counterpart. And not just that, but even if that one person was better than 70% of men at the masculine role that they were trying to fulfill, the truth is that like there was one of those right? There was one of those people, whereas there were dozens of like females who fit more stereotypical levels of like fitness and strength and all that kind of shit. And then there was shitloads of males who fulfilled like the stereotypes of like the archetypes of masculinity. So the thing is, like, we can always come up with exceptions to the rules for why like people can not necessarily fulfill the gender roles as we expect them to be, but there's going to be clusters of behavior around certain biological sets. And I think the reason why conservatives get frustrated with like people, not anybody here necessarily, but people who want to like abolish the category, is because we think, or at least I think, that even if you abolish the category, you would still have disproportionately people with penises collected around certain levels of
Right.
behavior, and you would have people with uteruses collected around certain levels of behavior. And just because there's exceptions doesn't mean that these categories aren't relatively predictive of reality.
I just want to
Adarius,
say,
go
But,
ahead.
but what
So it's-
purpose do they serve?
I just
Well,
want to say,
Adarius, go ahead.
I just want to say
To
something
give
really
you an
quick.
ideal to strive for.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to say something really quickly though. We can get into the archetypical maleness and archetypical femaleness in a few. I just want to say something about, you said something you was in the military. I was too. I was in the army. I'll say this: that if I'm not mistaken, there's not a single rule that says that women cannot play in the NFL or in the NBA. They just are not fucking good enough. They just are not good enough, and that is okay.
Okay.
Fair. I don't know how that relates
Okay.
to
Hold
masculinity,
on.
but
Hey, yeah, my man.
Can I answer Heem's question real quick? So he asked, so what do these social categories serve?
Yeah, I
And
don't
so for
disagree
me,
that like with everything you said, I agree, but I guess that's
I
yeah.
think
go ahead.
I think they give you archetypes to strive for. I think when you're a child and you're trying to become yourself, like we often tell kids, be yourself, but kids don't know what the fuck they are. So how do you be yourself? You don't be yourself, you become yourself.
But
And
that's
the way
part of the
that
But don't you
journey,
think?
man. You
the
discover that over the
way
time as a being a boy.
Yes, and the way you become yourself is by trying on these archetypical like social roles and then seeing what fits and doesn't fit.
But why not try everything then?
But you
Because I
do.
don't want to
That's
smoke dick.
Yeah. So wait,
No,
wait.
you know,
There's
the
There's
reason why
limits to that.
Stop. Okay, so let me jump in a little because I have opinions on this, right? Counterpoints. I think you're absolutely right. We strive to fulfill models, right? We strive to emulate behaviors that we see in those around us on media. That's why representation matters. That's why it's important to have positive role models that you can identify with. These are all important because that's how humans work. We identify, emulate, and imitate the behaviors that we see. Even we do this even as adults, right? Look at how many people try to emulate what Destiny does, right? Because it's successful. They, want to be like him, and so they emulate his behavior, right? Or Vosh or these other things. This is just how humans work. So what I would say is the value, right? Or why we need these roles, or why these roles are always going to be with us, is because as pattern recognizing creatures, we need patterns to recognize. Now we can adjust them, and I think we should, because I think there's a lot of bad models that we've because traditional that have for various reasons traditionally been like set up as I guess I'll just use the words toxic masculinity right there. I think there's a lot of those traits that have kind of crept into the models that people look towards. But one of the things, one of the side effects of us having a conversation about what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman, and if gender even matters, is that there's a vast swath of young men who have no models to look for, or is very unsure what models to look for. So instead of going to the traditional stuff, they've gone down dark roads. They find Andrew Tate, they model him because these are the only
Fresh and
people
fit.
that are offering these that they say.
True.
Go ahead. Why am I
Okay,
wrong?
I severely disagree with this. Okay, and this is why I think the red pill movement will never have a like it'll never really go away because these guys are what they're advertising is basically what every 16 to 18-year-old kid loves. They wish they could drive fast cars and fuck hot girls. You're never going to convince a 16 to 18-year-old that being with one girl for 10 years and having the best time and traveling the world together and having a beautiful relationship where you grow together as two people and then you have a child, That does not appeal to a 16 to 18-year-old the same way that fucking lots of girls does. That will never appeal unless you guys have a suggestion. I don't think having even Counterpoints is a great male role model. I talk about male issues all the time, but because of we're talking about it from a mature perspective and not a meme like Andrew Tate smoking cigars and smoking a hookah at the same time, then it'll never appeal to young kids.
I
I
disagree.
I think it's a two-part thing though. You got to have a whole group of like it goes back to having that friend group, right? Because not all, like, I think we all understand this. When you grow up, at least back before the internet was a thing, when I grew up, there was this like a pecking order in your social group, right? There was the funny guy, there was the guy that got girls and stuff like that, and y'all all together came together and made Voltron up in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, and bring the girls to you and all this stuff and whatnot. And like, where to the point of like, we got to like start rebuilding that and getting that back in together, and then we could start tackling the point that you were bringing up where you were countering with what.
So
So
look, here, just real
what's
quick, Connor, I'll let you go in a second, right? I promise. But here's the problem, right? I think that like this idea that we can never compete with the Andrew Tates of the world is very self-defeating. I don't think it's true. I think we can.
Not
The
because our
problem is,
ideas are wrong, not because our ideas are
no, I
wrong, just
understand.
because it doesn't have the appeal.
But I think that this appeal is somewhat the result of two things. One, the manufactured kind of elements of the before times, right? Where fast cars, loose women, that was the model, right? That is no longer the model because we are having a not just a national conversation, I would say, but a cultural conversation about what a man even is anymore. I think that is very confusing to young men. They don't know what they're supposed to be, and so they
So-
turn to people who look like they know.
And yes,
Okay,
Andrew Tate's a
I-
reaction.
Counter, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the thing, is I agree with Heem that when you're 17 and you get your first girlfriend, no matter how beautiful or cool she is or whatever, you're always gonna be looking around because you're gonna be like, what are the experiences of the world that I'm missing out on because I'm committed to a single person? So
Wait, that
there's
stopped?
always the male temptation for, exploration and temptation and all that kind of stuff. But what I think that I was raised, particularly by my parents, unsuccessfully, with a social pressure to be a better person. Where if I commit to somebody, then I have to have a monogamous relationship, no cheating, no lying, no this, no that, all this kind of shit. And so I have absolutely no problem. As a matter of fact, I think part of the problem in the thousands when I was coming up was we had the inverse of that culture outside of the household. It basically said women are experiences. Fuck as many women as you can. Money, money and status is the most important thing that you can have, or be funny. But get money and status, etc. I could go down the laundry list of tropes, but the tropes outside of the religious, conservative, family-oriented structure, trying to force people to not be materialist, worshiping, consumer, coomer, degenerate fucks. The culture outside of the conservative household was so toxic and so pervasive that it basically reinforces that behavior. So I think that it's okay to give people that pressure to be better, to be monogamous, to tell the truth, to do etc., and then expect them to fail that model. And it's
But see,
okay to fail that
Can
model.
I give my hot take?
real quick,
Or-
Usmar, to go with what he like with the positive role models and stuff like that, like, we're forgetting like people that people did gravitate to, like Uncle Phil and stuff like that. Like, the Andrew Tates and the Fresh and Fits don't grab everybody's eyes, but there isn't anybody that's
That was a different
iconic.
medium, right?
No,
That
no,
was like
yeah.
it was a scripted show, right? It's like I don't know.
Who's the
is there
last
any-
straight heterosexual dad on TV like that of besides Modern Family, which still features a gay couple as a part of the extended family? Who's the
I
last
think you need
boring,
more than that.
straight monogamous family that you can think of?
I was
Wait,
just
mean,
about to
listen,
look that up. I ain't even gonna lie, counterpoint.
no, listen, I
Because
just
Uncle Phil
watched.
was the last one I
Listen,
can think of.
I just watched what's it called? White Lotus on HBO. There was a dad's 3 generations of men traveling to Italy to see their old country and whatever. I don't know. There is examples, but I don't know. I don't know.
I think
Not a continuous one.
A key thing, I think, if we're going to be like talking about tackling Andrew Tate and how he appeals to young men, I think a key thing is that one of the things that Andrew Tate does and other red pillars do is they are admit anyway, at least ostensibly, they are proud to be men. They talk about being a man. They talk about masculinity. They address it, right? So we can talk about Dwayne the Rock Johnson and other kind of like other like blue pill ideas of like good ideals of masculinity, but they don't talk about being a man. When you're a 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid, right? It's like kind of beyond you to connect the dots. Like, oh, he's fulfilling the normal roles of like the positive roles of masculinity, but he doesn't talk about being a man. Like, you need
Don't
someone
think you have
explicitly.
to.
No,
They
you
never
do.
did
When you're
back in the
16,
day.
when you're 15, they did talk about masculinity. When you're 15 and 16, you need the clear message: I am a man. I'm proud of being masculine, and here's how you should do it.
Right.
So, like, the problem is, I think
Uncle Phil taught
masculinity.
lessons.
The problem
He
is
wasn't like I was a
problem.
man though.
The problem is
Let Uzmark finish. Let Uzmark finish. Go ahead.
masculinity has almost become like a pejorative. People don't like the word masculinity. It's become like within society, and there's like I've got like there's a really interesting Pew research about this that the whole concept of masculinity is being seen as negative. That's why I think a lot of like good role models are shying away of not actually like saying proudly, "I am a man," kind of thing.
And why is it negative? Why is it seen negative? That's like the next question you need to
let me
ask,
get in here
right?
really quickly.
Patriarchy.
Let me get in here really quickly, right? No, because
He's right.
basically said, hold on, Lacto basically said what I was going to bring up next. Why is it negative? I think one of the reasons as to why we have these negative concepts of masculinity in its modern iterations is because number one, third and fourth wave feminism saying, well, why can't women do these things? Well, I mean, right now we're not talking about women. We're talking about men. We're talking about that XY chromosome, bitches. And number two, I do get what Uzma brings up Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate, for all of his faults, and he has a lot of them, he has a lot of faults. Like Whick said, he's seen as a role model for 15, 16-year-old young men who want to be masculine, right? So we have to figure out how to tackle this issue specifically, right? How do we sell positive masculinity to young men?
I got you.
Two, just real quick, I got to make money. 2 super chats have come through. One was a while ago. $5 from Legatus Lenius Jr. For the panel, give us at least one controversial take, either concrete or speculative, you hold regarding women in general. We'll do that later, but we will get to that. More pertinent.
Spicy.
$10 for Fondue. Why are we setting the standard of a man being set by 16 to 18-year-olds? When a guy in our friend group was going through multiple women, we had an intervention. Counterpoints. Go ahead.
Why are we setting it off of 16 to 18-year-old expectations? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I think that like men, 30-year-old to 40-year-old men who have already been there, done that, done the wild shit, had fun, all that kind of stuff. I think it's important for them to step down to 16 to 18-year-olds and say, hey, listen, man, like this is what you're experiencing. This is what you're going through. I went through something similar. It might not be identical, but this is what you can expect. Here's what you're going to fuck up. And if you're going to fuck up, go ahead and fuck up. But I'm just giving you a heads up about what's coming down the road if you go down this path. That would be what I think is required as a part of our society. And then as far as giving young men a blueprint, I have a wildly ascientific model that I think is good, though, which is basically Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's 5 categories. It's often drawn as a pyramid. The bottom is physiological. The next one is security. The next one is social. The next one is ego. The next one is self-actualization. And I think that everyone should be aware of the psychological concept, and they should view it as a pyramid that they individually have to climb. So if your physiological needs are not being met, you're not eating the right food, you're not getting enough sleep, you're not doing enough, et cetera, you have to take that out first. You got to figure out a way to get like a balanced life. Same thing with security. If you're not strong enough, if you don't know how to use a firearm, if you don't feel secure physically in your world, if you don't have enough money in order to pay your bills, et cetera, that's got to be your next concern. Socially, do you have rich social life? Ego, what do you want to achieve in this world before you die? That is something that I think that every young person should be asked. And then finally, self-actualization. While you're proceeding through life as a teenager, as a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 60-year-old, 70-year-old, 80-year-old, what is the best version of yourself and how do you strive towards that ideal? And I think that if you boiled that down into a course and gave it to young people, they would be a lot better of human beings than I was when I was a teenager.
I wonder if there's not, because Fondue's question made me think, right? I wonder if there's not kind of a side issue that's affecting us in this way, in that we just don't respect the elderly anymore. We don't.
True.
And in fact, we think like, oh, old people, they don't know what they're talking about and they should step aside. It's the youth's turn to rise up and do all these things.
I'm 38. I'm called a boomer.
Yeah, I know. All the ideas of the past are sins. their sins and we must move past them. Old people, we don't want you anymore. We're not going to listen to you. I wonder if that's playing an effect on this. And so people like Tate and people like these other Fresh and Fit guys that will appeal to the childhood version, the kids version of what a man's is, right? Have really taken hold in a way they wouldn't otherwise if we still respected more
I
old,
And
the olders.
real quick,
Go ahead.
I think we forgot a lesson in this whole thing. Like when I was younger, my parents was like, "You're gonna grow up and you're gonna learn." And then I grew the fuck up, and I was like, "Holy shit!" My parents were right. I think it's like something to be said when you're younger, that where you're going to like naturally rebel and nobody can tell you shit. Like I have a little brother and kids and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta yell at them and be like, "Hey, if you do this, you're gonna fuck up. This is gonna suck, dog." But they're gonna do it because you still gotta learn the fucking lesson. You know what I'm saying? Like you still have that process. So yeah, I just think even if the old, you have to grow into that. I think it's just a part of the process, right?
Go ahead, Heem.
Okay, a couple of things. So a while ago, Connor brought up a really good point about how people are raised, right? You said you were raised a certain way, and I think that is actually a very important part. A big part of the whole incel uprising, whatever, is because I think not just boys, but kids in general are not socialized that well, especially with social media, and they're like given an iPad from such a young age. They grow up with like social anxieties and whatnot that they never really grow out of. And a big part of being like a successful man in the dating world is knowing how to just talk to regular people, women, men, having a conversation that you're not always trying to fuck, right? Like, and I always recommend this for men, young men, if anyone's listening. A great way to work on this is to get a job, part-time job when you're young at a restaurant or a bar. At a restaurant or a bar, you are forced to talk to beautiful women you work with in a non-flirtatious, non-fucking way. Hey, did you clean up the table 5? Hey, did you talk to that customer? Hey, da, da, da. And over time, part of it is learning to treat beautiful women as just regular people and listen and respond, right? And I think these are parts of growing up that is very much left behind nowadays. And then another thing was um that we were saying, why are we trying to appeal to the needs or the, I guess, the vision that 16 to 18-year-old men have, as in terms of what kind of male role model content we want to make. The reason is because I think those are the people who are looking for this. In my eyes, and again, I could be wrong, who are the category of people who are looking for male dating, male problems content? Two types of people. One is going to be 16 to 18-year-old younger kids, and the other is going to be like divorcees that got their hearts broken by women, and they're looking to hate women. So when they're hearing these guys say fuck these women, let's fuck da, 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 it's exactly what they're looking for. So again, I'm going to go back and say we will never be able to appeal to this community of people who these are their needs with
I
just like
I just
sensical
disagree.
I
advice.
think
I
I
disagree.
think you're underestimating the amount of 20 to 30-year-old men who are lost and do not feel that they have
But
a
how are you going to
proper.
convince them? No, I agree, they are lost.
Hmm.
But I'm just saying their vision of what success looks like is much more palatable than being like eternal, like being internally happy and content and not looking for fame or not looking for money and being able to enjoy a camping trip with the friends.
We gotta
These things,
synthesize these. We gotta
they're-
synthesize. I think you can. I think you can synthesize how having, as Darius would put it, an internal locus of control leads to these external outcomes that they desire, right? If you want success
so how
in these measurable
Like Jordan
ways,
Peterson did.
such as women, wealth, women, all these other things that you want, success, fame, etc. These come from being these foundational things, such as honorable, a protector, being reliable, being faithful. And these things will give
Responsible.
you the success that is more permanent than the ones that are offered by the snake
you
oil
are
salesman of the world.
100% right, but do you think that
I
anyone will
absolutely think
watch
we
that
can do it.
Jordan,
you think
hold on.
people
Yes,
you think
Jordan
people
Peterson
on,
did
but-
this. Jordan Peterson
Yeah.
literally had content
So-
like this, and he was one of the most popular people. And then you had his school of thought, which is take more responsibility,
Thank
be
you,
a better
Johnny,
person.
for the raid. 28 Wickers in chat. Hit
Yeah.
the follow button.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then you had a response like one narrative, which is like be responsible, and he was attacked and he was lumped in with like the other people who are basically basically saying like, well, no, this is what it's like to be a man. Like a lot of this is a reaction to what Uzamark said about how
I think
even calling yours like even calling people are
I think this is
ashamed to be masculine now. People are ashamed
I
to
think
be a
this
man.
is the wrong lesson to be teaching, right? Because like, yeah, success is great and all this, but it's the pursuit of happiness, right? You can find a homeless couple out on the street, a woman and
agree,
a
yeah.
man, and they're content with their fucking lives and doing whatever they have, and he has his girl, and you have my ex-wife wasn't even in the top 20 of like the hottest girls I have been with, but and we were married for 10 years and
Oh,
made
this
me
is a
at, you know
sure
what I'm
she'd
saying?
love
This
to
is
hear
public.
that.
This is
Hear me out.
public, by the
You know
way.
what I'm saying?
This
Yeah,
is
you
part
know
of the
the stream
problem,
is like,
man.
people
Like
can hear this,
why
right?
is it
Like,
always chasing the hot girl? Why not just find somebody
you're
you can
okay. No,
contend
no, no,
with?
Because
no,
no
no,
one
dude.
wants to listen to that,
Wow.
dude.
No one's gonna say, "Hey, yeah."
But isn't
Don't
that the
even worry about
definition of
hot men. No, we
masculinity,
want
right?
hot women.
You don't-
Like men
Wait,
want
wait,
hot
wait,
women. And
that's
that's
But hold on,
okay.
let's go down this hypothetical, right? So let's just say you got a half attractive girl, right? Somebody is going to try to step to you and violate you one day or try to insult your girl. That's even more of a statement where you have to stand up and be a man and defend your woman's honor. It puts you in those situations
That's
where
toxic
even more
masculinity, man.
so.
No, I wanted to say like for Jordan C. Peterson like specifically, I recall, maybe I'm misremembering, but I recall when he was pushing these ideas and when he was like pretending to be like, or I guess acting as a role model for men, a lot of the criticism was sort of, making fun of him, like, oh, all these no dad having kids, like all gravitating towards this red pill guy, right? And they were criticizing him and shit. Like, was the response to Jordan Peterson justified in any way? Like when he when he
no.
was
And
doing the good.
okay, let me back up Blacktoy before you
Who
guys
said
respond.
doing the good,
So
Black Toy?
Uzmark,
Yeah.
this was a point that I wrote down probably 20 minutes ago, but we just moved on from it. I can't agree that there isn't a crisis of masculinity when you're like, there's two depressed people. The women is depressed at a rate of like on a scale of 0 to 100 on how good they feel, they're at a 35, and the man is at a 36. So technically, aren't men doing better? Like, nah. Like, I don't think that way at all. And also, Jordan Peterson was a cultural lightning rod for, I don't know, like a half decade to a decade. And I do get that, like, him being like anti-trans and now he hasn't eaten a broccoli in like 10 years. So he, like, tweets off fucking like, Chinese jerk off fetish porn on his fucking main Twitter account and shit. Like, I get, there's plenty of criticisms of the guy. But at the same time, like, I don't think that you can say there isn't a crisis of masculinity when 90% of his advice is like, be responsible, tell the truth, be loyal to your partner, be culturally monogamous. Like the whole like culturally enforced monogamy or whatever was basically like the example that he used was a father. If his son comes to him bragging about how he cheated on his wife, his dad doesn't go, "Oh yeah, that's really cool, son. High five on banging the hot stripper." He goes, "What the fuck is
disagree
wrong
with
with
that.
you?"
Quick, can I
would
just
disagree with that.
Plenty of fucking people. That's
No.
Yes, the entire
Please.
mainstream feminist movement hated him for
Yeah.
saying this
Pause.
shit.
I have
Okay,
to respond here.
They
I
did,
have to
wait.
respond.
Stop. Him, you do, but who would be mad at that? I lost friends because I said monogamy is better than polygamy. I lost friends from it.
Hell yeah. I lost followers and patrons for it.
Wait.
Anyway, Theme, go ahead.
Polygamy, first of all, polygamy and cheating on your spouse are two different things. Okay, but I'm just going to leave that aside. Going back to the Jordan Peterson thing. Now, it's been a while since I've brushed up on my 2015 Jordan Peterson videos, but from what I recall, he always had this like anti-feminism spin, and
Yeah.
no one ever really wait one sec, let me finish. And no one ever really had an issue with his self-help, clean your room. No one has an issue with that. It's when he stepped out of his self-help zone that people started to
Yes.
take issue, when he started weighing in on women in the workplace.
No.
Wait, you're shaking your head, but that was one of the
No,
biggest
no.
things, was when he was commenting on how women are in the workplace and their women gaze is
Trans
attracting
issues
men.
as well.
No,
He was always shat on. He was always shat on.
No. So no, the reason I want
Hold on.
hold on. This point was brought up. I want to just quickly address this. So when he got a lot of shit, right? But like the vast majority of the time, like Counterpoint said, 90% of the time he's saying good things. But oftentimes it
I
would
don't
be
think it's 90%,
oftentimes it would be in response to, like, especially back in 2016, 2015, around that time, it was in response to people talking shit about men, right? It was in response to a denigration of masculinity. And the response was, well, actually, no, don't feel ashamed of being men. Like, this is what it means to be a man. You're not a terrible person. You don't have to be a terrible person. And are we really surprised that this resonated with a whole bunch of young men?
It's not just that though. The problem was that he took it the step further and would shit on women for it.
No,
That's
no,
the problem.
no,
That's
no,
why.
absolutely
If he only
not.
said, "Oh, you're telling me that if his content was just him saying no, men aren't all that bad."
No. He
be
was
nice to men.
Go watch
he was show.
Go watch the Kathy Newman interview.
Yes.
Okay, it's literally just 10 minutes of her being like, "So you're like an evil bigot who thinks that we should organize our society around lobsters, right?"
But has he said shit like that before? Is the question.
No!
He never.
Please.
Hold on, let me get in here really quick.
Yo,
So
no. This is the perfect example. This is the perfect example.
Counterpoints. I'm gonna spend all week watching Jordan Peterson videos. Now I'm getting cheese.
One example I can think of specifically is he was shit on for making the comment that a lot of times women will wear makeup and wear blush and other forms of thing in order to appear more sexually appealing.
Here, let me try to start into this.
No, it's not true. One
interjection.
sec. One
Women
sec.
wearing makeup isn't to make them more sexually
Can I
attractive.
respond? Can I respond or no?
Team, go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Team.
Let's talk about
Okay,
women.
the
Stop,
reason
Team, go ahead.
Even
the
used for
reason that
men to make them more
the
sexually
reason-
Stop,
attractive.
Team, go ahead. I will start muting people. I swear to God.
women have to
Stop.
wear makeup in the workplace because it's a societally accepted thing that women wear makeup. If a woman doesn't wear makeup, she's told, "Oh, you look sick. Is everything okay? Oh, did you not get any sleep last night?" So it's not just purely because she's trying to look sexy. She
Who
also
said
is. It's like an etiquette. It's
No,
saying
it's
isn't
no,
for
no,
looking
no.
sexy.
It's not
He's
talking
saying
about
No,
No,
women.
it is because
I need a minute.
if there's
I need
Go
a minute.
ahead.
Okay. So number one, I'm gonna articulate this very clearly to you, and I have the perfect example, and it's the lobster shit. You're like, well, didn't he say wild shit about fucking lobsters? And it's like, no. What
I've
he
listened
said
to that
was,
clip. I'm
yes.
rusty.
Let me expand on it. Okay. What he was saying is that there are leftists who are both socially progressive and or communist, and they do not believe in hierarchy. They believe in flattening as many hierarchies as possible. And what he was saying is that there are a lot of natural hierarchies within the world that are you cannot deny them. They are unignorable. And as a result, like lobsters are like, I don't know, fucking 3 billion years old or some shit. They're old as fuck. They're like one of the oldest living fucking creatures that is more complex than a tree. And in the lobster, there's a very fundamental like brain mechanism that reinforces certain behavior of like dominance and hierarchy and tribalism and all that kind of shit. And then there's negative. Hold on, I'm not done yet. There are negative fucking reinforcement factors where if they lose a territorial battle or if they don't get access to females or whatever the fuck, they have a negative brain reinforcement. So what he's saying is it's fucking childish as a social progressive or as a leftist to think that you can override 1.3 billion years of fucking social evolution. That was the point.
Okay. The point of the panel, right, isn't lobsters. Okay, I want to
Yes.
kind of bring us
Peterson.
back a little bit. I understand, but I have a question for Heem, real quick. I see your hand. Don't worry about it. But you may not think that Jordan Peterson did it right, and that's fine. This isn't a panel about Jordan Peterson. But do you not think that modern society and culturally, men are denigrated to a great extent? Do you not feel that they are under attack, or would you disagree with that?
Okay, so I will acknowledge that some parts of masculinity are definitely under attack, and I guess if you were a man, I wouldn't blame you if you felt victimized. But going back just one more time, I have to reiterate, I forgot this point, is the people who are in relationships successfully already, they're not looking for men's type of content. They're not looking for that. So the appeal is by saying feminism is the root of the problems. Get jacked and get lots of money and fuck lots of girls. This will always appeal. And I can't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just very small-minded in that way.
Can I say something to that?
You may, but
It
real
relates.
quick, that's that again. This idea that only single men are looking for help on their masculinity is just false.
Right.
There's a lot of men
There's-
who are married, who are in relationships, and otherwise happy that just feel isolated because their family, their spouse,
they're
their kids
Andrew Tate fans.
Is it that that's
they're
all they have? I don't know if
and
they're
they're
Andrew
Andrew-
Tate fans or
oh.
not, but they're absolutely
Andrew
looking
Tate
for.
fans, though.
They're looking for
community.
something they cannot find,
They're looking for community. Yeah, I agree. But
and they
I already
cannot
gave
find it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Men are lacking communities. I agree.
Bismarck, go ahead.
Yeah, there's far more to a discussion about masculinity than just like how to get a chick, right? So this is going to address counterpoints what he was talking about, the crisis of masculinity. And the reason why I dislike that term is because most often you'll use that term used by feminists, by academics, as a reason and a springboard to actually deconstruct and demolish masculinity. They're saying, oh, masculinity is going through a crisis, therefore we need to change it. We need to change what masculinity is. It's a way to deconstruct it. That's the reason they use it. The reason why I say I'm bullish on masculinity is because in actual fact, men, for the most part, are doing okay. They identify as being masculine. They're fairly happy with their lives. Now, the reason it relates again to what we're talking about, addressing masculinity in a non-negative way. And the reason I think that's so important is because there are issues with masculinity, right? The two most predominant, I would say, would actually be not seeking out mental health support when needed, which leads to a lot of these amounts of suicide. And number two, the massive one that we haven't addressed on this podcast so far is declining education rates among men. These are two huge things that's affecting men and masculinity that we need to address. And I think to remove the negative connotation from masculinity is integral to addressing these two issues, so we can actually find strategies that will help men in a masculine way and help them in those two regards.
And this is a question to the panel. Is being educated no longer seen as a masculine trait?
A very masculine trait.
I
Oh,
think
it
it's
never
one of
was.
I think that's one of the highest ones you can have.
Well, a
Like
few people
you
says it
need
never was.
scholars.
I'm getting
No, you need
mixed
scholars
answers
just
here.
with big, strong guys. You know what I'm saying? Just as much so.
I don't even think,
Just as
I'm
much
gonna say
so.
something really quickly though. I don't even think it's just educated. I think high intelligence is one of the most masculine traits.
No,
What?
I'm separating these things. We're not talking about
Still,
intelligence
yes.
here. We're talking about being educated.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I completely disagree with this notion. I'm about to finish my PhD this year, and the two conferences I've gone to, the keynote speakers were young women in their mid to late 30s who have accomplished incredible things on a worldwide level in terms of research that were mind-blowing. I think it's silly to think that being educated is a masculine trait. That's ridiculous.
No, I said it's.
No,
I think
it
it's
is.
a part of it though.
Oh.
Like, right?
I
Both could be
disagree.
true.
I disagree.
No,
Okay,
Why does it
again,
have
once
to be a part
again,
of
just
it?
because a trait is masculine does not also mean it's also feminine.
He's trying to say
Okay.
whether or not is it attractive to fucking masculine people. Is this something that people put into their archetypical masculinity as something to strive for? And so I would say that there is a class of men who do view education not for education's sake. I don't think most men like sitting in a fucking classroom reading shit and then writing shit and being judged on their ability to write. They view it as a vehicle for status. That's what it is. And
I
so
think
the education.
And some men value blue collar.
Yep, that's exactly where I was going to go with it. So, firstly, the people who use it as a vehicle for status, good for them. Very happy that they're intelligent enough to do that. But two, the main thing is masculinity is whether or not you're able to provide. So if you're a younger man and you can get a blue collar job, you can be a drywaller or a painter or a fucking plumber or a whatever, as long as the woman doesn't judge you for having like dirt in your nails or whatever, then that is a great way to make a dickload of money, find a based fucking wife, and probably put your kids to be whatever the fuck they want because you're going to be getting paid
I would
money.
generally
Can I say
say
something really
most
quick
of
with that?
you guys in here would be considered from Blacktoid counterpoints. A lot of y'all, you two Adaris, would be considered brainy and witty, right? And that shows right here because you have a confidence behind how your points and how you talk and stuff like that. And that is the masculine trait in that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You wouldn't be here talking, you know what I'm saying, if it wasn't masculine, right?
Adarius,
And with these a lot of these brainy points, right?
Adarius, you wanted to
There's
say
a different.
something?
I'm a meathead. I'm a dude, bro. You know
Sure,
what I'm saying?
sure.
Like, it's different. It's different.
Okay.
So I
Adarius,
just want to say, I want to say, to respond to him here, something can be a masculine trait without necessarily. Can something be a masculine trait and be a feminine trait?
yes,
I mean, I think.
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't understand when Whick asked, "Is being educated considered a masculine trait?" And you started talking about how women were doing.
Well, what's masculine about it?
Well, that's a good question because if like
reading is masculine.
If you look at
No.
any kind of advert or any kind of cultural depiction of a man's man, they're all rugged, right? They usually out in the dirt, right, digging holes and hunting and doing these things. Like even James Bond isn't he's not a scholarly, educated type, he's
Enough
a,
about
Well-
fake. Enough about fake characters on Marvel and shit. Can we
Even
And
just
then
focus
mention
on?
that.
I want to
why.
know.
No,
All
wait,
my
wait, wait,
vids
wait,
are
wait. It's
there.
not just Marvel and shit. It's in commercials. Like advertisers pay fucking good money to try to appeal to different people and to like.
I
If
just
you want
want
to
to
be
know
a
what makes
man, buy our truck
education
or
masculine.
buy our jeans.
There are numerous reasons why education could be construed as being masculine. The competitive
Besides the
element.
fact that
the-
women weren't allowed to read and stuff for a long
No, I
time, they
don't
were
know.
held
No,
down.
there are
It's
numerous.
not.
You could say
You guys aren't letting me finish my point. I don't think it is anymore. I think it should be. I think you're exactly right. It no longer is considered a masculine trait, but it was back in the day.
I
and
agree,
think
it was, yeah.
should
I
be.
think we're
It should
conflating.
be
Sorry,
in the
my man.
future, but it's
And I-
not anymore. And
the
Uzma,
reason.
Wait, can I
yeah,
say-
the reason.
Wick,
Wait,
I wanna
let
know
me say
why-
something.
Heem,
Heem.
no, Heem, ask your
Yeah, sorry.
question to me.
Why, Wick? Why do you think that it should be in the future? You were just
Because
saying.
there
I'm
are
curious.
very good outcomes to people being educated, right? To going through the education system, becoming accredited, learning all these things. There are good outcomes associated with that, having a college degree and things like that.
I
And
agree, yeah, but why is that masculine?
It should be masculine.
There's a more pernicious issue at play here rather than just education not being considered masculine. I think the reason why men are not achieving the same levels of education as women do is because the way we structure our classes. I'm a classroom teacher. With the way we structure our teaching pedagogy, essentially, is that we focus it on female ways of learning. That's the real issue here. Is that we don't have a discussion, and we should. Right, the academics, the pedagogy experts should be having a discussion about how can we best target the learning styles that men seem to perform best at. That's the issue, and that's why I keep on talking about we need to be able to talk and address masculinity in a non-pejorative way. That's the real issue.
Can I respond to it? Okay, I agree that classrooms need to be reworked and the education system is a bit outdated, but I don't think that it's more geared
It's not
towards
outdated.
women.
It is. It's more geared towards women.
Okay,
I'm telling you.
But this is the same education system that was made by men for men for hundreds.
No, you don't think
years.
you don't think that education has gone through like an extreme evolution in how we teach?
It depends
We
which.
went from
no, I
rote
don't.
learning. It's a whole field. This is.
I'm in STEM. I'm in STEM. I'm in STEM.
For you to make that
STEM
comment,
hasn't changed.
Right,
STEM
this is
has
a-
not changed.
No. The teaching styles have. This is the pedagogy is a whole field unto itself about how we actually best deliver content material. It's a whole field unto itself, and it has evolved just like any other. Right? If you were to look, we went from rote learning. Now we have more like collaborative, task-based discovery tasks. We have there's a bunch of academics associated with this. Is something that's been discussed like.
I just
thoroughly.
don't know how widely implemented these new. I agree that they're being explored, but I don't think that I think rote memorization for math, let's say, is still the number one way to teach math worldwide.
No.
Worldwide, you're not even going to agree.
Any classroom teacher will tell you that no, rote learning has been demonized to the fucking ground, dude.
In the world or in North America?
No, in America.
I'm talking about in the West.
Real quick, Uzmark, in the West, you're correct, but China still does drill and kill all the time.
Yeah,
and they're
and
better
I'm from
for it.
Iran.
And I wonder if we were talking about the education rates in China and Korea, I wonder if women are performing better than men in those areas.
I have no idea.
Nah.
What I'm saying is perhaps men do or just more naturally attuned to different learning styles. Maybe if we're talking about rote learning, men learn best in a disciplinarian classroom where they're told, no, you're not allowed to be fucking boisterous. Sit down and do the fucking work. Maybe that's what men like. That's what appeals to men. But the thing is, in the West, we've gone in this more collaborative, discovery learning direction that's more suited to women. That's the issue.
I think
I don't know. I'm not saying necessarily that rote
$5
learning is best for men. I'm just saying
$5 from Fondue to ask. Top right. Should men as a concept exist, and what does that look like to you specifically? That's you.
Am I top right?
Yeah, you are top right.
Oh, okay. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Should men as a concept exist, and what does that look like to you specifically?
Yeah, I mean, should it exist? I think I don't really have this should or shouldn't. I think it'll develop as whatever is most convenient. It seems to be in society now, up until now, man and woman has served a purpose. If it stops serving a purpose because these things start to overlap, you'll start to see less and less people identify strictly as man. You might get more non-binary identifications as maybe the roles blend. But what does it mean for me? Listen, I think I'm probably still, I grew up in an era, and I'm Middle Eastern. I came from a family where my dad said, "Don't cry," and so I have that instilled within me, and I try to acknowledge, my upbringing, but I think I'm a pretty good role model. I take care of my kid. I have an amazing partner. I'm a good partner.
Reason I invited you onto the panel, but go ahead.
I try to be a good person. I think above all else, for me, it's being a good person, and everything else kind of falls how it will. Just be a good person, and you'll be all right.
Fact. I think we're conflating wisdom and intelligence, where wisdom, could be a masculine trait, right? I think intelligence lies more on more being the definitive masculine trait, which women can have too. But like, throughout the history, like there's has always men have been looked at as like the wise person to go, get information from. We forget, we discount coaches and stuff like that. People that have always like taught lessons and stuff to help young men proceed through life. You know what I'm saying?
I have a bit of a follow-up question for him then,
Oh.
right? Because you mentioned you wanted to be a good person. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that being a good person differs if you're a man, and in what ways, right? Like, is there something that men specifically need to be to do or not to do
N-
to be a good person that is different from women?
No, I think maybe that's where maybe I disagree with some of the people on this panel. I think
Okay.
that being a good person in general is probably 95%+ of being a good person overlaps between
If you were
every
on a
every
ship
person.
on the Titanic and it was sinking, would you consider it, right, to be your duty to stay off the lifeboat so that your family members, your women and your children can have a spot? Or
I
would you
would,
just
I
say,
would, I would do that, but in the same way, I would expect my mom to do that for me if she was in that
you would
position, or
if
I
your
would,
mom was on the Titanic, you would expect
yeah.
her to let you on the lifeboat instead of her?
I would think that because of the way I was raised by two very rational and logical parents, that she would automatically make that kind of sacrifice because I'm her kid
Okay,
and she's much older. She's
if you're
lived a full
listening,
life.
Mom, if you're listening, you can have my spot on the lifeboat. Heem's
No,
mom,
no,
you can
no,
have
Sorry,
no,
my
Maman.
spot on
I
the
love you.
yeah, you can have my
You can
spot
go
on the
see.
lifeboat.
Listen,
I
my
would
dad
absolutely
passed away
judge a
last year. Maybe
man,
she wants to see him.
maybe this is sexist. I don't know. Maybe it is, but I would absolutely judge a man who does not give up his spot for women and children. Right? I would absolutely judge that man.
Would you
I
do
would
it
say,
for a
what
stranger?
Would yeah,
Yes.
any
Hang on,
woman?
would you do it for a
Yes.
stranger?
Yes, I think that a
Nah,
part
fuck
of
that.
Nah, I wouldn't
sacrifice.
do it for a
Wait, so does that
stranger.
make me?
I wouldn't do it for a
Wait, does that
stranger.
make me less of a man now?
Yes.
If
Yes.
you do not give up your space for a child, even a strange child, yes.
No, maybe child. You can make what do you call it? Utilitarian. They're younger.
It's
They
not
have
about
more life.
utility in this
No, I'm
thing.
saying compare it. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I would weigh it, and I would say let the child live. But let's say it's a woman that's the same age as you. That's a stranger. You would still sacrifice yourself?
I would like
Possibly.
to think I would. I
You
would like to
wouldn't.
think so.
Nah, please.
That's my
None of you
question.
guys are. Nah, stop.
I
that.
wouldn't.
I've never
I
been in that
wouldn't.
situation, to
Fuck
be honest.
that.
I've never
Fuck
been in that
that, bro. Fuck
situation, so I
that.
can't know for sure.
That's my
I can't know
question,
for
Rick.
sure, but I would like to think that if I was in a
That's a
situation
fantasy.
and
Do
I
you have
saw any stranger, right? Any stranger, man or woman, right? And I would give up my spot for them.
Do you have kids, Wick?
No, but I have nephews. and
Maybe that's
nieces.
why. If you
I
had
have nephews.
kids,
I've
like
never-
I'm
I
not
was
going to
about say, I
deprive
got
my
motherfuckers.
I'm not
Maybe.
going to deprive my
Maybe.
kids of a father for some random
That's
chick. Right?
possible. That's possible, right? That there are variables that are in play, right?
Mm.
But again, if I see someone who is younger than me, or weaker than me, or less able than me, I perceive as less able than me, I will. And like I said, this might be
What
a
about an
sexist thing.
85-year-old? You're gonna do the same
That's
thing?
my question.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay.
I would like to
You're a
think I
much better.
would.
Listen, and I would say you're a better person.
I don't know.
I
I
am.
don't know though.
You're not
Like,
a
I don't
better
know.
man
The
than I
black
am. You're
man
just a better
talk. None
person.
of y'all are being good people right now.
That's my question.
He has to elbow his way in, just like the rest of us. Darius, go
Hold
ahead.
on, no, that's my question, but especially to you, Heem. Do you not believe that there are biological differences between males and females, or people who are ascribed male at birth and people who are ascribed female at birth?
No, of course I do. I 100% do.
Okay, so do you think that we stratify our gender roles around these biological and innate differences?
No, I don't think.
So,
I think the
this
way.
is all
Wait,
arbitrary all day long.
let me expand. So, for example, traditionally, yes, men used to have to do the physical labor because they were much stronger and whatnot. But now there's service jobs. There's all kinds of jobs where you don't necessarily need to be doing heavy lifting. We have machinery that has replaced a lot of the backbreaking work that men used to do.
What about
So
the
those-
mental differences? Is like
Yeah,
No,
I
but
guess
just
that's a good question. I don't know if that's where I'm a little bit shadier, and I'm glad you brought that up, Uzmark. I think I probably am more on we're probably overlapping a lot more than you guys think, where you guys think it's a very big, I guess, like
That's
pull
interesting.
apart.
Do you think that? Do you
Okay,
think
I want to
testosterone?
just real quick, Adarius. I just want to, having thought about it, I spoke in haste. I probably would not give up my seat to a stranger unless they were a child, right? So no, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I
Okay, thank
probably
you.
wouldn't. But if it was a woman who was in my purview, right? Like significant other,
Yeah, but
sister,
sure.
mother, etc. I think I absolutely would, and I would judge someone for doing that. So
Would you
Oh,
give it
of
up for your
course.
brother?
Can I ask my question?
Would you give it up for your
Yeah.
brother?
Yeah,
I don't have
absolutely.
a
I'm the oldest
brother.
That
son.
should be a no-brainer. That should be a
I'm the oldest son.
no-brainer.
I have to. I'm the oldest son.
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would. I'm trying to be a little less
Okay.
knee-jerk about my response since I made the wrong response before. No, I'm being real with you. I'm trying to be real.
Respects.
No, I'm the oldest son.
No, I
grandson.
think as someone who is like who can sit like, yes, I think it would make me less of a man not to. Right now, if I had a brother, and I don't, if I had a brother, I'd expect him to try to. I'd expect it to be a fight. I'd expect it to be a fight.
And what I think is, and you know what's, and what I think is, in most happy couples between a man and a woman, the woman would push just as much to say no. Let you
But
be. You
it's
go
the
make
man's
decisions.
job to say no.
I agree, but I'm
My
saying you
wife
see
is
that
like,
how
"No."
that's a feminine thing, and
I'm
a
out.
feminine and from a feminine perspective, she might have the exact same position of like, I care for you, whatever, like let me sacrifice myself for you. So I don't even know if that's a masculine thing.
But
I
she'd
have a
listen.
question. My
That's
question
what
now.
I should.
I didn't get a chance to finish asking the
Yeah,
Haheem
go
went to
ahead.
derail him, and I didn't get a chance to ask my second part of my question.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, okay. So, do you not think testosterone plays a difference, plays a factor into the cognitive differences between males and females?
In terms of behaviorally,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit in terms of anger and like spontaneity, maybe, or something like that, or like stuff like that.
You don't think
Yeah.
that has anything to do with how we stratify gender roles?
Sorry.
You don't think that has anything to do the biological and innate differences between males and females? You don't think that has anything to do with how we stratify gender roles and gender expectations?
I think that it has had effects on how things have played out in the past and into the present, but I don't think it's an innate thing that it needs to be like that. That's where we differ. I don't agree that it needs to be like that.
Physical jobs have not disappeared, and when you look at these physical jobs like construction or like the military or like road workers, I mean, who do you think makes up these jobs?
99-1.
Do you think there's like a coincidence that like the jobs that require physical ability tend to line up and like are culturally encouraged? We can culturally encourage the people with higher rates of testosterone to do those jobs?
No, of course not. No. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
a lot of but before it used to be 100% of jobs were dependent on your physical abilities. When we were cavemen, that was 100% was
Still is
physical
to this
abilities.
day,
How
though.
much can you hunt? How much shit can you carry? That was what it used to be. And now we've moved very far away from that to where we can sit behind a computer and now our physical abilities are washed. We can work at an office and our physical abilities are washed. We can be in academia and our physical differences are washed. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah.
But construction is still a lot of.
Yeah, of course, construction.
Yeah. It's probably to. I agree that it's probably to a lesser extent when you look at like the rise of different physical forms of labor. But like that being said, that doesn't eliminate the fact that there is still like a massive market of physical labor that gender roles inform. But then also like.
But not enough for every man, right?
What about like, so we talked about like physical strength, like mental differences as well, like the effects of
You're forgetting a massive one.
Childbirth.
Childbirth.
That's a pretty fucking big thing when we're considering like how to treat people.
Okay. We are missing the point. I think that we're going down a rabbit hole, right? I want to talk about masculinity, not whether or not women are strong. Okay. I want to talk about
This is all informs what a man is.
Yeah.
Like, this is why it's important.
It's part of it.
Hold on, Wick. Higher levels of testosterone were associated with higher levels of spatial reasoning ability. That's it.
Okay. Part of being a man is regardless of what hand, and I truly believe this, regardless of what hand you are dealt in life, you have a responsibility to act with honor, dignity, and respect, right? In whatever context that puts you. That doesn't mean that women aren't also expected to do these same things. I'm just cutting off some things like, well, what about women? What about them, right? We're talking about men today, okay? And I think that we have lost the ability to identify what that means to be a man in today's society because for very good reasons, right? Because the old models were flawed, deeply flawed, but we have to develop a new model or else we're going to be in a world of hurt when it comes to the Tates and the Fresh and Fits and all these things. We need to figure out a way to appeal to the younger generation because they're the generation that feels most lost. Luckily, when I grew up, I'm a little older than Counterpoints here. I'm 39 years old, okay? When I grew up, there was very good role models for me. My dad was an excellent role model in a lot of ways. My teachers, right? I had some other male role models. My uncle, very good role models in a lot of ways. Not perfect, but good role models. And I think that again, these are compounding variables. We see a lack of fathers in the home. That's a huge crisis that we're having. We see a lack of positive role models in media and things. Role models are just I don't know. We need specifically male role models that young men can identify with. I struggle. I struggle to see any.
We need role models that are happy and proud to say, "Yes, I am a man." That's
True.
what we need.
I think a
Yes.
lot of this stuff has to start like back in the high school things. I'm not sure if these are things that are being upheld to this day, but like me being active in sports and stuff like that, every game day, where our coach was adamant about that. You're wearing a suit. You know what I'm saying? A suit and tie. You go through the whole day at school, being presenting as a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? And these words like being a gentleman or being stuff like that aren't used anymore. You got to be uber Chad instead of being, a decent, good
And
human
what it
being.
means, like, look, we can like it's almost not even important what that looks like, right? Whether it's a suit and tie or whether it's some other form of garb or uniform or things like that. What's more important is that there is one.
Yeah.
And there's not one currently. And there's a
Yeah.
lot of people celebrating the fact that there's not one. And it's causing a problem. But we are kind of winding down, and this is the reason I interjected here because I want to give people respect their time, respect their day. We got as a lot of responsibilities, as manly men that we must fulfill. So I want to give everyone here closing thoughts, closing statements, and then if you need to go, you can go. We'll open it up to people after this. If you have been watching this and think we're all wrong or missing something, or if you're a woman who wants to be on a Wick panel, jump in the Discord,
women.
jump backstage, and we can talk. But I want to give everyone some outro, tell people where they can find you, tell people closing thoughts on this. Start with Darius. Go ahead.
My name is Adarius. I live in the state of Alabama. I am currently in I'm still enrolled in undergraduate. I spent time in the United States military, and my goals after I graduated from college is to practice medicine. You can find me on Twitter at Adarius Yancey. That's all I got for you. You guys have a good day.
Hey, you too. Counterpoint.
Yep. My name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K, also Counterpoints Coliseum, and then just Counterpoints. Counterpoints is an essay channel. Counterpoints Coliseum is a debate channel where I post all my stream VODs. And then Counterpoints 40K is where I break down Warhammer 40,000 animations and cinematics and go through lore and all that kind of stuff. So if any of that interests you, just check me out, type in Counterpoints Common Spelling. Lucky for me, I am big enough now that I will be the first channel that pops. And then I'm trying to think of what else. Any closing thoughts on this? I think that the stereotypical archetypes are good. I think that they give us guidance to where we need to be. There's obviously toxic representatives of what it is to be a man, and those are pernicious and pervasive in our society. I think it's time that people stopped going through like the liberal live and let live perspective, and obviously live and let live. Don't like go kill Andrew Tate, but at the same time say, hey, Republicans and conservatives shouldn't be worshiping what is effectively a glorified Romanian pimp just because he pisses off the libs. That is cringe and it sucks and it shouldn't be happening. And so yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks for being here. Heem, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Heem. I took 8 months, 9 months off streaming to give birth to my child. Just joking.
Nice.
To have a baby though, we had to prep the house and I had to do shit with my degree and stuff. But yeah, it's good to be back. I'm back to doing panels and debates and whatever. You can catch me in the mornings at 6 a.m. Eastern time. where I do some reactions, talk to chatters, take calls. I don't know. You never know what you're gonna get. Um, Anyways, it's been nice hanging out with you guys. I think this is a productive conversation, even if we had some disagreements. But sadly, I guess I'm just too black pilled on that on whether or not a wholesome masculine content can really appeal beyond like primitive technology, YouTube channels and stuff like that. But yeah, if you want to come, I think I'm a pretty good role model. I've had struggles, I've had successes, I've I've done it all. Come catch me twitch.tv/Heem or on YouTube. You can look me up at Heemed. And yeah, man, it's been wonderful hanging out and a bunch of new faces, old face over here, counterpoints. By the way, counterpoints, you said you went swimming. Did you take the new child swimming?
No, he's
Oh.
3 weeks old, so
Oh,
not
okay.
yet.
We just took
Yeah.
our 2-month-old swimming a couple of days ago, and I was shocked she didn't cry her eyes out.
Yeah.
I was blown away.
Good instincts.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate having you, and glad to see you're back. It's really nice interacting with you. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Thank you.
Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Final thoughts here. I think kind of in agreement with counterpoints. I think the gender roles are a good thing. I think they are also informed by biology. I think they're inevitable. And I think a lot of the problems, a lot of the crisis for masculinity has come from a bunch of misandrous feminists who have been dictating to men what they believe men should be, as opposed to the needed changes in masculinity coming from within male spaces. And I think we do have to change certain things, and I do think we have to do soul searching, but never feel ashamed about who you are. Don't ever let anybody tell you, well, you're just a man, to invalidate your opinion. Your opinion's worth just as much as any other person. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Lactoid, always a pleasure. Majin.
Hey, you mind if I go after Uzmar? Because I have a question for counterpoint. Somebody, we got a mutual
Well-
friend that wanted me to ask him something.
Okay, you can ask it in the open, right? Or
Yeah.
just DM it to him. But okay, that's fine. You can go last.
Yeah.
Like Uzmark.
Yeah, so I'm Uzmark. I've got a YouTube channel. I really need to post something because I'm lazy as fuck. But anyway, masculinity is not going anywhere. I don't think there's masculinity is in a state of crisis. I'd agree with Lactoid. It does need to do a little soul searching. There are some issues that we do need to address, but we're not going to address those issues by deconstructing and stigmatizing masculinity. We need to destigmatize masculinity and like encourage and engender a real healthy, positive masculinity.
Okay. Majin.
And I am Majin. You can find me at Majin BMac on Twitter or on Instagram at MacBMajin. I'm from Portland, Oregon. I'm 38. I kind of would heme on this. I think like being a man has to be like, you have to be an example. It's again, like I said at the beginning, it's a thankless job. Just try to be the best person and try your hardest to move forward through this world and help whoever you can. You know what I'm saying? Be a model of strength. And yeah, that's my point. And
I
then
do, I
to
do want to bring up something really, really quick. I'm sorry.
hold on,
I'm
real
gonna
quick.
Really quick.
I'll hang out.
This is the most
Go ahead.
handsome panel these people have ever seen. Just throwing that out there.
Beautiful. With that said, if you like this content, like and subscribe. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button. Really helps me out more than you know. It helps the algorithm.
Got you.
And if you're on Twitch, throw me some subs and bits. I'd really like it. But let's open it up and bring some people on.
All right, real quick counterpoints. I don't want you to leave. So, we have a mutual friend named Loken, and he wanted me to ask you if you have to be a space marine from one legion, which
right back.
legion would most suit your personality?
So the personality is Blood Angels. So Blood Angels are like really nice guys until you freak them out, and then they fucking freak out and like rip your throat out. So personality wise, Blood Angels 100%. But my favorite legion, because there's chapters and there's legions. Pre-heresy Luna Wolves are fucking amazing. And basically, for those of you who are uninitiated in the Warhammer universe, the Luna Wolves are very much like the Ultramarines. They're very tactical. They're very pragmatic. They're very like going with the flow. They follow the battle in a very progressive manner that makes sense. But they have iconography of wolves, and they also like to rip people's throats out. So yeah.
What's more
I love
manly than that?
Fucking
What's more
nerd.
I love the
manly than
space
that?
wolves.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got some question havers or
Well,
commenters.
I gotta jump to
Yeah, me too.
Prime's panel, but
Good luck,
I
gang.
appreciate you. Have a beautiful
Well,
night.
bro,
We'll see you. Bye bye. If you need to go, feel free. Panel's over. Frank, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh,
Trying to find a good quote. This is this Robert Higgs one.
Don't you usually have one on your stream overlay typically?
Yeah, I forgot to change it from the last one. That's what I was looking for. I've got like a list of like 100 random quotes.
Reruns already, Scott. Ridiculous.
Dude, I've been doing this for 2 years.
I'm
right?
joking.
Like,
I'm obviously joking.
fuck out of here.
I see the love is in the air.
Hmm?
I
Always.
said I see the
I'm doing
love is in
fine.
the air.
I'm doing great.
That's great. Can I tell us about how bad the state is this episode?
Huh?
So you gonna tell us about how bad the state is this episode?
I'm looking forward to it.
Hey,
I mean, I'm always going to shit on the state since, when discussing politics and policy, it's usually the source of our problems.
Then,
What up, Counterpoints?
There we go.
Lutz, how are you?
Oh, I do hear counter. Hi.
Good evening.
Everyone's falling in.
I am
just according to plan.
I am streaming, so don't say anything too crazy.
Slur.
Man, there's so many times that N-word with the A almost came out of my mouth just because I'm like, I don't even care. But still trying to be respectful. It's almost working. All right.
I'm enjoying not having to watch what I say as much on Rumble. That is one of the nice features.
Oh, can you say the N-word with the A on Rumble?
You can say whatever the fuck you want so long as the slur.
I don't know if I'm envious of that or not.
Well, I wouldn't say the N-word with an A like targeted at people. I would say it like like
just in passing.
Like
a population.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like on Rumble you can say whatever slur you want. You just can't say like you sir are an N-word or you sir.
Oh, I would never do that.
F-word. Right. Well, yeah, exactly. It's shit no one would fucking do except for like weird fucking groipery, strange fucking Nazis would do. Like normal people wouldn't do that anyways.
Yeah.
It's not really in my vernacular to like engage in sluricide.
Right. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, for me, it's not about. It would never be about that. It would never be about using an immutable characteristic in order to insult somebody. It would be about.
I mean, to be fair, I might. I don't know if I really didn't like the person.
I would.
He's just like, if you tempt me,
Well,
on second thought,
I might insult Italians that way.
So I'll give you an example. There was a good friend of my grandfather's, right? And so for context, I come from mountain people, right? I may live in the city, but I come from Appalachian people, right? It's a very different type of redneck. Like redneck out in the country is not the same thing as people that have to shoot and murder people because they're trying to steal their ginseng, right? Like it's just a different group of people. Like they're all, most of them are outlaws. And then the old people are just like, people that the community respects and doesn't fuck with. But so anyways, my grandfather's friend, he caught his wife cheating on him, right, with a black man. And so what he did is he went to the local like Walmart that was like 40 minutes out or something and caught him there and then beat him up in the parking lot and was screaming the N-word at him and all kinds of racial epithets and everything the whole time he was beating him up. And so, oh no, he was cheating on, he was fucking his wife. So he was like, I'm gonna beat this dude's ass, right? And make him feel horrible. So then later, a police officer follows him, an off-duty police officer in his like cop car and tries to recruit him into like a white supremacist organization. Right? Because, he just saw a white dude beating the shit out of a black dude, calling him all kinds of racial epithets. So he wanted to, get him to be part of the gang. So then he proceeds to beat the shit out of that dude for being a racist. and to this day, I mean, this happened obviously like 40 years ago. I've heard him tell the story and his wife tell the story. So, I mean, like, I might be embellished, but I don't doubt that it's at least partly true. And to this day, man. Yeah. Mountain people, they're different.
Wow.
Okay. They're different. It's a different breed, but, to this day, man, I've always wanted to know what that racist, white supremacist cop face was doing while he was getting his ass kicked for being racist because he tried to recruit someone into the gang. Right. He was like, nah, I was just saying whatever would hurt him the worst. You know, like he fucked my wife. I'm gonna say the whatever I can to trigger this guy. And it's like, I don't, you know what I mean? So like,
That
there's
should be,
situations.
Yeah, that should be a debate topic. Prime is what slurs are you allowed to call somebody who fucks your wife?
Right. Like, I feel like after
I
a
gotta go
certain
grab some. I'll
point,
be
the
right back.
idea of like, the idea that like a slur is hurtful to that person, it's like, yeah, that's the point. And like, sometimes it's okay to say things intentionally to harm people's psychologically. Like, that's fine. Like, if you're fucking my wife.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Let's unpack this.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
how about let's not? Well, let's not.
But okay.
Did he
so
beat
I'm
up his?
thinking.
I was gonna ask, did he beat up his wife also?
Oh. I guess not. But Scott. Oh,
I don't think he's
not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
here.
yeah. So I'm like thinking about this, and so if a guy murders someone, and then you catch him and you beat him up while screaming the N-word, right? Like you take retribution against that guy. Is that okay? I see. I wouldn't do that. I mean, like to like another race. Like I guess I wouldn't. Like for me, it doesn't even like it's not even like in the realm of possibility. Like to just use like a slur. Like it just wouldn't cross my mind to do that. I would say all kinds of other things to them, but
Okay,
not that.
let's change the scenario. You have a daughter,
Oh boy.
and someone of another race molests, kidnaps, and tortures and murders your daughter.
Okay.
Why would it be inappropriate to say whatever you can to hurt that person the most, especially if you're doing it as a means to keep yourself from killing that motherfucker because you want the justice system to get him? What would be morally wrong with calling that person the N-word?
No, I mean I hear what you're trying to say. I don't. It's that like I've been wronged by plenty of people, but even when I'm wronged, like it just doesn't cross my mind. If all you guys here are white, like if you weren't, let's say you were, if you were
First of
Asian.
all, how dare you do that to Doobie? Second of all, I'm technically mixed race.
Doobie's not on my fucking screen, right? And he knows how I feel about Mexicans, right? I think I made that very clear.
I'm unironically like I don't know.
The camera's
single
up.
digit
My
percentage.
bad.
Native
Speak of the
American,
devil.
right? Like more than Elizabeth Warren, actually.
So is Doobie.
I'm not gonna unload on somebody for something they can't control. I'll totally unload on them for the fact that they were an evil sack of shit who like raped and molested my daughter. But like, yeah. It's like
Wait,
that's
but
bad
if
enough
it's
as it
something, if
is.
it's something that you know they might be like sensitive.
Nah,
So for
this
example, Scott,
this is bitch shit. This is bitch shit from
Shut
people
the
on the
fuck
internet that
up,
don't want to
man.
admit that they will call someone the N-word to their fucking face if they fucking did something so heinous that they don't give a fuck
I think
anymore.
that's more of a self-report
okay.
on your
Dude,
end.
dude. Like, all right, you don't know me. Like, wait.
Back on you. It's just a self-report.
You don't know me very well. All right, so let me just put this in perspective. The only thing that I'm going to be thinking about is not what I'm going to call this person, but like, how can I kill him in the most painful and slow way possible? And then, like, hoping that somebody in my immediate proximity is throwing me in a jail cell so I don't do all those things to them. That's how I roll, all right?
But he's
Why not
not
just
going to
call him
have
the
a potty
N-word?
mouth. He's not going to have a potty mouth.
Why not just call him the N-word? He's just going to stab him. You know what I mean? Like, nah, like it's stupid. Context fucking matters.
Wait, I'm going to stab him? No, I'm going to like tie him to a table and torture him for days.
No, no need to do that. Doobie, go ahead. What are you going to say?
Yeah, I think it makes sense if it's something that you're aware the person is sensitive about. So if you know that they have like a history of being sensitive about that word or about racism, whatever, yeah, go for it. But like I wonder if like you guys would say the same about like if there's like a woman who'd like been raped before or something, or someone who was molested as a child, and they were just being a total piece of shit to you, would it be okay to bring that up, throw that in their face to fuck with them? I think the answer is yes. I would do it. If they're being like an actual like piece of shit, I would 100% do it.
I don't think two wrongs make a right, personally.
Let's imagine for a second, right? That like a story breaks and we find out that Keffels was sexually molested as a child, right?
Oh boy.
And we wanted to talk
Jesus.
with shit about the fact that Keffels is a known groomer that runs pedophilic discords and tries to crack eggs and smuggles hormone replacement therapy to
I
children
don't know or
against their parents'
subscribe
wishes.
to any of this.
Yeah,
okay?
that's what
Let me make
happens.
that very
I get it.
clear.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, Prime Guys doesn't want to admit that he looked at the same fucking documents that everybody else
I
looked at.
literally
and he decided to
didn't.
keep
I
his
don't even
mouth
know what
shut.
you're talking about. I'm just hearing this actually. But
Right?
go
Yeah.
ahead.
Anyways, right? And then we find out that she was sexually molested. It's fucking fair game to bring that up, as maybe that's one of the reasons that she's such a piece of shit. And
Hold
use
on.
it to hurt her. Why not? She's a fucking grooming piece of shit.
God damn. Tell us how you really feel.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
so
not on Twitch anymore, so
I'm
I can
not-
call out pedophiles. Like,
Yeah, but I'm on
Keffels is a
fucking
fucking
Twitch.
But yeah,
pedophile.
some
Calm-
other people
calm the
are
fuck
on
down.
Twitch.
Please, knock it off.
I don't care
Um,
about other people's channel, only mine.
Yeah. Like,
yeah, but like Prime
All
is
right.
Prime just has to say, please don't do that, and then he's fine and safe from the fucking
yeah,
Twitch mobs.
Please
maybe.
don't do
Oh.
that, Scott. Please don't do that.
Okay.
He said Prime.
But look, so I'm gonna move past that. Like, but I want to looking at that example that our friend Doobie gave. So I guess, look, I can't. It would be hard for me in this situation to blame someone else, right? Not for just someone sleeping with your wife. I don't know about that part, but like if guy murdered a family member or something, or molested them, and someone did all that, right? Like spoke those slurs, it would be harder for me at that time to just like go at them. Hey, you should clean your mouth up, whatever. I guess I'm not gonna woke scold them or anything. But I just, as for myself, I guess I wouldn't think to do that. I wouldn't think to call anyone a slur, right? Like I can feel a massive amount of hate, and I can.
But you're not
direct that
saying
to
it's
people I
wrong.
can trust you.
What about
You're not
crackers?
saying it's wrong to do that.
What about honky?
It's not wrong to call someone that murdered your kid the N-word. There's nothing morally wrong about that.
Yeah.
Well, well, Scott, wouldn't you say that there's nothing morally wrong with saying anything to anybody, or like maybe I don't understand your position properly?
Yeah, the problem with the slur is attacking somebody for a mutable characteristic. That's the problem.
No, but if
I mean, like from a libertarian perspective, there's nothing against natural law. That doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's moral or immoral.
Okay. If somebody killed your kid or molested your kid and you murdered them, I wouldn't give a shit. But if you were screaming the N-word the entire time, I would have some judgment.
Wait. I'm just curious,
Why?
Scott. In like, if I'm understanding your position correctly, especially when it comes to like restitution. Like, so let's say if someone like murders someone, is there enough N-words you can say that like that is enough restitution that you don't have to kill them?
Well, so the thing is that like, it's an interesting question because value is subjective, right? And so what, like the idea of like
million N-words,
restitution,
one murder.
Right. And so, I mean, well, you start getting into like this utilitarian calculus, right? And so like, you can't really judge the value, the moral value of one N-word, right? So the only thing we can say definitively is that like, you would be stopped from arguing that the family do anything to make themselves feel better or get payment or services back. If a machine existed, right, that you could step into that would kill you, but would bring their loved one back to life. So we know that if said machine existed, that you could not argue that I not be able to kill you. And so then you get into the question of, is a certain amount of N-words worse than killing a person?
Hold on. Can we come up
you
with
know
the
what I mean?
N-word human life transaction rate? Like
That's
if
what I
Prime,
was going.
if Prime murders one of my family members, I get like 1,000
Right. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying is that like it would have to be like you would.
1,000
the thing
N-word
is that
lashings
like
to Prime.
the only appropriate answer I could give to my best knowledge of this moment is that you could say the N-word to that person forever and for all time without it ever being an issue.
So it's like I'm the fat guy from Family Guy who's like playing the trombone, or no, the guy who's playing a trombone behind fat people as they're walking down the street.
That's Doobie.
It's me following Prime, just saying the N-word every day that he wakes up. That's
Right, but it wouldn't. But again, it wouldn't like you're talking about like a legal philosophy as opposed to like what is morally right and what is morally wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so like my question
sign me
isn't
up.
about like from a legal prescription, but like when does it become morally wrong to call someone the N-word? And you know there are these idiots that have this stupid position that says it's always morally wrong to use a slur, and the answer is obviously that it's context dependent. It's just
right, but I
where
think in
you
this,
draw that line might be more or less extreme for the individual in terms of their moral preferences.
I think in this instance we're ignoring what makes it wrong, right? So it's not it.
Mhm.
What makes it wrong isn't that you're insulting the person who's like murdered your kid. I think that person deserves it. And also, I think I would totally understand if
Category of
somebody
people.
were to do that. What's wrong is that you're associating what that person did with everybody else that shares that characteristic. So now
That's an
you're
assumption of the
essentially
observer.
that,
No, that's an assumption of the observer, right? Like if I'm doing it with the express intent that the only reason I'm doing it is not actually to associate the crime with the race, but to hurt the person's feelings because I hate them and I want them to feel bad, right? Then I'm not making that association simply because I call them a slur.
No, I understand that, but and in fact, that's why I said it would be understandable if someone were to do that anyway, because that would clearly be the intent. Like I would absolutely admit that that's the intent. But the mere fact of the matter, though, is that what it is that you're saying. I'm not saying like it's wrong and that person should feel bad for saying it. I'm saying it's wrong, but it's totally understandable why that person would do that in that instance. But if you take a step back from it and look at it sort of more rationally than a person like that would be capable of in the moment, you would understand that, oh, like, everybody who like meets the definition of that slur is now responsible for that murder, right? It's like that's the problem is that it takes an entire category of people and it blames
There's no
them.
logic to back that up. There's no logic to back that up, right? Because like the slur you would have to state that the slur is the reason that they committed the crime, right? Like by your logic, white people by virtue of the media calling them white people are now all mass shooters because the media constantly says white person or another white person, and people say that all the time. And they're even more explicitly drawing the link between a race of people and a particular type of crime, right? Like just saying the slur doesn't actually make that connection. You would have to say you're an N-word and N-words do this, right? Then you're drawing the racial category to the crime itself.
So it's
but
just a
calling them a
coincidence?
slur.
Like
Not
that
all
being an
men
N-word
was
had
actually
nothing
a
to do with
phrase.
the murder?
Not all men. Yeah. Okay.
Not all men was the
No,
whole
it's
phrase. 'cause-
you saying a slur as a means of hurting their feelings. Let me change the situation. We can change it to something totally non-murder and rage-based, right? What about consent? What happens if you're engaged in race play in the bedroom and your partner wants you to call them a slur and wants to do it because that's their kink?
Well, that's a different thing.
Baby,
That's
are you
consenting.
audio recording me
Yeah,
right
that's
now? Because I'm not going to do that.
that.
I saw the Hulk Hogan tapes. I'm not doing that.
Oh man. But yeah,
Oh, shit.
consenting is consenting. It's different.
Yeah, I
right?
think we all
People
agree
can
on that
consent
one.
to
Okay,
harm.
Man,
so
that is a lefty
so-
perspective.
so if
Consent
that
is
is-
consent. Hard pass.
Listen. So since consent makes it such a big difference, why does the consent of the person who murdered my child matter?
It doesn't. It's the consent of everybody else who fits into that category who then hears you say it.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't consent to the race play when the fucking audio tapes get leaked because she has an OnlyFans and I didn't know.
They
And
consent
leaking
to it
those
when they
audio
click
tapes
on
would
that
be
link.
wrong.
All right, well, maybe we put it on Pornhub, right? I don't fucking know. Pornhub probably take it down. I don't know what their content policy is these days.
Yeah, what is their content policy with race play? This is interesting.
I don't know.
Wait,
I am actually.
can I ask something about procedure? Because I haven't
Woke
really, maybe I
Yeah.
haven't been around for a while. Is
Yeah.
like the first 30 minutes kind of just like everybody catching up with each other? Because I've kind of noticed 8 to 8:30 we kind of bullshit a little bit.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Usually there's people who are late. Now everyone just like arrived here. And I go like,
Yeah, we can get going. It's just
yeah. It's just it takes like a half hour before everyone is here. And so that's usually our time to do these things, unfortunately.
Gotcha.
I will happily move on.
Talk about Pornhub race.
Best
play
part of the
ethics.
show.
Gotcha.
Pornhub race. Actually, now I'm actually a little curious as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
It
Yeah,
is.
I'm curious what their content policy is, and I'm even more curious now. Like putting on my leftist academic brain, right?
That's like an
There's
oxymoron.
got to be.
Scott.
Hold on, pause. Are there different policies on race play on Pornhub and websites between blacks and Jews?
I
And
was
if
going to
so,
say the same
how can I
thing.
make it? How can I make an academic paper that everyone will tell me I'm amazing for seeing the inherent misogyny and racism, etc.?
No,
Because
no.
Scott,
those
it's time.
policies are
It's
different.
time for Scott to do a React Andy to Pornhub TOS.
I would. I would
Just read the
no.
whole thing.
I feel like you should. Oh man, I feel like you should then just make a legal case against it. You have to find people who are being harmed about it. So like I could jump in there. But if you have like a Jewish person here. Like,
You really want to get knee deep in the research with me, shoulder to shoulder, bro.
Jesus.
Like, what if? Okay, what if? What if? Right, so I had it was me as a black man. Don't worry, I'm going to toe the line here. Me as a black man, with a woman who was Jewish, and like in one video, she's like really laying into me, N-word,
Right.
spear,
Just being a little brat, trying to get a rise out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Let's see
yeah.
what happens when I slip an N-word in there.
And then the other one, it's reversed, and I'm curious, like which one would go down?
Right. In the second video, you just have like pennies and you throw them and you get her to bend down to pick them up, and that's when you get her ass.
You don't actually have to like give examples. Anyway, but fuck.
One of the funniest things.
Fuck
sorry,
you,
real
that's
quick before we
funny, and
go.
you know it.
One of the funniest things from Pearl hanging out with like Nick Fuentes and the Fresh and Fit guys and Sneeko all at the same time was when they were fucking wiling out because they were on like Rumble or some shit. So they were saying like crazy, insane, racist shit, and you just kind of see her like creeping like out of frame. Like she's just like slowly moving out of the camera.
I didn't know there was this side to them. Who could have guessed?
Who could have guessed?
Like,
Nick Fuentes.
Who could have seen? Who could have seen the America First people being racist?
Well, to be fair, like 3 out of the 4 people on screen are black or Hispanic, so it's fucking wild.
All right, well, we've come close enough to getting my stream banned. So let's back away from all of this, please.
You mean getting clips that get spread around and increase your popularity? You're welcome.
That would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. All right, well, any which way. And yeah, to people, look, guys, like you guys should like come like the first ever. You guys should just come at the start of the stream. People trickle in pretty slowly, but you guys missed so much at the very start of the stream. Some of our best stuff, honestly, but it is what it is. All right. Hello, all. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of individuals with us. I'm very happy to have them. If you've been enjoying this content so far, and I don't know, it does say something about you. It's probably a self-report, like Corey said, if you're enjoying this content. But consider subbing to the channel, or following the channel, or YouTube, subscribing, and whatever. You know the things to do on media platforms, right? By now you should know, so I shouldn't have to tell you. But do those things. It would be much appreciated. Do support the channel. It's the only way I can keep bringing you this content. All right, moving on. We're going to introduce people. We'll start, as always, with my man Lactoid.
Yeah, you can Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I am fresh off the heels of defending men successfully against rabid feminists. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to more W's tonight.
Sorry, where was this?
Yeah, Whick had a panel. Counterpoints was on there. He actually had the right opinion as well this time around.
One of the feminists, I'm sure.
No, he was actually pretty good.
I'm choked.
Very misogynist.
That says it all.
Yeah. Okay. So wonderful. And sorry guys about the black screens. Hold on. That that shouldn't happen, but let's see. Let's see if I can. Nope. Okay, it's still happening. All right, hold on. Don't worry, guys. I'll take care of this. It's super annoying thing that Stream Labs does. All right. Well, I'll have to figure that out later on. Hey, what if I move it here? Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys. If I move this here.
I'm just glad it's not my fault this time.
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
I believe in you. You can do this.
All right. So I think I might. I got it right. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't do this. Okay. Hold on. I think everything's good. We'll find out. Sorry, everyone. The Stream Labs, StreamYards, whatever it is I'm using, OBS, does this sometimes. It's really annoying. Okay, moving on. Scott, thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty, libertarian, anarchist. You can catch me on Rumble Live. Just search for Fabian Liberty on Rumble, or you can follow me on Twitter or YouTube. You know, we finally got away from the oppressive bullshit of Twitch and seeing all of the bullshit coming down from Twitch here this last week and what they're trying to force on you guys. It's not a moment too soon, I guess. Twitch is doing everything they can to destroy their platform. So happy to be gone.
Okay, moving on. Corey, thanks so much.
Always grateful to be here. And I'm glad Scott, like I said before, is embracing the free platform, the free, less oppressive platform, Canadian platform of Rumble. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research and news. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces. Thank you.
Socialists do it better when it comes to social media, when it comes to sex. All right, let's go to our friend counterparts.
Interesting. Yeah. Hi, my name's Connor. I'm pretty. I think I've landed on like centrist authoritarian. I think that's where like I want to take the extreme left and right and like smash their heads together until it turns into a crude red paste. But the main things that I do are I have Counterpoints 40K where I do Warhammer 40K animation reviews, and then I have Counterpoints Coliseum where I post beautiful debate VODs like this. And then I have Counterpoints, which is just an essay channel where if you want to hear me rant about political subjects for 20 minutes, then you can do that as well. So yeah, happy to be here. Happy to be with these fine folks again.
I would still like to be invited back, Counterpoints, to another one of your debates.
The heated hippie? Yeah, sure. We got to come up with a subject. We just did the Trump indictment a couple of days ago. But yeah, as soon as we have a topic for next week, if it fits, I'll get you on.
All right, cool. Next, Tiberius, thank you for being here as well.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Tiberius D. I think most of you all know me. I see a lot of familiar faces out there. But yeah, I talk geopolitics along with a little bit of ethics and morals and just kind of like why we do things and why the guy that disagrees with you isn't necessarily wrong or you are. Yeah, as far as my politics, I'm just disowned by everybody. I'm not left enough to be left. I'm not right enough to be right. But I do fancy myself as what Republicans should be, but just you don't have the damn dignity to be. But anyway, without further ado, thanks for having me here.
I go.
Hi, ICAR Rich, same spelling on Twitter. That's the only other platform I'm on right now. A little bit busy week for me, Prime, so I was a little touch to go today whether I could arrive or not, but it's Nationals week for debate. So the National Debate Tournament started today. So there's a lot going on with our squad.
Okay, and you guys made it to Nationals.
I had a couple kids make it to Nationals, yeah.
Ah, man, that's fantastic. Love to see it.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know, our friend Iko here is a premier debate coach. And he obviously has produced results for his kids. So I'm really happy for you. I hope they make it or win the thing, right? But prove themselves to be debate masters.
Thanks,
and by proxy,
we'll see.
your glory will grow. And last but not least, our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie. How are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So I was going to jump immediately into the topic, but like I need to like deliver this news. Seems Pat Sajak, the host of Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah. He says next season is his last.
After like 40 or something, or 50? I don't even know at this point.
What the fuck is Wheel
I
of
just-
Fortune?
Shut
It's,
up.
it's I think it's either before or after Jeopardy.
It's that show that you used to
I-
watch with your grandma whenever you were growing up. You know.
You guys can all wallow in your grief for a moment if you need it.
What about Vanna
Uh,
White? Is that also her last?
That's a good
Good.
question, actually. I need to read the article. I just read the headline, but
She
like,
should be the new host.
that would be interesting.
I
so
mean,
that-
yeah, I would agree.
But I'm curious, like, okay, just very quickly. Like, the thing is that she's like very honest about it. She's like, my job is fucking nothing, right? It's like less than nothing than it was before.
Yeah, is it like touching screens now?
Before she was like turning panels, right? To like for the letters, but now they
Right.
have the electronic screens. If you notice, like she barely taps them, right? And she doesn't even tap most of them. She just like goes around, taps like a few of them, but the rest of them light up any which way. They literally do not need her at all, and I think she loves it. So I'm curious if does she want to be the host and actually have responsibility for the first time in decades? I don't know.
I think they should switch. Pat should go to just touching the screens and just walking around up there.
Nice.
In heels. In
In his
heels.
bathrobe.
Okay. All right, moving on. Topic 1. At 8:30 exactly. See, this is how we do it here, Connor. New York City has mandated that food delivery drivers be paid a minimum of $18 an hour plus tips. This surpasses the citywide $15 an hour mandate. Is this a success story for workers who might lose their job to accommodate the change? Is this a success story for restaurants who have long complained about the tiny margins that Uber Eats and DoorDash provides? Is this a success? Is this a win for consumers who will likely pay higher prices? Yeah, so this just happened the other day. Mayor Adams announced this. So it was like a citywide mandate that, would these food delivery drivers, I'm not sure if they're just app-based or if it's just all food delivery drivers blanket, not quite sure. But in any case, they have to be paid $18 an hour plus tips. And there's some interesting, because there's so many stakeholders involved in this. I find it especially interesting the restaurants and how the restaurants might feel about this, considering, again, those tiny margins. I can go more in detail to that later. But yeah, we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I'm going to start with a general statement in that minimum wage generally is fucked. And there is no justification to dictate the terms of an association in a country that is supposed to stand behind free association as a founding principle. Minimum wage increases both crime and unemployment, according to Biden's White House own analysis. There was a paper they released a while ago in which they admitted this would lead to these outcomes. Why delivery drivers deserve even more is bizarre. And of course, this is going to hurt both restaurants, who, like both pointed out, have incredibly razor-thin margins, and consumers. Consumers because now they will need to pay more, and restaurants because they're going to lose out on their business. Further, this is ableist, as disabled people who rely on food delivery will now need to pay more in order to get their food. Whatever the pay of the job is, whether it be growing food or delivering it, this pay should be entirely dictated by what people choose to pay, as comes with free association. Anyone who believes otherwise, I believe to some extent, people who are involved in it have a little bit of an entitlement mentality. And I think generally you're not entitled to the money of other people. You should have to get them to agree to give it to you, as any kind of free trade dictates. So,
okay. Scott, I imagine will have a completely opposite take. He generally doesn't agree with Lactoid. Opposite sides of the spectrum.
We get the good takes out first, and then we go through that.
Yeah. So this is one where we obviously completely agree. Abolish minimum wage. Minimum wage. If we were to take the value structure and the form of analysis of the critical theorist, then minimum wage is both ableist and racist and gentrification. Its impact always impacts the lowest socioeconomic status Americans. What it does is it is this idea that everyone deserves a living wage for every type of work, and this is bullshit. It's not true. Some jobs are priced out of the market because of minimum wage that are jobs that aren't meant to be living jobs. Thomas Sowell gives a great example of this in Basic Economics, where he talks about the job that used to exist that was mostly done by teenagers and kids that were learning the value of work, which was going up and down the aisle in movie theaters and taking people to their seat. was a wonderful service, but it's not worth minimum wage. And so they just get rid of the service. The service no longer exists. And what this does is puts economic pressure on poor people that are already at the end of the distribution, because now they have more competition in the labor market. It is harder for them to get a job. And all of this actually suppresses wages. Minimum wage does not change the value of a dollar. It doesn't change the value of an hour's worth of labor either. So when you raise the minimum wage, all you do is increase inflation, because if your labor is valued at a certain point, then that money has to come from somewhere. And once that money starts trickling through all of the different processes, it leads to increased prices, increased taxes, increased difficulty of so many other things. And eventually what you end up with is, yay, we raise the minimum wage. Now food delivery is more expensive. To give the left their fair shake, the reason that this exists is because people that are doing this are also using their car. And so the argument is that they need a higher minimum wage because they're putting stress on their car. It's a stupid argument. It's unhelpful. And then the last thing I want to say is, in terms of the businesses, the restaurants that have very small margins, this is on purpose. You know, people bitch about business because they don't understand business, and they bitch about economics because they don't understand economics. That is a majority of the people that are complaining. The reason restaurants do this at razor thin margins is because it's still profitable to them. It's not profitable so much as it is the direct profit they get. It's profitable because sometimes people do not want to sit down at a restaurant and try their food and try their experience. What they'll do is they'll order it on an app, determine that they really like the food there, and then they'll say to their friends, we should go check this restaurant out sometime. It's a form of marketing. It's a form of driving business to those establishments because they try the food first. So there you go.
Thank you. Corey.
I'll try to keep it brief. So there are definitely some valid points that Lactoid brings up, and Scott as well. And while even though I'm generally in favor, largely for raising minimum wage, I do not see it as universally good across the board, as in there appear to be some circumstances where some minimum wage can have some deleterious effects, as in, for example, some data I've seen of, like, if you raise minimum wage, for some part-time workers, companies end up adjusting their hours so that they start working less hours as a result of that, et cetera, et cetera. So I definitely can see some potential detrimental effects of raising minimum wage. But all that being said, when it comes to this specific circumstance, where they're like an independent contractor, I pretty much am in favor of giving this a try. As of right now, I can see it going both ways, but I'm pretty much in favor of giving this a good go because I think this can lead to good outcomes. And I'll leave it there for now.
Counterpoints.
I am in favor of this policy because it is racist, sexist, and ableist.
Try.
No, okay, non-meme answer. I think that the end goal of having people be employed and able to afford their standards of living is fine. I think that the policy is dog shit for the reasons that Lactoid and Scott mentioned, which is basically the cost will be passed on to the consumer, the cost will be passed on to the logistics of the businesses, and what you're going to have is a weaker service with, basically less access to people who want that service. However, that being said, I still wouldn't be principally opposed to the wage of these workers being $18. What I would say is abolish the minimum wage and bring back unions. The unions could be free association. The unions could be, they have to follow certain standards because they were unions who were engaged in criminal behavior. But I would have no problems if the food service workers came up and they said, we're contract labor. You're paying us dog shit. We're running our cars into the ground for you as a business. You are not paying it. You're paying us what seems to be a good rate wage up front. But when you factor in the wear and tear to our vehicles, we're actually breaking even, and we might as well be doing minimum wage work. So as a result, we want these standards of care for our vehicle. We want this for, per diem, fuel mileage, health benefits, pay, whatever. And I have no problems with them as a category of worker doing that. So fuck the minimum wage, but in general, the end game of the priority of the policy is admirable.
Okay, Ty.
Yeah. So first things first, when it comes to minimum wage, in economic theory, basically is that it's kind of a trap. You can do some good with it. We've seen basically what we call the demand curve be pushed up with it on some regards, but on the other side is that it's price floor. And when you have price floors, is that you get price distortions and you get market distortions because of that. Now, the other side of that is that what is the ethical like foundation of what a minimum wage is? Is that we're basically saying, hey, look, you can't pay anybody this. Like you have to meet a certain threshold here. And I actually openly support that. There's a certain point where I'm just like, I don't care if you want to just call them a delinquent or whatever. If you're taking $5 to mow people's lawns every 2 hours, fuck that shit. You should not be working. So anyway, moving on forward is that
I thought you were done. Sorry.
yeah, I
Continue.
apologize. No, I had to stop there for a second. Anyway, yeah, just moving on forward with that. When it comes to this kind of a work, I've done it myself. I have worked for DoorDash for over 4 months at one point. I get why people want to do that. I get where it kind of works for some folks. The problem is that if there is any industry right now that I think is like just on the ethical ledge of just being outlawed, it's this one because of the reasons that Connor actually said. Is that on the front door? Yeah, it's like, hey, you can make $30 an hour. Sounds great, but it's not secure. It's not consistent. And it gets to the point where, yeah, you're paying money out the nose for, more car insurance and wear and tear and all this to where you're barely breaking even. And that's if you're good at it. I absolutely have no problem with these folks trying to go after them in this particular way, or I'm sorry, not in this particular way, but just going after this industry. The problem is that as an administrative point of view, I don't think this is going to work. I think they should have just actually put in the political capital to raise the minimum wage for everyone in New York City to $18 an hour, and you would actually have done more good in that regard. I'll end with that.
Okay, I go.
I also okay, so I'm kind of on the fence about this. Like, I kind of agree with Corey's idea that it should be studied, and so the extent to which it should be studied, I guess we should have some areas like try to do it and see what's going to happen. I'm very skeptical that something like this is going to work. Like I do think that even though it'll make the price of food more expensive, like it seems as if there's no limit to what people are willing to pay to have food delivered, though. So I think that we will see like increased prices when something like this happens. But I think people we're just incredibly lazy. Like people are willing to pay a lot to have their food delivered instead of having to just go like 2 blocks down the road and pick something up. Like I've done the math myself. Like I've ordered from these services before, and I think the first time I actually went and picked it up instead, I was like shocked at how much less it was when I went to go pick it up, to the point where it's almost income to choose to pick up your own food at a restaurant, because by going to pick it up, you just earn $10 in 10 minutes. And that's nowhere near what the people who are like driving for these services are making. And so I do think that it's almost a stupid tax, both when it comes to the people who are ordering the food and for the people who are delivering the food, because they don't realize it when they're doing it. But all of the wear and tear on the car and all these sort of extra associated costs with doing the job are something that they often don't calculate in their heads when they choose to do these things. And so they end up like having to get like a new car like 2 years earlier than they otherwise would. And all of a sudden they're surprised like when they don't have the resources to do that because they weren't making those calculations. So I'd like to see like what the outcome of this is like several years down the road. Like I've been a big critic of people who say, oh, that minimum wage jobs have these like sort of big negative consequences, because then the studies come out and it turns out to be fine. Like what happened in Seattle, for instance. But here, I really do think that some of those negative outcomes may result both on the consumer side and on the employee side. And I really would like to see that data.
Okay, and Doopy.
So it's really unfortunate, but I agree with Lactoid and Connor and Scott and their way of thinking on this. So suck.
Well, yeah, we're a fucking boss, so of course you would. All right, so I'll give my opinion. This man, he's used to crushing people under his boot. So
wait, which
forming
positions?
Consensual contracts, okay?
You support Connor's position because it's sexist, ableist, and racist? Is that the one?
Yeah. So I'll give my opinion, right? As the only tough, strong lefty. Well, Corey's a good lefty.
I'll back up the lefty side. It's okay.
All right, but absolutely, we should have a minimum wage. Putting it out there. We'll talk about that, I'm sure. But look, Aiko kind of stole a few of the points I was going to make there. But I think that it makes sense that if you want this service, right? If you want this service, you want to go pay, get someone to deliver it to you, then like you're gonna have to pay some sort of premium. I'm okay with the consumer paying more for this. I occasionally order from this restaurant. I don't use Uber Eats. I order directly from the restaurant, but they have delivery, and I would take that delivery. It would be great, but like I stopped doing it because of exactly what Aiko said. It was like it was tips. It was actually the tip, right? Because I'm not gonna like let this guy go up on a tip, and I just wanted to save the tip, and so I would just like end up driving, you know. So like there's a premium to this service, and you just gotta have to accept that. And if that premium includes people being able to properly support themselves and their family, then it's one that we should all be happy to pay. It simply is the case. I think it's interesting that we don't question when bosses decide to just like raise prices. When that happens, I don't see all this fretting, especially on the right, about what are the consequences of all these things. No one seems to care, but they care a lot when workers fight for themselves. And last thing I'll say to Aiko, really, you said it was the stupid tax on people because they're not calculating the wear and tear on their car. I would disagree with that. I think one, Aiko, did you
Scared
leave?
him off.
Did I win? Okay. Well, I'll just say my point. Yeah. So I think a lot of people do calculate that one or the other, but even if they don't, you cannot eat your car. That's what people don't forget or don't remember. You can't eat your car. Yes, it's true. You're taking value out of your car. It's like a loan you're taking out of your car. You're taking value from there and you're putting it in your mouth and the mouths of your family. So it's a perfectly rational like calculation to do such a thing. So I disagree with calling it a stupid tax. All right, everyone else.
So Primekaz, what you're really describing from like an Austrian perspective is high versus low time preference, right? And so this is a market. This is an understanding of individuals and how they choose to invest and spend their money, right? So free markets encourage low time preference, whereas socialism encourages high time preference, right? Which is to say, a high time preference means that you want the money now, and you're less likely to invest, or you're more likely to spend extra discretionary spending now, as opposed to putting it away for something later. Right. So individuals that tend to do ride share or, delivery services, they have very high time preference. They want the money now, and they value the money now more than they value the future, more than they devalue the future costs to damage to their vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. Whether or not that's a good decision, honestly, that just depends upon the person, right? Like, I think you kind of both could look at that, right? If someone can't eat right now, right, then obviously they're going to tend towards high time preference to figure out a way to make money right now in the hopes that they figure out something in the future, or that they get a better job because they view this as like a temporary thing, et cetera. But yeah, what I find interesting about both Eichhorich and Primekaz's explanation is that they kind of defeat their own argument with their own preferences and choice, which is to say, you both recognize that as costs go up, that it's not a perfectly elastic good, like let's say oil, right? Like oil is the closest thing we have to a perfectly elastic good. Like no matter how expensive oil is, you still need it to manufacture and mass produce things and ship things. So you're basically willing to pay the price of oil unless it gets so fucking high that it's worth investing millions of your own money to find alternative fuel sources, right? But you just proved that like food delivery is not that elastic, actually. Is that like it reaches a certain point where it becomes a luxury, it becomes, as opposed to just a simple convenience, and therefore you're going to use the program less, which means there will be less available jobs. And you specifically explain how putting in a new price floor on the wages of these workers means less available jobs in the market, means less people can actually do this position. And when there's less people working at all with no money, That means that's more competition in the labor market, which drives down wages and makes everyone poorer. That's what fucking minimum wage does, is it increases poverty. And in the short term, before the inflation kicks in, because inflation takes a while for it to balance out,
Let's
right?
go.
Immediately.
Let him finish. He's not wrong.
Inflation takes a while to bottom out. And so what companies do is they understand that the inflation's not going to kick in for a year or two when these wages come up. So they invest now before the inflation kicks in on automation to get rid of jobs because it's cheaper for them to do so. Like that's what you're encouraging is less jobs and more poverty when you argue for a minimum wage.
So
I got one.
Before I go, if Counter wanted to jump in, then I'll let him go.
Yeah,
I
okay.
can respond
So
later
thi-
on.
but
And
thi-
Ty,
this
do
is
you want to go
why-
after?
Yes, I do.
This
Go ahead,
is
Connor.
Why, I think that unions are an okay thing, especially if they're voluntary, especially if they're not compelled, especially if they have like a broad enough influence in order to negotiate with wages and all that kind of stuff. Because I think that if you were a part of a union and you're just, I don't know, like retail, restaurant, whatever, and you're working at a smaller shop, it's a mom and pop business, and they're like, hey, I can literally only pay you $5 an hour because we're just getting started, et cetera, et cetera. You as the collective employees could say, hey, that's acceptable. We can do that. This is a starting business. We're trying to figure it out. We'll accept that even though we're not getting health, vision, dental, et cetera, et cetera. And then a different company of a different size that has billions of dollars or millions of dollars in order to spend, and they're just spending it in ways that don't reinforce the wages, they can say, hey, listen, we've kind of looked at the books a little bit, and we know that there's a little bit of extra money more than you're saying. Let's go ahead and negotiate this shit. And so for me, the unions can be, not necessarily because people are like, pretty selfish bastards, but they can be good tools of market balance between the worker and the institution. Whereas right now, we're balancing everything to the institution.
There's a big problem with what you're saying. Everything you're saying is true for skilled labor. Because for skilled labor, like welding, for example, you can form a voluntary union and it's difficult to replace you. It's really difficult to replace welders, right? Because there's a very limited pool of people that can do it. And even of the pool of people that can do it, they also have to learn like how that company prefers things done, et cetera, right? When you're talking about ride share and you're talking about food delivery service, the company can literally just fire every person in the union and get new people in the next fucking day because there's no skill involved in that job other than you can drive a car, which most Americans in populated areas can do, which is where these places focus anyway. So there's not a lot of food delivery out in the country or something.
Exactly.
And I
don't disagree with your philosophy. It just won't work.
Yeah, okay, quick rebuttal, and then I know Ty wants to go. I would make it legally mandatory that somebody cannot be fired merely for being a part of a union that's negotiating.
It's no longer voluntary union. Right
Okay,
now, you've using the state to enforce. You're using political power and force and violence.
Let me clarify voluntary then. By voluntary, I mean that workers can choose to join it and be represented by it, or they can choose to not join it and be represented by it.
Yeah, but you just created the free rider problem and exacerbated it with the power of the state. you just made it more expensive for no reason without actually helping workers.
No, I think plenty. Sorry, Ty needs to go, but no, I think sensible adults could come to a negotiation between like wages, purpose, profit, all that kind of stuff, particularly if they're all invested in the well-being of the institution long term.
I got a lot of faith in people, but not that much. That's just not how the evidence works out.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in people, but I'll actually back up Connor on this one. Like unions can be great, but there is a threshold here. You're absolutely right on this, Scott. Like it's a lot harder to make a union power effective whenever you're talking about unskilled labor. But if there's anyone who probably needs the beneficial protections that unions can bring, it is unskilled labor. Yeah, it's harder. It requires more work, but like they're really the guys that are getting screwed left, right, and center because politics doesn't give a shit about them because they have no bargaining power. Economics barely gives a shit about them because they have no bargaining power. Union gives them both. Like that's literally the number one thing you want to do as an investment, unless you are like trying to get an ESOP program going along to where you're actually like slowly becoming a part-time earner in your company. So table that conversation. That
would actually be dope. No, that would actually be dope. Like an ESOP model for rideshare program. That's probably the perfect place for an ESOP to work.
Well,
Let's
okay,
fucking
well,
go.
can somebody explain ESOP? Because
Yeah, I don't know what
it's
that
a better
is.
solution. I don't care.
Yeah,
Like,
ESOPs are basically stock sharing programs to where you, as part of your payment, you are given like a certain amount of stock in any kind of company, and therefore you're like made into an owner. You can use that as a retirement. You can use it as a borrow against. It's just literally it's not liquid assets, standing assets that you're
But it's also
slowly
to
accruing.
be
Right.
fair, ESOPs usually also have voting power. So people with more seniority and people with higher jobs get slightly more stock, and then those individuals have more say for voting. So like the janitor that's been there 20 years might have slightly more say than like an accountant, but the accountant gets quite a bit up front. There's like A and B shares. It gets kind of complicated, but imagine you took a co-op, the best things of a co-op and the best things of like a corporation, and you put them together.
Okay,
They
so
work in some
can I-
places, they fail utterly in others.
Yeah, so I wanted to address this real quick, just because this Publix in the Southeast is my favorite example of a private company that does stock sharing with employees, and
It's an ESOP.
they have like they are so sick because basically like you have people literally with Down syndrome because it's like I think it's like a relatively Christian organization or whatever. They specifically hire cashiers with like mental and physical disabilities in order to be stock clerks. They work there for 20 years, but because they have like a certain base level of stock availability at each like age, like where if you work there for like 3 years, you get a basic amount of shares, but you can buy more. And then, if you're there for 10 years, you can buy more, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's literally just people who haven't spent a dime or spent an ounce of their energy in studying investment, but because they got company stock and the company does well and they guard the interest of all the employees and the institution, they're retiring as like, they're not retiring as millionaires, but they're retiring with like 700 grand as a 50-year-old or 60-year-old person with a physical or mental disability, which is amazing.
Yeah, no, I think an ESOP model business that had enough capital investment could probably destroy Uber Eats and DoorDash and stuff like that. Probably be a little bit more expensive though. Be a little bit more expensive, but you'd get your food on time and you wouldn't be missing shit because people would give a fuck.
Ty, I think you wanted to say something else.
I do have one more thing. It was actually my own point regarding this. So, like Scott's general analysis of minimum wage, I largely don't disagree with. The problem is like we're in this really weird time that's kind of a vacuum that I think that we want to capitalize on. I want to throw that out here real quick. Usually, if you're talking about the time of the boomers, right? Like when you have people who are just competing for wages and you're pushing the market down because you've got a shitload of labor. He's absolutely right. The problem is that right now, and I don't know how long this is going to last, but at least by the demographic data, it should last 15 years, is that we're in a worker shortage. We are actually seeing more jobs created and holding and maintain than actual people who want to work those jobs, which means the cost of labor for the last 3 years has been going up pretty significantly. It's been a little slow, for some folks compared to others, but the floor is rapidly rising. I think that most minimum wages are just going to be completely useless, even the $15 ones in urban areas, because of how quick this is going to go. Anyway, to flash this out is that if you want to use minimum wage to actually actively help push up the floor, I think this is the one exception where this is the time to probably do it, because you will have it riding along with people who are still going up anyway.
I go.
That was exactly the point I was going to make. Was that we are now? I didn't really tie this to demographics, but we are, because of the time period that we're in, post-COVID recovery, where unemployment is
post-lockdown recovery. Blame the government, not the disease.
Well, yeah, you're right. Diseases are good. I forgot about that. But but I do think that I think demographics also sort of kicks into this. I think you're going to, although I think some of that's disguised by the fact that boomers are exiting the labor pool. So the LFPR is going to continue to rise because they're exiting the labor pool. But of course, that creates an even bigger problem, which means they're all going on Social Security here soon. So that's going to be its own problem that sort of runs parallel to this issue. But I think the fact is, you're also going to see a lot of retirees sort of picking up a lot of these jobs, and that won't be reflected in LFPR because they're like, we don't measure anyone over age 65. So it's going to be a little bit harder to measure what labor participation does in the next 10 to 15 years. But I do think that if we can leverage this opportunity now, to lock in the value of labor, we can have some idea of how to go forward after that. I just don't know what to do with about the fact that this is all temporary.
So
but what you're highlighting is a non-problem then. And even you said lock in the value of labor. There is no value of labor. Get that commie bullshit out of here, right? Get labor theory of value out of here. Pushing a rock up a hill and back down a hill for no reason has zero fucking value unless someone has some psychic profit from seeing the work be
Oh
done.
my god, can I address this? Because there's a fucking there's a straw man to labor theory of value, and then there's a steel man to labor theory of value, okay?
Go
And
for it,
by the
Connor.
way, I'm not even saying Marx fucking understands this shit, because I'm pretty sure his fucking dumb old crotchety
Well,
ass.
considering it was different in Das Kapital 1 and 3, obviously he doesn't.
Okay, yeah. So basically, like the sorry, this is like a really frustrating conception for me. So I understand like using the market in order to determine like wages, all that kind of stuff. I think it's more effective than labor theory of value ever could be. I feel like labor theory of value is like shooting into the dark. However, the truth is that institutions do not work without people providing the services that are required in order for them to function. And as a result of those functions being performed, there is then money that is created that can be either turned into capital, or it can be turned into reinvestment, or it can be turned into X, or it can be turned into Y and turned into Z. What most pro-labor people are arguing for, not socialists and not communists, but what most pro-labor people are arguing for is that if the worker bees are going to dedicate half of their waking lives to turning the machines of capital, then they shouldn't have to work 60 hours a week in order to collapse exhausted into a fucking bed and then not have time to raise their own families. And increasingly, with the K economy, where some people are rich beyond fucking measure and some people can't get by with both parents, or like one parent working 2 jobs and the other parent working a full-time job while having kids, I'm deeply sympathetic to the people who are a part of the system who say the system is no longer working for roughly a third of the economy.
What does a fucking price floor do to that? Like that's the problem. Is that
Well,
like
that's why I want unions.
recognizing that there's a problem doesn't actually, and then just coming up with some cock-brained idea that's been proven to not work isn't a fucking solution. The problem is that this is
Do you have a
more-
problem with the idea that capital and institutions don't function without their workers?
No, you need land, labor, and capital as a means of production. Like those three things are necessary for production: land, labor, and capital.
So do you think it's bad? Maybe not like economically. Just take economics, just take it out of your brain real quickly. Do you think that if we had a functioning economy in which institutions were able to profit and thrive, but the workers were able to live like reasonably decent and comfortable lives, would be preferable to one in which the institutions are utterly thriving? Like they're doing whatever the fuck they want to do. They're making money hand over fist, but then you effectively have a third of the population that is kept as indentured servants.
No, I completely agree with you. That's why we need to get rid of minimum wage and get rid of crony capitalism that causes this to be the problem.
Okay.
You know, do things that actually work as opposed to things that we know don't work.
Also making money hand over fist.
My problem, just real quick, my problem is that while I'm talking about like labor and how unions could negotiate like something that works with institutions and all that kind of stuff, I think of the average person as an absolute retard. I think of the average person as like 80 IQ. So when I hear like free market total people be like, oh yeah, you as an individual can negotiate the wages that you are worth, I just think of like sub-zero fucking IQ burger flippers who can barely fucking tie their fucking tennis shoes, let alone negotiate a higher wage. So
if you're a sub-zero burger flipper, then you're probably not worth that much to an employer, number one. But number two, let's say you are, but you're also a retard, right? The fact of the matter is I've got nothing against unions. I've got nothing like I have against the state enforcement of them. I have nothing against unions or people having information or activists telling people like, hey, you know, you're worth more than this. You know, like information failures occur within a market. What I'm saying specifically on this topic is that every way that you look at it, minimum wages don't help. And like just doing it because it feels good is bad.
Okay, I
Yeah, so
haven't
so
contested that.
counterpoints.
Sorry, final
Counterpoints.
point.
No, one second. I'm saying you can do it. Then we got Lactoid who wanted to jump in. And Ty, I do want to actually respond to what Scott said previously. But all right, go ahead. Counterpoints.
Okay, so this is why I'm a centrist fascist. This is why I've arrived at my politics. Okay, I think that retarded people, despite being retarded, deserve decent lives as well. So just because they're stupid or they work basic jobs or the market doesn't like them or they got fucking ball cancer when they were 2 years old and now they're operating with one testicle does not mean that they are not deserving of a decent life.
Counterpoints, 100% agreed. That's why you don't want fascism, because they put those people in camps.
Lactoid.
I had two quick things. The first thing is, there's an assumption here when you're talking about making money hand over fist. Uber's profit margins are pretty shit in terms of how much money they actually make. I'm pretty sure they've been in the negative almost every single year, every single quarter. They lose a lot of money, right? In fact, the problem is they're not making enough money, right? That's actually one of the negatives of that industry. First thing, so they're not making money hand over fist. They're not expropriating all this money from the laborers. They're actually losing money in terms of they're not getting the good end of the stick in terms of that relationship. First of all, second of all, when you're talking about, I guess going back to your ultimate, and this is more theory, I suppose. When you're talking about your general, the worker bee coming back and not having enough time to relax or anything like this. Two things. First of all, no, I don't think it's fair just because in any kind of market, whether it be an economic market or a sexual market or a relationship market or any other forms of interaction that people have with each other, because that's all a market is, right? That's why it's determined by consumer value and not anything else. I don't think it's fair to dictate terms of what people must associate with when they don't want to, first of all. And second of all, overall median income has been going up for like every quartile going back decades. So like when you're talking about like the economy's not working for people anymore, well, the poorest among us are better off than they were 40 years ago. So, I mean, what do you mean by not working for us anymore?
So I'm pretty sure that cost of living has gone up pretty significantly in reference to pay, and on top of that,
Medium is no, like income, like per capita. That like real income per capita is controlling for inflation, and that's been going up for every quintile.
It's only going up for the top two.
No, that's not true.
It's staying stagnant, it's staying equal for the second quintile, and it's going up for the top quintile.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Ty. Because honestly, I wouldn't have thought of that unless you brought it up, and that's one of the things that I wanted to say last time you brought up this point. Just because the top earners are making shitloads more, and then you have the number go up, doesn't mean that the entire group is profiting. This is part of the reason why we're talking about the K economy, where effectively, because of COVID, the shutdowns, not the disease, because the disease is base. Killing boomers is awesome. The shutdowns, basically,
Saved
effectively, what
Social
happened
Security for a few months,
is a lot.
Wait, this isn't true.
People, so all right, you and Ty fight it out.
We'll have to. You can look that up, so it's not average like real wages. You look at median real wages. Those have been going up, and then you can break it down by quintile, and it's going up for everybody.
Yeah, it's been going up, but then if you couple that with just like the general expenditure rate, look at the difference between like 1980 and now. How much does an average house cost you per wage for 1980 versus now? It's almost double.
Yeah,
literally.
You can look at very specific
education. Hold on. Right. Let me clarify. You're both right, and the reason you're both right is that Lactoid, you're correct in terms of general inflation rate, and Tiberius D, you're correct in terms of asset inflation. Yes. Home ownership has the expense of home and rent has skyrocketed. Much of that caused by the financial crisis and quantitative easing from the Federal Reserve. But nevertheless, setting that aside, that it's the government's fucking fault, like it is always, is that you're both right in this regard, that it is more expensive to be poor technically once you factor in rent costs and once you factor in like the cost of owning a home.
Yeah, but Lactoid, it's kind of funny to me that you were thinking that like people were like making shit up. So like, okay, so being poor in America, like I'm sure it is better than whatever, like fucking 30 years ago. Guess what? You got a smartphone. It's worth $1,000. It connects you to the entire internet. You can look at porn on it. It's pretty cool. You can afford a 65-inch TV. They're like $300 now. That's awesome. I love it. cars, just the mere technology of cars and how they've advanced over the past century is fucking amazing. And the fact that we even consider it normal for working class and middle class people to own motor vehicles, cell phones, and TVs and internet access and all that kind of stuff is all amazing creations of capitalism that I will never fucking deny. However,
Don't forget refrigeration and AC.
yes,
All of it.
amazing things. However, I feel like the working class has felt like they've been getting pinched since the 60s and 70s, in which point you allegedly, just off of shit I've read, the middle class, the people who were able to work a single job and have mom stay at home and pay their bills, that like fantasy of the American experience is increasingly not happening. And what is happening is two people working in order to survive, and one of those people working a fuckload in order to survive, and them not having time for their kids. That is the increasing experience as far as I understand.
Okay, so I want to go to Ty, and then I do want to actually respond. I want to jump into this.
To some degree, I'm responding. To some degree, I'm adding on. So, just dissect me, and you can tell me to shut up if you need me to. To back up Connor, what he's saying is that on some ways, we're going kind of back to the norm for what most of American history is, where, you do have one parent who's working like 55 hours a week, and the other parent's working somewhere between 20 and 30. That we're getting back to the norm on that one, and whether people like that or not, we can discuss later. What we are having the problem, though, is that we have added on more and more expenses, particularly in what Connor's talking about. These little bastards, your cell phone, right? Average for me is $400 a month when you figure in, or not $400 a month, $400 a year. Excuse me, when you figure in just the the average payment process and all the other stuff to replacing it. And when it comes down to it, that's a big chunk of your bill, right? So you might have taken out your TV bill, but then you got Netflix and Hulu and all this other shit, right? What I'm just trying to advocate for or say is that it is more expensive to live being on every facet of your life, whether you are rich, middle class, poor, is that everyone is seeing, except for like the very top, that that decline in their standard of living because your house is almost twice as much as what it was back in 1980. When you look at the average salary versus the average cost of the home, it's literally now 6 years of salary on average. You're seeing that with healthcare, you're seeing that with education, and you're seeing that with a number of other things that we take for our granted everyday lives.
Just die poor, though.
No,
I do want to add one important thing. Putting on my lefty.
No. We gotta let Ty finish. Go ahead,
All right,
Ty.
so just to finish, here's the part where I will absolutely stand the olive branch. A lot of these things is where Scott is somewhat right. The government has their hands in almost all the hardcore perpetrators, whether it's housing and zoning processes, whether it's education and school loan subsidies, whether it is healthcare and just the overrides that we've been doing again and again and again. And I blame Nixon for the big one where he made it let it go profitable. But on the other side of that, there is definitely conversations that we can have that would overhaul these things that would be a lot more constructive. But unfortunately, that's out of the bounds of this conversation. I do not think
my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. My turn. And Corey, I see you there. All right. So my friend Connor has already made a lot of these points and done it more eloquently. But I'll say my piece that a society in which laborers are struggling to survive or barely scraping by is a failing society. That a society is not just and maybe shouldn't exist if like the people who make that society work are miserable, right? Due to economic concerns that can be avoided. So I am fine with like raising the price floor and allowing more people to access that good life, right? Or that better life. Good life. They're making $18,000, not good life. Yeah, I know you're already frustrated. I know.
Before you get triggered,
I'm frustrated.
Yeah.
You're saying things that
No.
to make this
Hey,
worse.
that didn't say that. Sorry. I you might have thought that meant to talk. I didn't mean for that at all. No. Okay. So so there's that. And I think that if there are people who I would overhaul this entire goddamn system. That's true, right? But I'm working within the constraints of the here and now. I would also have a safety net to catch people, and I'd be investing in who fall through the cracks, and I'd be investing in my citizenry so that they can start new jobs. So we can have more job creation in the first way. I think that's a better way of handling this, right? Well, than saying that, well, just a portion of this population is just going to be immiserated. Rather than that, I'd rather the state intervene. Okay, now, all right, fine. Back me up. Say a thing, and then I gotta keep going.
I'll shut up for like 10 minutes. I'll literally go get water. So there is a line to this for me that I want Scott and Lactoid to hear from my perspective. I think that socialists and communists say sometimes that this society shouldn't even exist. Whereas I would much prefer a productive society in which a third of the population was in misery but still working their asses off but surviving and having cool technology and all that kind of stuff. I would prefer that society over a society that collapses in on its fucking self because it's a command economy that turns into an authoritarian dystopian nightmare. So for me, there is a fucking line. I do trust the market in a lot of respects. I just don't trust it to do everything. And
I'm
I'll be
not
right
sure
back.
that was really backing me up, but okay. But anyway, moving on. Yeah, so hold on. So we'll go to Corey, we'll go to Aiko, we'll go to Lactoid. But I'm actually want to draw on my friend Doobie here. Hopefully he's still around. So the other thing that Scott had talked to me about is automation, right? And saying that if you're raising labor costs, you're just encouraging businesses to invest in automation, as if that wasn't going to happen already, right? The idea of getting rid of the workers who have a will and who make demands and who have like human interactions that go poorly sometimes, that cost you money and litigation, that thing, yeah, they want that gone. They want that gone, right? So like if there was no minimum wage, right? And we were playing just above, slave wages, right? Just above that. Would the bosses go, well, you know what? This system is going great. I can still, assuming that these disempowered workers can actually sue, yeah, I can still get sued. I still have to provide some level of health care. That's assuming that's still a thing, right? There's all these like externalities that happen with labor, like the cost of that they want to get rid of. And if they think that automation can solve that, right, where no one ever fucking talks back and they have total power, and they're going to do it. They're going to do it. So they're doing it any which way. And so the reason I was going
to let me respond to that, since you called out my
point. You'll get the chance to talk again, I promise. So I want
to be a coward. Don't call out a point and straw man it and then not allow me to respond.
Okay. Oh my god.
Don't be a coward.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You get to talk all the goddamn time. You'll be able to talk. I'm just
asking you, please don't be a coward.
I promise you. Write it fucking down, and then you can respond to me. All right, write it down. Sorry, you don't get to talk immediately afterwards. Doobie.
No, it's just weak. It's weak shit.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but okay, all right, good. Now that you've whined, Doobie. So like, as a boss, if you had some sort of level of automation, whether it be like full-on fucking robots, I don't know, like androids or whatever that will look like within your business, that could perfectly replace or even exceed your current workers. Even if you lowered the price of their labor, do you think that you would go for that automation? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, of course. Why not? Like, why wouldn't I?
Exactly. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And you have all the advantages.
Eventually, I'll be allowed to respond to that.
You will. Yes, I know. Oh my God. I know. Tantrum. Got it. Tantrum. You will absolutely be able to respond. I do want to hear your responses. But your responses take a long fucking time. So I do want to get some other people in. And then, yes, Scott, all you. All right. Doobie, do you have anything else you want to say on that? Because
I'm curious because it seems like you're implying that like either employers shouldn't, or it would be a bad thing for them to do that. But like, why shouldn't they? Like, from your perspective, if that is your perspective,
why shouldn't they use automation? I think it depends on the market. Like, I think there are some things that, as of now at least, benefit from human hand, and beyond that, because we don't just like the real politics of it all. We don't have an economy or a governmental situation in which we can support those people who have lost their jobs. So I would want to avoid that for now. But like I get it that it's happening any which way. Yeah.
Doesn't so I don't know. I would think that you'd be in favor of automation because like large scale automation is probably the best argument that you're gonna find for like something like a UBI popping up, right? I think that that would absolutely drive political will in that direction, which gets you closer to your communism or whatever the fuck it is you want.
Yeah. I hear you, and I partially agree that about that. But that's why I said like we're not in a policy like situation. Like we haven't moved the Overton window left enough for people to do that yet. And I'm not sure that even if automation, like if rampant amounts of automation happen, that our political system will respond in that way. I don't know. If it did, then okay, then sure. All right. If it gets me what I want, all right, I'm fine. But I don't think that the United States, I don't have faith that the United States will respond that way. Let's go to Corey, Aiko, Lactoid, and then was it Ty? And we go Scott.
Yeah, so to attempt to address, I guess, one of the points that was brought up earlier in terms of like wages, and well, I'm certainly not an expert, but so Lactoid. From what I can tell, the data that you posted in the Discord, like I don't know that it backs up the point that like. So I understand your point that wages have increased, but like the way I sort of see it is like purchasing power, as in like has purchasing power of the average household actually increased? I'm not so sure about that. I would sort of approach it maybe from a different angle of like, let's say, for example, so the Institute of Family Studies, which I consider essentially a conservative think tank. Most people now know that fertility is declining across the United States, and I think also in Canada as well, and that more and more people are, let's say, quote unquote, choosing not to have children. And at least according to that data from the Institute of Family Studies, about a third of people, I think exactly 36%, are citing economic reasons as to not having a child. And I believe that trend is going in the wrong direction. So at least when it comes to kind of like family planning, or whether or not wages are increasing, I don't think purchasing power is increasing. And at the very least, it doesn't appear to be affecting, sort of to Connor's point, as in people's ability to have a family and support a family.
Okay.
Do you dispute that?
Yes, absolutely. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk about all the studies that I've been posting in the chat. And I even posted it in Prime's chat, and I posted it in Discord as well. Real wages, real income, that controls for inflation. That's purchasing power. Overall, every single quintile has more purchasing power. They're wealthier than prior, right? I posted that. I knew, and I knew it was right.
I'm not
You
disputing
guys
that.
second guessed me,
Continue.
and I posted all this data showing that once again I was correct. And yes, this could be true that people report not having kids because they have this conception of how much money they want to make and how much more vacations they want to go on and all of that things. Maybe they value children less than all the money they're making now. That all could be true, right? I mean, I saw a stat earlier, a third of people making over 200K a year live paycheck to paycheck, right? People, yes, they like to blow their money on shit, okay? But the perception of poverty has nothing to do with like the reality of are you better off or not? And I just get a little bit sick of everyone saying like these Americans are struggling so much more than they used to. Like this is just awful in terms of how people are doing, the common man. But like when you look at the data, everybody's doing better. Everybody's doing better. So like what does it mean?
Not when you break it down by race.
What the fuck does it have? Okay, so
whites are doing worse.
Sorry.
Okay, maybe, but it's a good thing according to the leftists.
Guys, we got to let Corey and go. We got to go down the line here.
Yeah, I do want to, because like, so you just, so I understand your point. Maybe I use purchasing power in an inappropriate context. I'll fully grant that. But I don't think just taking into account inflation is the only factor to take into account. And I think that's, from what I can tell, that was what Tiberius was trying to bring in. And I think even Scott spoke to it in terms of like cost of housing, food, etc. All other, not just inflation. I will totally grant you that wages, when taking inflation into account, is like, by your data, is going up. But how that actually affects your ability to sustain yourself or sustain a family, I think that's a different question.
Well, no. Inflation is a term to describe rising cost of goods and services.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It doesn't. It's usually not measuring asset.
Yeah. That's pretty
Okay,
much.
what about
Even
expense?
that is affected to a certain degree.
It
So,
is
like,
affected by.
usually
What about
tracks
family
fairly well.
expenses?
So
Sorry,
what I just posted indicated that like since 1980, the real income for the bottom quintile has more than doubled. Okay.
Okay, what
Mhm.
about expenses? What have expenses?
Inflation inflation adjusted.
This is so important. So what you're telling me is since 1980, working class people have effectively double the money that they used to.
That's what the data shows, and Fred also backs it up, and Pew Research.
Yes.
People have this perception.
What the
People
fuck is
always
this
think the
happy
old
horse
days were
shit with the
better.
house? So what the fuck is this happy horse shit about fucking like houses and fucking
millennials
cars and cell phones and cars? So it literally is just avocado toast. All
It's
of the
fucking
fucking
avocado
imagination.
toast. Yeah.
A lot of it is.
We got
Some
we
of it
gotta
is,
move
yes,
on.
but not all of it.
Okay, all right, we're gonna go Echo and then Ty because I think Lactoid got out what he wanted to say.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Except it's going to go right back to Lactoid because I wanted to respond to something he said a while back. So, and I actually I don't think you were wrong when you said this, but you talked about how like Uber is not making a profit because they're not able to charge as much as they need to in order to pay them back up for all the expenses that are associated with like everything they do. And I think that's largely right, although they're supposed to have their first profitable quarter this year, but that's not my point.
In history.
Yes. Well, right. I remember articles in the 90s about how Amazon would never turn a profit because they went for years losing money year after year. But it was because they were investing back into themselves is why. But that's not my point here. My point here is that this is a very like low margin business. A lot of it because it takes years and years to establish sort of a new category like this. And to the extent that any of these services raises their prices, then they lose business to all of their competitors. And one potential solution for this is this minimum wage thing, because if you have to pay $18 an hour, it means all of your competitors also have to pay $18 an hour. This is one of the reasons why the CEO of Walmart, after they raised their minimum wage, I think up to $14 an hour, said that they would like to see the federal government do the same thing so that they don't have to compete against other corporations paying lower wages than they do. Amazon made some similar statements about that. In other words, like if your argument is that these companies can't turn a profit and can't pay reasonable wages because of the cutthroat competition coming from their competitors, then one might argue that you're alleviating the pressure of that by making all of their competitors have to increase what they pay as well.
So Lactoid, you can respond, and then we'll go to Ty, and then Scott.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory, I suppose. I don't think this is.
I mean, it's Walmart's and Amazon's.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Walmart said that. I'm sure like a very highly paid PR person said that. I have no doubt whatsoever. After they spent,
but you don't think after they spent
how much fucking money? Well, hold on. After Walmart spent how much fucking money lobbying against minimum wage increases, and they're going to come
right
out
until they did it themselves is the point.
Until
as soon as they raised it themselves, they wanted their competitors to have to do the same thing.
Sure. So yeah, I don't know if I don't think this is actually going to be overall beneficial to Uber. I mean, that's an interesting theory. It doesn't seem to be like empirically backed. Also, overall, fewer customers would seem to actually cut into Uber's profit margin more than it would help. First of all, and second of all, we can also talk about the other industry that has razor thin margins, which is restaurants. Right, this is going to be also impacted. 80% of restaurants fail within 5 years. I think 40% fail after the first year. This is an incredibly cutthroat business. And I mean, this could have an effect on that. Do we really want a world in which fewer people have restaurants? I don't know. I kind of prefer being able to have a variety of places to go and eat. I don't know about you guys, but.
Aiko, do you need a response?
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, sure. I mean, both of those effects could happen. Like, that's why I'd like to see like some areas do this and then study it and then see what happens. But I think that the
only
razor thin
destroy
margins,
some restaurants.
The razor thin margins from restaurants also can be alleviated if it turns out that people are willing to pay more, which they apparently do. It seems like no matter how much more expensive Uber gets, like people are still ordering from Uber. Like it's amazing to me, actually, how much people are willing to pay in order to have something delivered instead of going 2 blocks to go fucking pick it up. But it seems like people are like very willing to do it, especially in certain neighborhoods. So I don't know. I mean, this would be a good thing to study, right? So if New York does this, if other places do this, I'd like to circle back in 5 years and see if all of a sudden Restaurant Week doesn't exist anymore in New York because people are making like a living wage doing deliveries.
Well, we could also raise the minimum wage for all restaurant workers as well, to so they don't have the competition. And then we can.
Please don't. Please
stop. Everybody, so we can just raise the minimum wage. And then
what is it? $2.18
everybody's
minimum wage. Minimum wage for them right now.
We could eliminate competition if we raised everybody's wages to what's the limit?
Side note, like I think we really need to have a conversation about like tipping jobs and if we want to keep those, but there's a conversation that I want to table for a minute. So let me dissect this for you, Lactoid, because there's a point where like I get where you're a little confused because it's like, all right, we just look at generalized inflation and it's like, wow, the last 40 years have been great. Like 3% inflation is like the historical norm, really kind of low, right? The problem is that when it comes down to like the average wage versus like the things that you're spending on it, yeah, TVs are ridiculously cheap now. They're literally 90% cheaper than what they were back in 2000. Right? The problem is like your toys, software, cell phones, that kind of thing. All those dramatically lesser, and that's part of the wonderful capitalist system that we have. It's wonderful. The problem is that all the gatekeeping shit that allows you to advance within your own lifetime or to actually facilitate the things that you need to actually have a higher wage, all higher. Childcare is up 112%. Medical care services up 150%. College is up 175%, right? And then just like a general hospital visit. The lowest of these is housing, and it's still up 75%, right? So the issue that we keep having is that while some things on the general level are just cheaper, and that's nice, the things that actually literally matter, like actually taking care of your kids and buying a home for those kids to live in, yeah, those are ridiculously more expensive.
Yeah, Lactoid, and I need to back up Ty on this because this is the question I was asking. Median household real income or whatever doesn't calculate expenses into it, and because it's median fucking household goddamn income, so it doesn't have expenses as a part of the calculation. So effectively, what you said is wages have doubled since 1980 or whatever the fuck that you're looking at. But what you're also not looking at is the cost of everything has also doubled or in some cases tripled. So when you're looking at I don't know how you're shaking your fucking head. You literally just showed me income, not expense. So if what Ty is
real,
saying,
it's real income.
Wait,
do you know real income?
I know. So, inflation has nothing to fucking do with what we're talking about.
Inflation is measuring the increase of cost of expenses.
Let me describe it, and maybe we can come to consensus. That way, I don't have to fucking lose a blood vessel. Okay. So, if a house, let's say, inflation. As far as I understand inflation, I'm happy to be fucking corrected on it, okay? As far as I understand inflation, it typically has to do with the fucking the monetary volume and all that kind of bullshit about how much is left in the fucking economy. So how much does a dollar actually pay for?
Basket
and
of
typically
goods.
what people are calculating with inflation is every year you're losing about 3%, 5%, 3% of the value of the dollar. It just keeps creeping up because that's basically what we're targeting as an economy. So what I see in your chart is that the inflation has been calculated. So effectively what's happened is in the past 40 years, incomes have doubled. Okay? I understand that. You and I are on the same page. Now, let's talk about expenses separate from this. As far as I know, in 1980, most people did not have a fucking telephone. Most people did not have internet. Most people, like the household itself cost of what it costs right now. And I'm pretty sure like education and all that kind of bullshit, all of that stuff has, some of these things have either doubled or fucking tripled. And also cost of healthcare. What was the percentage on healthcare, Ty?
What, 220%?
So when you add all of these things cumulatively, now you might say like, well, your stuff has gone up 100%. Well, if your income has gone up 100%, but the cost of a house has gone up 175, and the cost of childcare has gone up 225, and the cost of this and that and this and that, cumulatively, what you have is the whatever was excess left over is chipped away. There is no room for American working class families anymore. They do not have savings. They do not have retirement. And on top of that, with workplaces increasingly not having retirement programs and not having health, medical, dental, vision, any of that kind of shit, effectively what you have is a third of the population in a subservient worker servant class in which the expectation is you will be a Walmart greeter when you're fucking 60, you will die without a retirement, you will reverse mortgage your house in order to afford your bills, and you will pass on $0 to your fucking family. That is unacceptable.
So you can respond quickly, Alexa, but we got to go to Ty and then Scott. He's been
Right.
Corey.
So I have no problem admitting that like very specific things may have gone up faster than the general rate of inflation, but this factors in like this is the cumulative effect, right? So the cumulative effect of inflation, when you factor that in, real wages have still gone up. So, all the money you're saving on everything else that people buy.
We got it, guys.
You can spend that on other goods.
We don't have it. We don't have it. We don't have it. Okay.
I posted it.
Okay. Inflation.
Okay, so let me actually.
Hold on.
You're stumbling in the dark.
Okay, I don't think I am at all, and I think I have an example that'll. I have an example.
You got to do it in 20 seconds. Then we got to finish. Let Ty finish because you guys interrupted Ty, and then we'll go to Scott and Corey. All right.
Okay. The market factors are not rawly inflation. There is also supply and demand. So if we have the housing market that because of the collapse in the bubble, and on top of that, they're not building any new construction because of regulations and all that kind of stuff, and the price of a house doubles over the past fucking decade, that is not, as far as I know, that is not a part of the money supply, and it's not calculated in inflation. It has to do with the market price of a house.
That's part of the inflation.
As far as I know, it's completely disconnected.
It's fine. Ty.
All right, so I want to talk inflation just real quick, and I'll just bang this out. I hate the general idea around inflation because it throws everything together, and we just kind of try to roll with it with CPI. It's absolutely moronic. Most of the inflation throughout world history has been labor inflation because you just have a growing amount of people who are doing more and more things, and it constantly drives up the value of labor because of the fact that they're just doing all the shit, right? And I know that seems a little bit ridiculous, but remind you that people who have money spend money. That's how it works. So what happened is about 1973, everything flipped on side of its head. You had a massive generation of people called the baby boomers, which pushed down the cost of labor because they doubled the size of the workforce in 15 years. That was coupled with a double whammy that we started bringing foreign labor, aka basically East Asia, into the entire market because we started practicing this thing called free trade, which was a disaster.
And women.
Make this long story short is that was the first time that productivity, even through the Great Depression, had separated from the general inflation rate of wages. And ever since then, we have been completely off the mark. Inflation for wages has gone up 103%. Inflation with productivity has gone up 273. That is completely out of the norm. We absolutely screwed this up. And even if you count for automation, it's probably 1/3 of that at best. Because remind you, most of the shit you automate is the stuff that you don't want to do, like digging with a shovel when you hire an excavator.
Let's go to Scott and Corey.
All right. So two things. Going back a little bit, Primecast wanted to attack the idea of automation, but he didn't understand what I was saying, which is I said that it artificially puts automation into the system because inflation kicks down a year or two later. So it incentivizes further automation in a place that it wouldn't necessarily be valuable to either the consumer or the producer of any product, right? So one of the problems here is the doorman fallacy, right? We used to have doormen in front of every hotel. And then there was the invention of automatic doors and revolving doors. Revolving doors and automatic doors made it seem like we don't need doormen anymore. And so all of the hotels started firing their doormen. What they saw is that they had less profit. They lost money because they fired the doorman, because what they didn't realize is that the doorman isn't just opening doors. The doorman is greeting customers. The doorman's answering questions. The doorman is kind of a tour guide to the city when people are visiting. The doorman does a whole bunch of things other than just the job that they thought the doorman was doing. There's also the idea of like psychic profit. Some companies will resist automation because they feel good about hiring people and giving them a meaningful wage for their family. So even though they're not profiting financially, they're profiting via psychic profit. And so the idea is that when you institute things that intentionally incentivize automation, what you're going to get is you're going to get an overuse of automation in industries where it might not actually be good, but the government is essentially mandating this automation, which increases the problem and can actually destroy businesses in the long term because of the doorman fallacy, because they're improperly incentivized to do an action they might not have taken, and that could cost a reduction in profit. So I just wanted to clear that up because Primecast was talking about the idea of automation. That's not what I was talking. I was talking about the actual economic stuff. Now, in terms of Tiberius D and lactoid and counterpoints going back and forth, what you don't understand is that there are two major causes here. There are two major problems here. Number one is the Federal Reserve. Okay. The Federal Reserve is to blame for a whole bunch of these fucking problems. When you talk about inflation, you're talking about fractional reserve banking, which is designed to increase inflation that robs wealth from people as opposed to private banking industries. And it's and when people and when millionaires and billionaires are buying houses on loans, and then those loans are putting more money, injecting money into the economy, and they're buying it on assets that they don't fucking have, that shit affects the fucking poor, right? Because they don't have the ability to get $1 million loans and buy a bunch of properties and then have the loans actually be cheaper than the inflation rate. The second thing that you're missing is what's known as cost disease socialism. And that's exactly what this policy is. It's another form of cost disease socialism. What is occurring is that labor and wages have kept up with productivity 100%. When you map them, they are a 1-to-1 ratio. Tiberius D is shaking his head, but he's full of shit. It is the tech bros, it is the tech industry, and it is skilled labor like HVAC and plumbing and all of these other things, welding, that have absolutely done great. What isn't doing great is cost disease socialism, which is when the government and people demand that despite there being no increase in productivity of labor, because inflation has increased, the value of those wages must increase. You see this with teachers. And where do you see this? It's great that Tiberius D brought it up because he proves my point. The areas in which the government is the most involved and the areas in which there have been the least increases in productivity, the costs have skyrocketed because of cost disease socialism, because we feel that despite there being basically no innovation in teaching, basically very limited and government controlled innovation in healthcare and things of that nature. Sure, we've had medicines, we've had some tech, but like the government is artificially via the AMA reducing the amount of people that can come in. So there's limited doctors caused by the state. All of these areas where the government is in and where productivity has not increased are the places where prices increase. So if you want to blame the problem, you don't fucking come up with a solution that has been known to be nothing but a problem, which is increases in minimum wage. What you need is you need to get the fucking Federal Reserve out of things, and you need to get rid of fractional reserve banking. And if you're not willing to do those things, then at the very least, you need to get rid of all of the cost disease socialism in industries where productivity has not increased.
But you guys have
I got a couple things.
Yeah, real quickly. Nobody has paid minimum wage.
Well, let Corey. What was it? Let Corey go,
I mean,
and then we can.
I'm probably going to lead into you, Counter, anyway, so you should be able to get your point in. But I agree with Scott about automation. We should not automate away Vanna White. But the actual point that I want to make is that, Lactoid, in the Pew research that you cited, hopefully you read it all, but does it not talk about like a growing wealth gap and that the wealth of families has stagnated since 2008? Does it not talk? Are there not explicit sections about that? To Connor's point.
So wealth gap, absolutely, right? Especially when it comes to, and it also comes to Americans living paycheck to paycheck, despite the fact their real wages are increasing. I think this demonstrates spending habits among Americans, if anything else.
You have any evidence to support that? Then,
I mean, yeah, I can find the studies linking like a percent of Americans that live paycheck to paycheck by income strata, and you can see that increasing.
Yeah, but you're
even people who are making more than $200,000 a year in real wages.
Yeah, but from what I understand, you're tying it to like, well, they're just like buying bad things, is what I'm understanding, or like they're making poor purchasing decisions, or maybe not understanding the point that you're making.
Or poor purchasing decisions, lack of financial literacy. I mean, that's a major problem as well. That's increasing. You can see by multiple studies indicate that like the newer generations have a lower level of financial literacy, and then also I think this is relevant as well. Yeah, when you factor in inflation, real wages are increasing; they've more than doubled, and that includes house prices. I made sure I verified that right now. That includes house prices. The overall inflation includes house prices, and I don't know why like relation to productivity is necessarily important when we're saying overall wages are increasing, but the overall statement that wages have completely stagnated, that's also not true when you look at total compensation and not just hourly wages.
Okay, maybe Tiberius or fucking Scott need to help me out. Okay, just
Mhm.
help me understand this. Okay.
Yep.
So I understand, and I understand that inflation is a part of the calculation. Okay, I get it.
Including housing prices.
Okay, but let's talk about that because maybe that's the problem. Okay, so there are factors in pricing for houses. So for instance, with the house that I'm currently in, I think my parents bought it for like 150,000. And if you were just to go off of monetary inflation, maybe this is part of the communicative problem, it would probably, I guess it would have effectively doubled, right? It'd be worth around 300,000.
What year was it?
1992.
Yeah, double. Literally double
Okay.
this year.
Okay, so
It just depends on where, but yeah.
Well, and that was going to be
General
my
inflation.
next point. That was going to be my next point. So just inflation as a factor of consumption, my house should be effectively double, so it should be at 300,000. But my house isn't at 300,000; it's at 500,000. The reason why it's at 500,000 is because everybody in this fucking neighborhood in Central Florida, the entire state of Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, California, they all decided that they either didn't want to be cold or they didn't want to be in California anymore, and they moved in, along with a healthy chunk of Chinese and Iranian people who decided that if their states collapsed, they wanted to have a backup plan in Central Florida. So as a result, there's another 20 to 30% increase in the housing cost, and not just that, but there was a lot of construction up until 2008, and then basically in the state of Florida, as far as I know, the developers have sat on the market. They're just now starting to do new developments, probably within the past 5 years. So if inflation accounts for my house doubling in price, but other people are coming into the market and there's an extra $200,000 worth of value that they cannot purchase, they can't afford it, then how is what I'm saying about purchasing things not accurate, where shit is just more expensive?
Okay.
This is what I
So
tried to.
Let me respond to that because maybe this is just a miscommunication. Okay. I do not deny that there are certain classes of goods and services, including housing, perhaps, that have risen faster than other things. Okay. What I'm saying is that when you take your average person, your median person, your run-of-the-mill person, in any quartile of income, right? The shit they spend money on, housing included, but also everything else, the median in America, right? They have overall since the 1980s, right? That's doubled in terms of their income. Okay. So are certain things a lot cheaper? Yes. Are specific things more expensive? Yes. Is this going to change depending on where you are? If you're in the middle of Florida or New York or San Francisco or very specific, hyper specific areas? For sure, right? You're going to have variations, right? My overall point, and is that exacerbated by the lockdown? There might, yes, absolutely, there could be issues there. We saw wage increases, but we also saw inflation. We see inflation. We're still feeling inflation. This is absolutely true. All this is true. But that does not detract from the point, which is that when you, instead of cherry picking specific asset classes, instead of cherry picking specific things, well, look at this very specific thing. This rose in price by this amount. When you look at everything, right? When you look at inflation and you compare that with the wage growth, like in terms of to get a real wage increase, you're at every single quintile, Americans are better off. In fact, in terms of median wealth, median income per capita, Americans are number one in the world, right?
Okay.
Counterpoints, I'll switch sides
we
for
got
you
it.
because you asked me. Well, he asked me to help him explain.
Let me grab a
Okay,
baby
fine.
and
And
then
then we
Melissa.
gotta tie
Right,
in
right.
Corey because they're waiting, and
That's
I
fine.
definitely want to move past this.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll
okay,
go
we're
first.
done.
So yeah, so to answer this is like, all right, lactoid. I get where you're like, all right, we're cherry picking, and this is the part where, like, ironically, Scott's kind of right and wrong at the same time that kind of invalidates you, and this is why. All right, so Scott's absolutely right that there's certain things that the government did do that absolutely hurts, and I will agree with him when it comes to college. I'll
Still
largely
does.
agree with you when it comes to housing. Right. The thing though that is also the stupidly strong correlation is that all of this that has been incredibly more expensive has been skilled labor, because all of that has been largely going up, at least to some degree, with the trend line. It is the unskilled labor and everything that they used to make that is now ridiculously cheap. And that's what we've seen since largely the 1980s, is that labor collapsed back in the 70s. It's never kept pace. And then once the Soviet Union collapsed and China came on board of the international system, commodities became incredibly cheap. And so that's why we've been skating along at 2% average inflation year upon year upon year. We saw no labor inflation, we saw no commodities inflation, and the only inflation that we largely saw was asset inflation. That was your house, that was things that actually generated value. And then all of a sudden, whenever that system started melting away because the Russians decided to throw a war, everything started going back to normal. And we've seen more commodities inflation in the last 2 years than we've seen in the last 40 years combined. That's the difference.
Corey.
The recent inflation
let's
is...
grab Corey. Let's grab Corey. And
oh,
then,
sorry, I was just trying to
Scott.
answer his question. Yeah.
Well, I'll try to be brief. But again, I guess continue on in the same vein. So Lactoid, going back to the point that it earlier made of like, yeah, the own research that you cite talks about this growing inequality. And again, going back to that research, they even cite the fact that the U.S. has a growing inequality compared to other equivalent countries or peer countries, as they stated. Are you saying that this disparity among equivalent countries is due to, you know, some unique situation of like more financial illiteracy in the United States in comparison to those countries, or like what is it that's making the U.S. lag behind these other peer countries then?
Okay, so pay attention to the very specific claim I'm making. Okay, I'm comparing the U.S. to the U.S. 40 years ago. That's the comparison. I don't disagree that inequality in the U.S. is growing faster and historically been higher than a lot of places in Europe, which you would expect considering how much more redistribution programs that they have, especially in the Nordic countries. Of course, that's I don't deny that, but I'm not debating that that's not the case. We have more inequality, right? What I'm arguing is that on every single quintile in the past 40 years in the U.S., people overall are better off. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. I'll try to be
significantly.
brief,
And the median wage earner is better in America than anywhere else on the
but
planet.
you now, from my perspective, you pivoted. As in, like, when I talk about inequality in the U.S. and comparing it over time, you use the argument, well, you know, if you look at it, there's less financial literacy and poor purchasing decisions. And then I bring in other countries. Well, no, now it's greater income distribution in those countries. And so, like, that's
no. I thought you said wealth, wealth accumulation, or like status of wealth accumulation compared to 40 years ago in the U.S. Were you comparing that to European countries? Because if that's the case,
no. In the actual research, Pew Research article that you cited, so there's multiple sections. It's a long article, multiple pages, I'm going through it. But there's a section that, like, yes, it seems like for a certain portion of Americans, wealth has stagnated, I think, since 1980, as they cite. And then there's a separate section when they talk about inequality. There is a growing inequality, and they compare it to other, I think, G7 countries specifically, in that there appears to be this unique situation in the United States where there's this growing inequality, where the rich, as you know, the typical argument, the rich are getting richer, and it doesn't appears like the poor are getting poorer, or like they're stagnating. Well, I take your point that your argument is very specific, that median income is maybe going up over time. But when it comes to the overall outcomes of, let's say, people and individuals and families, I would make the argument, a separate argument, that I don't think outcomes are getting better.
No. So when I say the poor are getting poorer, or when you say the poor are getting poorer, are you talking about in terms of like the percentage relation to the wealthy, or are we talking in absolute terms? Because what I'm saying, the only claim I made is that the bottom quintile has seen their wages double. Their real inflation-adjusted wages. Is it true that the wealthy have gotten wealthier? Sure, but that doesn't contradict anything I'm saying.
Okay, Lactoid. There's two problems.
I want to answer.
Wait a minute, Scott. I want Scott to be able to answer, and then counterpoints. I wanting to suck out of this, but go ahead, Ty.
So counterpoints. You're trying to understand like this idea of like asset inflation and how like this seems to be like the major causes, right? When we take all of this data together, what we recognize is that most goods are much cheaper. Commodities are cheaper. tech things are cheaper. You know, a lot of things are cheaper. What's not cheaper is education, healthcare, and housing. These are things that many people, especially lefties, almost consider human rights, right? These are things that are incredibly important. And you're like, so let's look at the example you gave, which is housing, right? Under capitalism, right? And this is the problem. This is the economic calculation problem. Is that once central planners get involved in these markets, they're not able to actually be able to respond as well as the market does, because the market uses price signals. So what you have to understand about Florida is, yes, because of lockdowns and because Florida did really well with the lockdowns comparatively to the rest of the country, a lot of people kind of moved to Florida in a short period of time. And this causes an increase in prices. Now, under a capitalist economy, which we do not have in America, we have something that's capitalistic, right? Under a capitalist economy, what happens is prices increase and then construction companies move in. They're like, ooh, this is the place to make money. So they move in until prices stabilize again because a whole bunch of people want to live in this area. But what we have instead is we have capitalistic tendencies in a mixed market economy with the Federal Reserve. And so what you have is the process I explained earlier, where the ultra wealthy invest in real estate, and then they just sit on fucking properties. They don't even use the property. So real housing doesn't go up despite the ownership of housing and all kinds of other problems. And then you have the government that puts in tons of regulations, tons of like we had Trump in his war with China on fucking steel imports, right? And tariffs in that regard. You have the government is involved in so many zoning restrictions, and it's worse in places where the government is worse, right? When you look at California, for example, like there are people in California that own a fucking apartment building, and they've been trying to get the rights to finish their apartment building for 3 years, and the government won't let them, and they eventually just abandon it in the place with all the homeless people. It's like, so where you have heavy government involvement in the market where they're not capable of responding to price demands and heavy regulation, what is the most regulated industry in America? Healthcare. Where have costs gone up the most in America? Healthcare. You have this inability of the market to respond in this regard. And all the while, when we talk about inflation, all you guys are talking about it like prices are increasing. And while that is one way of viewing it, because that is actually, you know, what it is, it's also what it technically is, right, is the amount of money in the market, the amount of money that is in the market. That's monetary inflation. And the reason we have more money, more inflation, is our fractional reserve banking system. What you're really talking about is robbery against the American public by the Federal Reserve. And we keep talking about it like rising prices, and it's affecting the poor the most.
Okay, so
okay. So I think
there's
someone
like
else
two
wanted
really.
to.
I know you're not interested in this stuff, but there's
I
actually
have-
two really important points.
I get it.
And we can always go back to minimum wage, but y'all are getting dunked on that.
Yeah. Just you know what? Go ahead, Connor. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to jump in.
So yeah, So there's
Oh,
2
Ty.
points. There's 2 points that I want to address with Lactoid. So one is that the asset classes that we're talking about are not arbitrary. They're the most important asset classes that we could possibly talk about, which is basically being able to afford a house, being able to afford your education, so you can get access to the higher tier jobs, and then being able to, afford your fucking healthcare and all that kind of shit. To Scott's point, these are areas where the government has been heavily involved. I actually think that we have the worst of both worlds, because effectively what we should see is some kind of subsidization that oversupplies the market, so we have a decrease in price. But what we actually end up having is regulation that then artificially decreases the amount of stuff that we can get. And we also have giant social calamities like the 2007 housing crisis, where they basically just built fucking everything they wanted to and then let it all crash down because of subsidization. Now, the other thing too is I'm okay with conceding the point that people are better off because of their real income has effectively doubled for the past 20 years. But what I'm also asking you to concede in material reality is the fact that 2007 to 2008, Americans lost 40% of their fucking wealth. Working class and middle class Americans lost 40% of their wealth, and it has sat there for the past decade.
Lost way more during the lockdowns.
And they're doing all they're doing is they're subsisting. So what you had in the 90s and the thousands was this really bullish attitude about the prospects of the American future, where working class and middle class people were they were going to benefit from low unemployment, they were going to benefit from tech, they were going to benefit from new technologies, they were going to benefit from globalization, they were going to have the best economic future possible because of all these crazy things that have happened. And instead, what we got was the global war on terror, like a $54 trillion deficit, or $54 trillion debt at the federal level. We had a housing collapse in 2007, 2008, and we've had people's wealth stagnate for the past 13 years. So if like you can say like, hey, we're marginally better off, and on top of that, it's not so bad. I'll agree that it's not so bad. It's probably still the best on the planet. Doesn't mean that the middle class and working class don't have the right to feel fucked over.
Okay, so finally, Ty, you got 2 minutes. Knock it out.
Yeah, I'll just use this as my closing because we're at that point anyway. So I think we've kind of gone full circle, and I'll use this as my wrap up in the regards that Corey's last point really does showcase like where I was trying to go with this. There's a couple of things that I agree with Scott with, and I already outlined that, but it comes down to this. If you look at Europe, who went down that leftist train, they used to be over 25% of the world economy. They're now under 15 because they failed to innovate. They failed to industrialize or keep pace with any kind of ability that we really think is normal. They outsourced it all to East Asia, which is, we'll talk about that last point. But when it comes to them is that they went down this train and it didn't work out for them. America still tried to keep its innovativeness. Now, unfortunately, that didn't mean that all Americans were able to do this. If you were skilled labor, if you were a computer programmer, or you were a doctor, or you were a teacher, you largely got to ride that train and you could still pay your bills. But if you were somebody who was competing with a billion East Asians that all of a sudden were doing the same jobs that you could, you got screwed. And while it's been nice for them because they have seen the quality of their life quadruple in literally 20 years, yours has slowly been bleeding, dying, and drying. Because when you take all the wealth and all the ability that you have economically and you give it to somebody who can outcompete you on every single level when it comes to wages, they're going to win. And that's really what the problem is that we've gotten in ourselves there. We cannot compete with people who make dollars a day.
Okay. All right. So we're moving on. Thanks.
Go to the next topic.
Yeah, we're going to the next topic. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, we're gonna move on to the next topic.
Can it just be set for the record?
Google Kuznets curve if you want to understand what Tiberius D is talking about.
And then I just want to say for the record,
in 20 seconds?
I had very critical and defeating points to defeat counterpoints with, but we're moving on. So unfortunately, I can't put them forward.
Yeah,
unfortunately, they would absolutely shatter,
annihilate my butthole.
He would have. He would have been.
I had them written down. Ironically,
I would have been devastated.
Intellectual fetal position, and physically, honestly, if you had. But I held you back, right?
Yeah, I am getting older.
The black man keeping the white man down. That was another case of that. All right, moving on. All right, so it's not that I don't want to be clear. Not that I didn't find this conversation interesting. I really do, right? And people who have a different view of economics or understand different parts of economics more than I do. Like I really enjoy this conversation. It's just that not everyone can participate in it, right? And we were getting an extremely niche conversation, but like it still was an interesting one.
No. Okay, so Prime. Normally I'm at like 50 viewers, and I checked my stats, and I was like down to 30, and I was like, oh, we are so dry right now.
Yeah,
because like we're like fighting about like median income and fucking like what's inflation versus what's asset inflation versus monetary inflation. Like I get it. So to the people who dealt with it, I appreciate you.
And you guys were very invested. I know Scott loves it, right? He's fully erect. And I know the rest of you guys who were a part of it, like you guys really liked it.
If I was fully erect, my computer desk would be at an angle.
But yeah, you guys were enjoying it, so it's that. But I do, when I make these topics, I want everyone to be involved as much as possible. All right. But okay. Thanks all guys. If you're still here and enjoy this topic, then consider hitting the follow button. And Whick had rated us before, so shout out to my man Whick. I made sure to DM him and thank him for the kind raid. I'm sure I lost all of them, but anyway, and consider supporting the channel, guys. If you find yourself coming back here, we do need the help. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs or super chats or anything. Super chats get read on stream. So if you wanted to say something, let people I don't know, if you want to like insult Scott with like no consequences, this is your your shot. Make it happen. All right. If you had something to say, throw it in a super chat. And I'll read it out to him. And he won't be able to do anything about it. All right. So we're gonna move on to our next topic. Topic 2. A female Sweden soccer or Swedish, Sweden, yeah. A female soccer player from Sweden claims that during a 2011 Women's World Cup, she had to expose her genitals to a doctor to prove that she was not a man. This was in response to an allegation that members of the Equatorial Guinea team included male players. Was this an appropriate response by the organizers? What other options did they have after the allegation was made? Does this count as some form of discrimination? And if you think that this response was fine, should this become a standard operating procedure before every tournament? Yeah, so this soccer player, she created like a memoir or something, I think it was. And she explains this incident, and she got to she put, I think it was a female physical trainer or something, whatever, who stood in for the male doctor, and pulled out her pants, showed her genitals. And I guess they examined it to make sure she didn't have surgery. I'm not sure if the person who examined her would be qualified to tell the difference between, natural vagina and one that was constructed, but who knows, whatever. But that's something they had to do. It sounds like a lot of people were caught up in this. But from the side of the organization, what are they supposed to do? What is an appropriate reaction? And if not this, then maybe what should that be? So we'll go to we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so under the benevolence of capitalism, which the other side conceded we are all better off under, we do still have some semblance of free association left, thankfully. Therefore, it is absolutely justified for a private soccer league to enforce rules, and having a doctor confirm physical attributes, I think, is reasonable. Like I said, they can set their own rules if that's really important to them. That said, women's leagues generally, as a concept, we just have to accept this, they are just affirmative action for women, in the sense of you have women who generally cannot compete at a certain level, so they're given their own league. To me, this is sort of reeks a little bit of entitlement mentality. Oftentimes these leagues, such as soccer especially, demanding equal pay for unequal capability or marketability. And for that reason alone, I'm sort of predisposed to want the collapse of national women's sports right now, even if I agree that a private league has the right to set whatever requirements they want. So I'd be curious to see if a lawsuit comes out of this, and if one did, I don't really care which way it actually it ends. So.
Okay, Scott, please.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I'm really not that invested in it. To me, it almost reads like a joke or like a meme story. Like, first of all, why they had to do a physical inspection and just instead of like an easy DNA test? Like, like an easy DNA test would have confirmed that she was indeed female, but they decided that she had to grow her hair out and have her vagina inspected. I'm assuming because at the time, because this is 12 years ago, the technology did not exist to create neo-vaginas, neo-pussies, whatever the fuck, mutilation, whatever term you like. I don't really care. To not have hair grow in on the inside of the cavity, which would make it like very easy to determine whether or not it was one real or not via visual inspection. But again, like it's cheap to do a DNA test. It's also, like I said, it's 12 years ago, right? So like the uproar around transgenders in sports and things really hadn't started. But yeah, it is just affirmative action for women. I'm opposed to it if it uses state funding in any capacity. And if it doesn't, and people think that it's like cool because women want to like watch other women and be like, you go girl, then like have at it and have fun. Really, I think this is like a tangential conversation about transgender in sports. And like, again, like as a libertarian, like, yeah, I don't really care. So like set the rules. If you're using tax dollars and taking away opportunities from women, with those tax dollars, then that's fucking retarded. But if it's a private league, do whatever the hell you want. I mean, it's kind of fun sometimes to watch giant dudes in fucking girl outfits, just fucking utterly dominate a bunch of other dainty women. It's kind of hilarious that like people treat this thing seriously when it's all just a fucking game.
Okay. Let's go to Corey.
I mean, so I guess to the point, I guess of both Lactoid and Scott, given the fact that, yeah, it's a private entity, I guess if they want to make up their own rules and enforce them, and people are, whatever, voluntarily signing up to participate in these leagues without unpacking what voluntary means. But
oh, no, they unpack.
Fair enough. But at the same time, yes, I'm not for this type of, let's say, inspection, even a DNA test. I would advocate against. But the league has, I guess, the right to make their own rules. Where I have a pretty hot take, like in terms of, I would let people play against other people. I'm pretty much like more or less a free for all. I don't really care all that much. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's go to Corey. Or sorry, Connor.
Yeah, so I'm okay with the inspections as long as they're done in a professional manner. Typically, you would have like a second witness to make sure there isn't any funny business, kind of like that Olympic gym trainer who molested all of his trainees or whatever. So if it's done in a professional manner, I don't really care. When it comes to, I do agree with Scott that this kind of is a proxy for transgender folk participating in sports. Whether or not we definitionally segregate female versus male, whether or not you have to be on HRT for a certain amount of years before that, et cetera, et cetera. So just to, I guess, go for the broader subject, I'm okay with transgender folk participating in sports, but I think that we should do studies on like how long it takes hormone replacement therapy to kind of make a physical equivalence between them and a cis female, or a cis woman, and then if they do prepubescent, like they go on like the hormone suppressors and then they do HRT after a few years of therapy and all that kind of stuff. If they didn't go through a male puberty, I really don't give a shit because I don't think they're conferred the physical advantages that people who go through a male puberty do. So yeah, I think we could solve this if we all stop being assholes about it, but we probably don't want to.
Okay. Ty?
A little bit of copy paste there, but I'll put it in my own words in this regard. Number one is that I did really think that this was going to go in a particular way, and if we don't have to do that, that'd be fantastic. So I will go in the other way. I don't give a shit what y'all do with your sports because I think it's all retarded. I just look at what people do and I'm like y'all really give me that Roman gladiatorial games vibe with like these giant amphitheaters that can seat 80,000 people and watch people play with pigskin. If that's what gets you off, go for it. But like, I mean, I'd rather actually be on this panel just talking with people, like actually exchanging ideas, even if I don't agree with them. Like that's far more riveting of a thing to do in my life than sit in the stands with a bunch of sweaty, smelly people. But yeah, without further ado, I'll roll with that, and let's hear from Maiko.
Yeah, so we have a little bit of tradition about this in the Catholic Church. We had somebody.
Mute your StreamYards. You're doubling your audio.
Now there's no audio?
No.
Yeah, I didn't hear it before.
Okay, well, now unmute on Discord.
Oh, I see.
All right, hold on. Yeah, I had that button
there you
thing
go.
happen. All right, so so the tradition we had in the church, there was a legendary pope named Pope Joan who actually didn't exist, but it was a legend in the church, and they took it seriously enough as a result that they started doing genital checks for popes. There's actually a special chair for this. There's a chair with a hole in it, a little bit like a commode, where like a deacon would come in underneath and visually and I think digitally inspect for genitals. And I think that that's kind of what that reminded me of here. I think, generally speaking, I don't care about the trans and sports issues. Not because I don't care about trans issues, because I think those can be important. I just don't care about sports. So if they resolve it in one direction or in another direction, it really doesn't matter to me. but I do think that the intrusiveness of checks like this kind of goes beyond the pale in a way. And I think there at the very least would need to be some sort of like reason for the demand. And honestly, like maybe something like in the NFL where if you do a challenge and the challenge turns out to be wrong, like there's some sort of penalty for it. Like, I don't know if the penalty should be all that great, but if you suspect somebody's the wrong gender or whatever, you're trying to take them out by an inspection and then you turn out to be wrong. I don't know, maybe forfeit the game, like some sort of cost to where if you're going to make a demand that's as drastic as that one, then you better be pretty darn sure of what it is you're saying.
And finally, Doobie.
I actually don't think that the physical check or the visual check is that big a deal. I think that we probably want athletes to be doing like medical exams to be checked medically to make sure that they're okay to participate prior to being in a big event like the World Cup. So I don't understand why this couldn't be done as just part of that, right? Why you wouldn't the way the doctor doing the physical examination that they would normally do to make sure someone's healthy, to make sure that they're not doping, to make sure that they don't have cancer, whatever the fuck, leading up to something this big. Wouldn't just mark down, oh yeah, they have this kind of genitals, or they're a female or a male or whatever the fuck. Like that seems pretty reasonable. I am kind of surprised that so many of you guys are saying that you just don't really care about the trans people in sports topic. Because I think that
excuse me, sorry,
it's okay. Because I think that is a pretty big deal. I mean, I don't really. It's not so much about like me being somebody who enjoys like women's sports, because I don't. I think most people don't watch women's sports. But I think that this like, I think seeding the battleground, right, which is what you're doing when you're saying you don't really care about something, and kind of just like turning your cheek away from it, is a bad idea when it comes to something like the trans issues or the gender ideology or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That is, I think, in the last 5 years or so, especially, but even prior to this, has been like massively pushed on every front possible by activists. So I don't think we should cede any ground on this issue, if it is something that you care about in general.
Okay, so I'll say then that I mean that's interesting path, Doobie. So maybe we should explore that. But I think this didn't have to happen. The article that I sent you guys says like there was a way to just like collect DNA, like with a cheek swab. And it had been used for decades, and they could have just done that. So like the technology did exist for them to do it, but they didn't do it. So it's weird that okay, we got to do a general inspection. It's intrusive, and I don't want to subject athletes to that. But beyond that, I think when we have this panic about males performing, right, or trans women performing, and again, this is 2011, to be fair, so it's before our current moral panic. But like when we do these things, the people who end up suffering, not surprisingly, are people of color, right? So like the accusation was made against the Equatorial Guinea crew. So that's a Central African country. And yeah, the black women are constantly being made to feel that they are one, just less feminine, and then two, masculine at being called men. We saw this with Michelle Obama, for instance, right? Like, in fact, that's still a thing on the right. That's still a thing. Hey, is she a man? Are the kids hers? Right? Like, I don't have any proof that those kids are her kids. Right? Even though they look just fucking like her, or whatever. Right? They actively say that she's a man. That didn't come out of nowhere. Right, that was like a new thing for the right. They've been doing that for a long time. Not just
because she's ugly.
Just play. I don't, and not just.
Yeah.
I just want to blame the right, but like it's just like
here.
a racist trope. It's a racist trope against black women. So it's not a surprise that like the people who are gonna immediately get hurt by these types of policies are going to be black women.
Prime, can you clarify because I'm confused because it was black people accusing the white Swedish team, wasn't it?
No, it was against Equatorial Guinea. Unless, hold on, maybe I read that wrong. Hold on.
Yeah, the team that
It
we're
was the
talking about in
Swedes. It was the
2011.
white women.
Yeah, the Swedes
It was
had
the
to do it.
whites
But
that were being subjected to the. Are you saying that blacks in Papua New Guinea are racist against
These are like
whites?
the
and
whitest
whites are a
people.
minority in Papua New Guinea, so it's the minorities that suffer. The white minority. I'm confused.
Listen,
tests done after allegations of men in Equatorial Guinea squad.
Yeah. So it's confusingly worded, Scott. But basically,
Oh.
like there was
okay,
tests done.
So it's also
So it's the white
rumors.
woman complaining that she was being
Wait,
subjected
hold on.
to these things.
Wait, hold on,
but it's
please.
because
Wait,
other
hold on.
people
So
were
it's
like,
Prime.
but then
Other people
then it doesn't make
also
sense
got the
'cause they're
tests,
being
right?
subjected.
Yeah.
Okay,
So look,
Prime.
I'm gonna read
Prime.
it again. Hold on. Then you
Okay,
can go
yeah,
doobie. But
Yeah,
so
I
the
apologize. I
gender
read it
test.
wrong as well.
No problem. But I just want to be very clear for the audience. The gender tests were carried out around the 2011 tournament in Germany after protests from Nigeria, South Africa, and Ghana relating to allegations that the Equatorial Guinea squad included men. Yeah.
Okay,
And this
so
also happened
all
to the
these
Swedish
other
players, right, as well.
So hold on. So the allegations came
Africans
from
versus Africans.
African teams. African teams accuse another African team of having men on the team.
Listen,
So
I can
I don't know
still
why
be
we're
a
like
man.
relating this to like go for it.
And
Well, I was
Sweden's
gonna say,
players also had to undergo the tests, right? So the white people also.
Everyone had a lot of people had to undergo the test. I'm not sure how many.
That's
teams,
a moot point.
But yeah.
It's fine.
It doesn't seem like
because
race played anything.
I am going to accept the fact that black women are accused of being more masculine because we know this with like the Williams sisters and with Michelle Obama. I've heard all this shit. I've seen all the fucking memes, and I was gonna defend their racism because Michelle Obama has huge fucking traps. I wish I could have trapezius muscles as good as Michelle Obama.
Yeah. So one, just because like it was in this situation, it was also made by black teams, doesn't mean that like this isn't a racist trope, right? We know this, and we see this within the.
It's such a stretch, dude. Come on.
No, it's not a stretch. This is the point that I'm making. That we see that within American sports, like female sports. We've seen this before, where like they start accusing the girls of color of being masculine, right? So,
I didn't know if Brittany Griner was a dude for a long time until I finally Googled it.
But Prime, like
I thought Brittany Griner was trans. First time I saw him,
Google female athlete accused of being a man, you'll find this happens fucking all across the planet. This isn't something that black women especially need to deal with. Like, I don't know why we're making this a race issue.
Okay, let's just make it a trans
It might be that the news media gets more upset about it in America, so we'll probably have like a confirmation bias where we see more instances of accusation against black people because the news media loves a race card whenever they get a chance.
I'm sorry. This is not like okay. So I want to be clear. This idea of of black women being seen as more masculine isn't like a new thing. This isn't like exclusive to this trans panic that we're having. This is a well-known thing within the community that we just have to deal with, that black women are attacked with all the time. So like this is like an understood thing. And so when I'm making this accusation, I'm saying that this will happen. It's happened in the past. It's happened in the past, and it's going to happen in the future as well. That we leave the door open for this. And yes, sometimes black people will make the accusation against other black people. Right? Well, is it true? Yeah, I guess I don't know. When black people talk about their experiences, yeah, are they lying? I don't know.
No,
I think
no,
maybe they don't
it's not
understand.
true that
I don't
some
know.
black women
Is
are
it
more
true?
masculine.
Is that you're pretending the experience is special or unique?
Isn't it just true that black women tend to have more masculine features? Would it be racist to say that Asians have more feminine features than white women?
Thank you for that. Thanks for that. That was beautiful and expected. Moving on. Sorry.
So you won't answer? I mean, is it not true?
It's not true. Okay, whatever.
How is it not true?
Especially because even oh, you know what? I'm not even gonna do that.
Why can't we can be honest about
I'm not
that?
gonna. Sorry. Look. Yeah, I get it.
I feel like Corey would give a good scientific answer to that.
You want to be shocking?
I'm literally not trying to be shocking. I'm just saying.
I know.
Answer,
I get it. You love to do this, but I'm not going to go down this road with you. You can think whatever you want. You're free to do so, right? All right, moving on. But Doobie, you wanted to
right.
say something, and then Corey.
I just think that you are speaking as if the experiences of these black women is special or unique in some way, and I don't think it is. Especially in this context, especially in the context of like athletic events or athletes. Again, you just Google for like 10 seconds. You'll find plenty of examples of this happening to people of every race. In
Did I
fact, the
say
same year that Caster Semenya was a huge deal in the United States, you had Chinese athletes, female athletes, being accused of being men. Same fucking year. We didn't hear about it because it doesn't play into the race narrative of the United States.
Did I say that this was exclusive to black people? Did I ever say that?
Why would you say that at all then? Like, why wouldn't you
I
just say,
said
hey, it's going
that
to lead to some
people of-
people being accused of being men when they're not men? Because that's if
I
that's
don't
a
know
real
why
issue you're pointing to.
I don't know why it upsets you for me to point out a thing that affects the black community.
Okay,
Like
but
I
it
don't know
affects
why
every
that it
community.
bothers
It
you.
upsets me when you pretend it doesn't affect every community. When you
I didn't
when you lift up the
I've
black
never
community,
said that. I
when you
never
lift up
said
the
that.
black
I
community as something that we
acknowledge.
need to
Oh,
pay
I'm
special
sorry.
attention to.
Being black might give me perspective of the black community. Maybe if I was Asian, I would have brought up and I
Or
said
just
people
stop
of
giving a
color
fuck
one way or
about
the other.
race.
But I got. Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah,
sure.
just say,
All
hey,
right.
this is going to
Just
affect
stop
the
caring
women.
about race.
It's going to affect women who other
Understood.
people are going to say are look masculine or look manly, and then they might be accused of being men. Sure, okay, that's going to happen
Yeah,
with
and then
every
if
racial
we
group.
have
We have evidence that happened with every racial group. Why lift up black women especially?
Because black women especially have been dealing with this. Not that I didn't say exclusively, did I? I've never said exclusively. Rewind the VOD. Never said that at all. Or uniquely, didn't say that. So don't put that on me. I'm saying that this is a thing that we had to do to deal with.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay, nice. Well,
I don't think there's
I don't think
there's any evidence. I think that white women get accused of being manly or masculine just as often as black women do.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad you, as a Mexican man, have that
Racist,
insight
of course.
and know this. All right, thank you for that.
Yeah, there are plenty of manly Hispanic women. Okay, like they're just manly women in general. Some women have like
You
stronger
know
features
that
than
better
others.
than me, so I'm going to leave that up to you. All right, let's go to or was it Corey? Did you have something you wanted to say, or?
Well, on a separate topic, but if you want to like continue,
I mean, we could.
Okay,
Let's
well,
move on.
As to attempt to address the point that you made, Doobie, and I think you're in your opening statement of like you're not opposed to, let's say, a doctor reporting that as part of like their medical checkup, that they give the thumbs up that they're the, as in the words of the article, the appropriate gender, whatever that means.
You know what that means.
You know what that means.
Well, it's a separate topic, but so I would take issue with that just because I don't know exactly how it works, let's say when it comes to athletes, but from what I understand, they're mostly just given like medical clearance, and medical deals don't need to be reported unless there's some sort of like underlying issue. And so like you appear to be advocating for like pretty much revealing medical information when probably maybe the person doesn't want their medical information.
Yeah,
revealed.
relevant medical information. Yes. This
So,
medical
yeah,
information is relevant to the event that they're attempting to compete in.
That would be the
of course,
disagreement.
reveal it.
I would call it irrelevant medical information, but I guess it's
What's irrelevant about it?
well, yeah, well, pretty much as I sort of alluded to in my opening statement, like I don't have much issue with just like letting anyone compete in any division whatsoever.
Okay, so hold on, just real quickly, because we did this in the masculinity panel as well. Dr. Heems, God bless his soul, was trying to do this. So just out of curiosity, like, do men on average have more upper body strength, tend to be taller, tend to be stronger, tend to be faster, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, on average, yeah, I would agree with you.
Significantly.
Okay, and then basically, if we let everybody compete, particularly in like combat sports and like all that kind of shit, like maybe like American football, can we expect that people who are smaller in stature, regardless of whether or not they're men or women, if they participated at the like professional level, they might just get their fucking asses kicked?
Well, so I don't know exactly how it works in every single league, but I would say like if someone is able to get through the qualifications of the NFL and go through the NFL Combine, regardless of how they identify, then they should be allowed to at least play. They should not be given an automatic spot, but like I don't see why. Like,
yeah,
also,
I mean, you might have a female or two out of like every couple thousand dudes.
Okay. All right. Well, actually, you know what? I'm okay with this because if there was like a female 7'2" fucking Amazonian
right.
woman
Like,
who
there's
can
gonna
run
be the
a fucking
exceptionally rare like Olga from like the mountains somewhere that just shows up and is like, holy shit. But like, yeah, by and large, you'd just be getting rid of women in sports.
And you know what? I would pay to see that. So I retract my line of questioning.
Dude, I would too. If there was like a lineback, like a Samoan lineback female that just trucked dudes, I'd be like, let's go. Like the whole, like I would be in the stands, just like, let's go.
Oh god,
Big
oh
Bertha,
god, oh god.
Big Bertha, Big
I want
Bertha. You know what I mean? Like it would be great.
I want to elaborate on that because a lot of people bring up combat sports, and I'm certainly not an expert in combat sports, and probably you're way more well versed than I am, Connor. But like, so well, from what I understand, most fights are consensual, and there's weight classes. Like if you know, people want to fight against other people, and there's like the risk of severe injury. I mean, severe injuries happen in male divisions. I've seen really bad leg breaks. Like, there's really horrific stuff that happens, even when it's whatever same-sex combat sports. So I don't see the potential there. I could see maybe a slightly greater potential, but horrific outcomes still occur regardless of segregation. So it's
You know
like, why
what?
not just?
Yeah, UFC is
you're
totally
right, and
different.
I would pay good money to see this. You're right.
The problem. The problem with just using weight class in contact sports, right, is that like women don't have narrow hips the way that men. Like, there's a lot of factors that play in the ability towards striking force beyond just like muscle mass, bone density, and like weight. So like, even if you have a male and a female that are like the same weight, like if they're the same weight and they have the same relative
There'll be
strength,
more
that dude's
muscle on the mat.
that dude's gonna knock her the fuck out, and
But
it's
I will
not
watch
even gonna be a contest.
But even that, it happens all the time where someone of the like
males knock each other out.
Yeah, and we very often it happens that at the heavyweight class, like we saw this with like Brock Lesnar, where it's like, yeah, there was a size advantage, but that size advantage was eventually overcome by someone much smaller, despite that 40-pound weight difference or 50-pound weight difference. Like this happens all the time.
So maybe a skilled female BJJ practitioner.
Well, so again, I'm not an expert, but I don't know how many. Like, I think it just needs to grow.
I'm not shit talking. I think it would be okay. So what I'm actually saying, I don't
ground and pound is going to be a problem there. Even then,
I don't want your world. I don't want it at all. I think that the sex separations of sports make a decent amount of physiological sense on average. I also think that, like what I said earlier, when it comes to females transitioning, or excuse me, what was it? Males transitioning into women. You know, if they're on 2 years of HRT, there's not that big of a performance gap, or they do it before their puberty. I don't give a shit. I think that's fine. The reason why I'm entertaining what you're saying is because I think that there would be really cool exceptional cases where maybe like a really skilled, super fit lady just starts choking dudes out left, right, and center, and it would be like a fucking phenomena. But to side with Scott a little bit, I think she's eventually going to catch a fucking, 2 knuckles to the temple, and she's going to go down fucking hard in a way that will not be pleasing to anybody involved.
But that still happens on the men's side, really.
That's true. I mean, like boxing, people die in boxing all the time. Well, not all the time, but often enough that it's a thing. But I think one of the things that we're not talking about is I think most people here are not really into sports. And so there's this weird thing where we're devaluing what sports are to so many people. I didn't think I would have to be the sports simple in the panel, but apparently I'm the only one willing to at least entertain this idea, which is that, like, the reason sports is an entertainment, or one of the reasons, right? There's a lot of reasons, but one of the big things behind it is that it's not just a television show, or it's not just mindless entertainment. Like, sports is a symbolic form of communication, right? Like, so if we look at communication between humans as theoretical, narrative, symbolic, and unitive, right? And we understand that sports is telling a mythology through symbols. And what that symbol is the idea of game theory, the idea of competition, the idea of striving towards the one goal where there are winners and losers. And then the teams begin to create a sense of pride in your area, your community, your nation, right? Whatever that may be. And so what it becomes is a metaphor for the idea of achieving a goal that via competition and being the best and picking heroes that are exceptional at that goal, and then extrapolating that philosophy into our lives. If you like, so what I mean, I'm tying it all together, like, with like Jurassic Park here, right? Like we were so busy, trying to figure out whether or not we could, like we didn't think about whether or not we should do it. And so like there is a value in female sports just as much as there in male sports, in women seeing themselves represented in that arena, seeing themselves represented in that competitive game, and striving towards that goal. And when you start putting biological males in that place and then just saying, ha ha ha, it's the same thing, it's like you've kind of destroyed the entire point of female sports, which is why I think Corey is coming to this conclusion of like, well, let's just let everybody in. And it's like, legally speaking, I don't want to stop anybody if they want to do a fucking trans people in sports division because it might be fun. But like, is that really matching the same value of women looking up and idolizing heroes that strive to be their best through competition when we just start putting fucking dudes in dresses that are just like in the volleyball court that are a foot taller? Like,
we don't need that.
Yeah.
So hold on. I want to address it from a centrist perspective.
We'll go. Sorry. You'll do that, and then we'll go to Corey, Aiko, Lactoid.
Yeah, so basically, I already knew what you were saying when we went with biological male instead of assigned male at birth. I think the thing is we can talk about like high level subjects without being rude to people, and I think dudes in dresses, it's fucking rude, right? Because there are people who take their transition super seriously.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Sometimes you need to be rude to liars.
Okay, hold on. So, god damn it. Now we're getting into an entirely different fucking topic. So,
yeah, like Connor, isn't it
yeah,
rude
well, then
to try to like force
grab
Scott
your
to
nutsack
adhere
and
to this
continue
ideology?
on the conversation? Like I'm not.
Like,
Yeah,
use
I'm
like
not
the
fucking
newspeak
dealing.
that's proposed by the ideology.
Wait. So, sorry, say that again.
Isn't it also rude to try to like pressure Scott to use the newspeak that's put forward by this ideology that he doesn't subscribe to?
Can you still descriptively say that you disagree with like transgenderism as a concept without being like rude to the people who are trans?
It's not
I
even
don't
rude.
disagree
I mean, from
with
his perspective,
transgenderism as a concept. I'm just saying, like, fucking a dude can be gendered one way or the other. I don't disagree that people have a right to change their bodies, etc. Right, but we all recognize that that there's no level of changing your body, unless, of course, you're talking about abusing children and putting them on androgen therapy and then HRT at a very young age. And even then, it is unlikely to an extreme degree that these people don't have a supreme biological advantage.
Okay, so Prime, is this too close to TOS? Because I mean, I'll engage.
I mean, we've talked about this many times before. Like,
I mean, I don't care. I'll do it. So
yeah. But like, if it gets too hateful, I'm gonna like shut it down. But you can respond. But I do need to move on to other people.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that basically I've watched a healthy chunk of content recently related to this shit. So I think that 80
and I'm producing a lot 60,
of it. Yes. I think like 60 to 90% of people who experience some level of gender dysphoria desist like by the time they're like 15 or some shit. And so I don't see a problem necessarily if somebody does have gender dysphoria that they identify when they're, entering puberty or whatever, going to therapy for a couple of years, going on the hormone blockers or whatever the fuck for 2 years. That way you're past the 90% desistance rate. And then if you're still experiencing gender dysphoria when you're 14 or 15 and you're part of that 10%, then proceeding with transition. And if you're proceeding with transition, if you never underwent a male puberty and you undergo you basically get bombarded with estrogen, I don't think you're being conferred that much of a physical advantage. So for instance, there are a few gals that are peers with us in this space that did, that game plan. And the only thing that really identifies them as trans is the fact that they have a penis. Besides that, they
should
look,
we celebrate
talk, and
those
act like
people?
females.
The people, the people that went through the puberty blockers and were abused as children, should we put that forward on a pedestal as a means of celebration for society?
I don't
know.
know.
Should we maybe
so
that's a
much as
problem?
A recognition of like a medical alternative. If you want to move on, move on.
Yeah, let's go to Corey, Aiko, and then Lactoid.
Okay, so Scott, how you described sports earlier without fully unpacking that, but so sort of like summarizing in terms of like, whatever sports maybe represents just the strive for competition towards, an ultimate goal. So granting you that, don't you get like the most competition when you just allow everyone to compete?
It's not really competitive to have biological males against a ton
No,
of
I think
females.
it would depend on context. Where I think there'll be
Badminton.
Yeah, sure. There are instances where there are mediocre guys, right? That then transition for a short period of time, or possibly have been, transitioning for a long period of time, right? Where sure they're able to, they're not the best in the field, right? It's kind of like, but it's kind of a situation where it's like, I don't know. This is an incredibly complex topic. I do a lot of I would invite people that want to talk specifically about that issue to like maybe talk to me another day about it, because I could go on for hours
yeah,
about this.
I
But
understand.
like,
I just want to clarify maybe one point. Like,
keeping it within the realm of sports, right? Like the idea of female sports is a recognition ultimately that females by and large cannot compete in male sports. That when, yeah, sure, there are ends of the distribution, but the distribution is shifted. So when you're taking the top 0.01% of men, there's no fucking women except for incredibly rare cases where you need upper body strength or grip strength or certain things that are able to compete in that arena. So they have their own places so that girls can have something to look up to, and so that girls can be athletes. That's the whole point of Title IX, right? And so if you start mixing these, you basically just pull women out of the game.
I just want to clarify. Are you saying that pretty much in every sport, without defining what sport is, in every whatever sport activity, pretty much the highest performing male will always outperform any of the highest performing female? Is that the
there's going to be there's going to be sports that don't require as much grip strength, like equestrians, right? Like even still dudes are better at it, but like it's going to be like a 35-65 split as opposed to like 99.999 to 0.001.
Yeah, or what about so we don't have any good hard data, but there's, let's say, emerging sort of anecdotal rough data that when it comes to ultra marathons, like really ultra marathons, women
ultra
might
marathons,
have
100 plus because of the way the organs are constructed in the female body and the interstitial fat of men. It seems that like once you go above like 80 miles, that like women actually start to do better, so long as they don't have any weight on them. The moment you put like a rucksack on them, their hips crumble.
Right. So that's why I'm saying, like, don't you get like the most competition when just let people compete against people and let the chips fall like where they may? And if it's consensual, then like who cares?
If it's private, sure, that's what he said.
But if it's private, like I have no problem with doing it. But like I do see that there is also value in having leagues for women, for girls to look up to, and for girls to have opportunities in, and to play all of these beloved sports at a competitive level without basically being forced out of the sport by virtue of the fact that they're female.
Okay, so I want to move on to Aiko, Lactoid, Ty, and Doobie. I'm sure Doobie has something to say, and I want to get it out of him. So let's go to Aiko.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious because I mean, if let's look at the Olympics. A little over 1,000 medals are given out at every Olympics. Just looked it up. I think one trans person has won an Olympic medal, but it was someone assigned female at birth who identified as non-binary, so that doesn't count as a trans woman. So 0 trans women have won them.
How dare you? That might be TOS.
Yeah. Maybe over time, that will change as more trans people sort of get inspired to like move into Olympic level sports. I don't know, but I would think that we would need to see some representation. So if they're 0.3% of the population, you would expect them to win out of 1,000 medals, 3 of them at any given Olympics. So, I mean,
yeah, but 0.3. Hold on, pause. 0.3 is looking at identification and current data, right? You haven't allowed social contagion over the last 10 years to catch up towards.
Yeah, that's what I said going in the forward. Like I don't expect
right,
current data
like
on
15 years ago it would be 0.02%.
Yeah,
right? And so you would actually say that trans are overrepresented in the Olympics.
That's why I said going into the future, right? Like science values predictions. Like, so in Corey's honor, I would say, okay, like if if what you see is a social contagion, if we measure the number of trans women specifically who have done 2 years of HRT, which is what it requires in order to like qualify for athletic competitions, when we get to the point where we can measure that, surely then, Scott, you would predict that more than 3 medals would be won by trans women at some point in the near future, like in the next 10 years.
I mean, it just depends. It also depends because, like, for example,
it would have to be more than that, right? Because that would be representative.
Iran competes in the Olympics. I don't think they're going to have any fucking trans athletes put forward. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
if you want to like just look at it from like American medals or Western countries,
or
then, like,
college
yeah, I would
athletes in
certainly
America,
say-
then that would be, or you could
Yeah,
even just
but there's
measure
a-
like the number who enter versus the number who win.
Right. But the problem is that this is the problem with predicting the future this way is that there's a bunch of other factors, right? A lot of trans people probably don't want to play basketball, right? You know what I mean? Like, just because the overall population doesn't mean, is a certain percentage, doesn't mean that the individuals that want to go into female sports is the same. I'm sure a lot of people just don't want to be subjected to the hate that they're going to get from just being a D1 female, in a woman division and being a trans person. I'm sure plenty of people might want to play and are like, fuck that shitstorm. I'm just going to
Basketball
go to
might be a
college and
bad
get my
example, right?
sociology.
Because that's one where height makes a big difference, and trans women have a height advantage. But
Sure, but I mean, look at Leah Thomas, right? Like, I'm pretty sure like there are plenty of people that saw that and were like, you know what? I thought about doing that, but I'm gonna just fucking sit this one out and get my sociology degree.
So is that a self-solving problem then? You're just because of the level of
Harassing trans
harassment.
women
No, I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It could, right, but it could also go the opposite way, right? Because the majority of trans people have personality disorders, a lot of which is narcissistic personality disorder, covert, vulnerable, and so the narcissism may play a key role in the amount of attention that they get, regardless of the hate. It's like we don't really know what those percentages will look
So
like.
is it fair to
trying
say
guess in
that
the future?
So is it fair to say that instead of like imagining like this future dominance by trans women, we address the problem when we start to see that actually happening in the real world, like statistically?
The problem is because it only takes one, right? When I'm describing a vision of a girl looking up and having heroes, it only takes one person that dominates that in their mind isn't a girl or isn't a woman, right? The viewer, for them to feel cheated, for them to feel like the entire thing's a sham.
Well, but it would have
You
to
don't
be
need
more
it-
than
you don't
one
need
if
a-
you're going to say there's a fundamental a disadvantage, right? Because if only one trans person ever does as well as top athlete cis women, then that would imply that no, it's in fact a disadvantage to be a trans woman.
No.
right?
I can't watch. What
On
I'm
net.
saying is, like, let's say you have 2 soccer teams, right? And how many people are in a soccer team? Like, when you count everyone that like switches in and out, like, what is it like? Is it like 20 something? I can't remember the exact number.
I'm not European.
Yeah, I'm not a sports
Okay,
guy.
whatever. So let's just say it's 40, right? Between 2 teams. And then one biological male comes in there and just dominates the whole match. It only takes that one for the girl watching to be like, well, what the fuck is this?
Oh,
like, this
wow.
isn't for me.
So this is
team
wonderful.
sport.
This is a wonderful idea. Fuck. I gotta get Lacto in because Lacto has been waiting for like fucking 45 minutes to say something. So Lacto, I apologize. I'll
Just responding to the question.
Well, I got 2 things to say, and I'm opposed to affirmative action, Scott, and so I need to challenge you a little bit on this, and I want, I guess, a response, because when you're saying statements like, well, women need to have their own space to guarantee role models for women, I mean, A, how is this not just like an archetypical affirmative action argument? And B, couldn't a trans person use this exact same argument to say, well, I need a trans role model to show that I could also be included in the sports? I mean, that's kind of the pitfall.
Yeah,
there.
so there's nothing wrong with affirmative action. It's not state-based, right? There's nothing wrong with psychic profit. There's nothing wrong with the capitalist determining that there's a value that is not seen in the market, which is a niche audience, right? Girls are a niche audience. They desire and want something, and then I, the capitalist, can bring them that thing. That's not affirmative action. That's just like, now when they're demanding equal pay, or like for like sports leagues that are partially tax funded, yeah, that's fucking affirmative action. But like, if someone wants to make a fucking trans sports league or a sports league that has trans people in it on their own without tax paying dollars, that's fine. What I'm saying is if your product is designed to inspire young girls, and then you ruin your product in some way by including biological males, then like, are you really doing the product anymore? Or are you just doing this thing so we can all give pats on the back? We can keep our corporate ESG scores high, and we can all talk about how we're on the right side of history when giving
That's
into
what
a
I do.
fucking
Well, right,
destructive
but that's
ideology.
Well, right, I understand, but like that's like the issue because like, we completely agree that like private corporations should be able to set up this system if they want to, but if the implication there is they would only set up this system if like it benefited their bottom line, if it met their goals, and then these private companies could, if they wanted to, just change their goals to include trans women instead, right? Like there's nothing stopping this in the market right now. So is the question just like we don't really have any preference either way, just like wherever the profits tend to fall is kind of wherever, because for me, even though I recognize that people should be allowed to do it.
This is your libertarianism breaking down, because you're forgetting that libertarianism is descriptive and not prescriptive. From a descriptive position, like I don't get to stop them.
I understand.
Right?
I understand. I'm not saying to stop them. Descriptively, 100% agree. But like prescriptively, personally, I suppose I wouldn't want to. I generally have a distaste for affirmative action or other sorts of racist policies or baseless forms of discrimination. And so if I know that like I actually would somewhat prefer perhaps what Corey's advocating.
What's racist or sexist about it?
Well, what's sexist? You're not allowing men in.
Yeah. What's sexist about the right of association to say that men and women are different? So is it sexist now to say that men and women are different, and so we might have a different sports league based upon those differences?
No. Let me explain. Let me elaborate, I guess, a little bit more. So in my idea, the point of the sport is not about like emphasizing the fact that men and women on average have differences. It's about how well you can play the sport and at what level, right? And so I somewhat agree with Corey in the sense of I don't understand why, at least in terms of personal, what I would like to support or what I would like to see. I can't force it, but what I would like to see is organizations maybe move towards more like an ELO system, where like we don't even pay attention to race, gender, or age, or disability status, or anything whatsoever.
ELO sucks for team sports. By the way, fair enough.
We just felt like maybe for individuals.
Performance metric. I think is what you mean.
It's specifically performance metrics, and so what you're going to get is yes, you're going to get like in the top leagues only men, and like the bottom leagues like women and children, right? But for me, like that's totally fine, right? I got no problem with that. That to me, that would feel a lot fairer to me than watching WNBA. I also have no problem
with that. But what is the problem with a private company creating a women's only sports that says this is for women because we don't want to be relegated to the low ELO system. We want all the top competing women to compete against all the other top competing women because we find this more entertaining and inspiring.
Okay, I've got no problem in like the very specific like instance of private leagues, but let me and let's just assume for a second that public colleges exist and will continue to exist. In the context of public colleges, don't you agree that like then it's kind of fucked up because we have college like public money going towards funding women's leagues when mediocre men they don't get their own league?
Yeah, I want to abolish federal student loans and all grants to colleges
and the state.
That's
but if we have to keep them, then for the colleges, would you be okay with like an ELO system? Should we just propose that?
I mean, like the system is unjustifiable by itself. So like whatever people want, I don't care.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Whatever reduces the amount of money spent towards these sports leagues is the positive one. So if it's less money to do an ELO system, that is the correct direction.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. But Corey, I'm curious in your opinion. Do you agree with that sort of ELO system of like at the bottom, like we could even like abolish the Special Olympics completely as well, and just like people can go whichever.
Yeah, fuck those handicapped people.
People can go literally like whatever ELO they happen to fit in, like regardless of who they are or where they come from or their any kind of status they have.
Rudy is going to take on a whole new meaning once the fucking Special Olympics is integrated.
Yeah, if there can be devised an appropriate ELO, some sort of performance metric, in principle, I can see I don't have issue with that currently.
Like performance metrics.
Yeah. And it's used in all kinds of sports. It's like big in chess.
You see it originally in chess, right? When someone says I'm 1800 in chess, Like that's what they're talking about. They're talking about their elo.
And Connor,
And-
so
and-
the effect of this would be like, so Serena Williams like loses against like college athletes, like college men athletes. So like she and those athletes would be in the same like category, and they'd be playing together, right? And then in the top leagues, you'd have like all the male tennis players.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ty.
Like
go
the
ahead,
dude that was
and
ranked
then-
500 and was like smoking cigarettes and dominating women.
All right. Yeah.
Ty,
so-
and then I want to yell at Doobie. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. So some people are asking, like in my chat, just like throw out your opinion here at least. So I'm like, the problem is I really don't have a dog in this fight because I do find this is kind of a women versus trans folks issue. In the regards, it's like, all right, I do know some women that are like, they don't really care that much if trans men are involved, and there are some women are like ardently against it, and like that's going to be a fight between them on how that particular institution goes, right? What I will bring in here is that there is a legalistic problem that I see coming down the road that I want to throw the monkey wrench in, and that is if transgenderism is accepted and becomes like the norm, right? How long is it before we actually see protections for gender or sex just completely go to hell? Because it's going to be like, all right, well, no longer it's an immutable characteristic.
Yeah,
you can change your sex. Like
That's
I
what the
seriously,
conservatives are mad about.
You
well,
can't
honestly, so
change
this
your
is the weird.
sex, You can change your gender.
Yeah, like so that's the kicker though, is that like people
Maybe not for
relate
long.
it to. Get to that here in a minute, right? So like I know that some people are like, oh, gender different than sex, and like the problem is like people don't agree on that at all. So like when it comes down to it, is what seriously concerns me is that whether it be conservatives pulling a reverse Uno or you have like hyper liberals just like getting together and be like, all right, cool, you know what? We don't have to worry about this anymore. We can discriminate at our leisure because you can't change it.
Ty,
Like, that's something I see that coming down.
Ty, one of the problems is that we don't just protect, even if this ridiculous situation you're talking about takes place, right? Even in that situation, we still have protection for things that can be changed, like a religion, for instance, that can be changed. But we can still protect those things. We can just decide as a society that this group, however you enter that group, faces a level of discrimination that's like unacceptable, and so that we protect them.
Well, the law in this clarifies that in this case, immutable, what they're referring to is characteristics that cannot be changed or characteristics that you should not be compelled to change. That's an important element. So
That's interesting.
Like religion would fall under that, right? Because you could cross convert, but like you shouldn't be forced to do that according to our historical norms and standards.
And you shouldn't be compelled to change your gender or sex or whatever the fuck Corey is talking about.
I do just want to point out real quick.
I can
the idea that men don't have a dog in this fight is like, I'm a father with a daughter, so like fuck off on that idea. Like I have a dog in this fight because I have a daughter.
Who's a dog?
Like,
have you tried telling her to get good?
So like
she is good, and I just went to her fucking Celtic dance recital and it was adorable. Fuck off. She's great.
No,
Sounds like a skill issue.
Scott, like I can't like maybe if I have a daughter, I'll feel a little different about it. But like for me, it's like I can totally be like 100%. I have a fight in the abortion conversation. I cannot do this when it comes to this one. I just like I don't feel like I'm remotely attached to it. So
See, and here's the thing: is I hate women more than I hate trans people, so that's why I'm siding the way that I side. So that's
okay. Let's go to our friend Doobie, who I'm sure has something to say.
What about AMABs?
It'll probably infuriate.
Well, there's your
Luckily,
tie-in for Doobie right there, because Ty just said he doesn't have a dog in this fight, and Doobie said earlier we should all have a dog in this fight.
Yeah, luckily I hate trans women more than I hate
women
people in general. But yeah, I think that we do have a dog in this fight. I think that so if we were to talk about like the bigger picture, which I think is this bunch of gendered radicalized weirdos, activists, trying to undermine our institutions, trying to get us to reevaluate how human society is structured for no good reason that I can find. I think this is like yet another front in that like wider war, right? Like the cultural war, the ideological war. So I don't think it makes sense to say, oh well, hey, you can win on that battlefield, because I think any foothold you give this ideology just gives it fuel to push into other spaces.
Your argument is just a new branch of critical theory. It's just a new branch of critical theory. That's all it is.
Yeah. So that's number one, right? Number two, I think it's kind of disgusting. Maybe disgusting isn't a strong enough word. I think it's
horrifying.
I think you guys should be ashamed of yourselves for throwing women's sports under the bus so easily because you personally maybe don't like watching the WNBA or whatever the fuck. Yeah, it's I
Bitch,
don't
you're
have a
not
dog
talking
in
about me.
I'm not talking about you, Scott.
Talk about me.
Yeah, sure. It's boring to watch women play sports for you guys. Okay, I get it. It's boring for me to watch anybody play sports. Sports are boring in fucking general. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter to people. And it does matter to people. Obviously, it matters to people. It matters enough to trans people that they're willing to fucking have huge protests and physically assault people who disagree with them, try to shut down all dissent, right? Obviously, it matters to somebody, right? It matters to the athletes that dedicate their lives to this. So I think it's kind of silly to just say, oh well, no big deal. Just let them have it. Who gives a fuck? Maybe we just get rid of the whole category in general and just have like an elo system to cater to this fucking like less than 1% group of like gender confused people in the fucking country. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I can chew
It's
on
a
this right now.
foothold into the legal space, right? It is the argument over trans sports and things of that nature really comes down to the queer activists and to the trans rights activists. They see it as an avenue to change things like Title IX. They see it as an avenue to change legal definitions. And once you get that ball rolling, once you open Pandora's box in that way, it becomes exceedingly difficult to put it back in the box.
Corey.
And
sorry,
this is why I was
Connor.
very happy.
I'd like
I was very happy that the World Athletics Council voted to exclude trans women from their events going forward. Right. That I think is a very positive development. I'm very, very happy that we're seeing some pushback now.
Okay, Connor, you can go. I keep mixing up with Corey, but white people.
No, yeah, it's fine. So no, this isn't how politics or negotiation or society or how compromises work at all. As a matter of fact, one of the main things that I like and identify with is Burkean conservatism, which is basically progressives. They push and they fight and they cry and they stomp their feet and they Molotov cocktail buildings and they flip over cop cars and they do this, that, the other over what they want to do in the future because the status quo doesn't work for them. And what you do is you sift through their ideas, and 95% of them are dog shit, but 5% of them are good. So you implement the 5% that are good, and you throw out the 95% that are dog shit. This is why I identify as a Burkean conservative. So basically,
and then in
saying
10
like,
years,
no,
they're
we
back
can't.
burning shit down, yelling about the same shit you didn't let them do last time, and then you give them a little more,
Then you give them
a little
another
more,
It's not.
and then a little
It's
more.
not. Yeah, you're right. You know what? You're right. It is a little more. Black people, they didn't just want the right to vote. They
Don't
also
compare this
wanted
to
to
black
be.
people. That's ridiculous.
Well, okay,
We're talking about a
what do you
half
want?
a
What do you want to
percent of
compare
gender
to it?
confused people. That's what we're talking about.
Okay,
People
so
with like a
if
mental
I
illness
murder
who
one
want
person,
who want
it's
us to
only
play
one.
along with
It's
their
one
fucking
more
mental
million.
illness. That's what we're talking about. Don't compare this to
Hold on.
black people. That's insulting.
Well, I love insulting black people. So if I murder one person, then it's like 1 out of 300 million. So it's like 1 out of whatever. So does that not matter because it's such a statistically insignificant amount of people that are affected by me killing someone?
It matters less than the damage you would do to our institutions, upending society for this 0.5% of mentally ill people who want us to play along with their delusions.
Okay,
I think it's way more reasonable to say,
how would
hey,
I
actually,
upend society?
actually, we don't need to start playing along with your delusions. Actually, we don't need to start revisiting something as basic as gender or sex. Actually, maybe you should just like take medication or get therapy, and if you want to change your body, go for it. But I'm not going to play along. That seems way more reasonable.
Okay, so hold up. So what specific concessions do you think are going too far to transgender folk?
All of them so far. I think the fact that this
Should
is
they-
even
should
like
they
an
have the
issue.
right to vote?
The
Should
fact
they
that
be
that people
citizens of
call
the
it the
United
fact
States?
that the Connor earlier you were saying, oh well, if they haven't gone through male puberty, I don't think it's a big deal. The fact that you're even open to the possibility of stopping puberty for a child who might be confused about their gender because they've been like indoctrinated by the fucking parents is fucking disgusting. Why
Okay,
would that even be on the table for you?
Let's run that. So the reason why is because I think that so this is based off of available information that we have at this time. Okay, so I'm basing it off of available information. I think that there are binary transgender folk. I think they exist. I think Dave Chappelle, despite everybody hating him, I think he had a very interesting and funny joke about this, where he basically said, the way that I know that trans people are real is because some of them literally he puts it bluntly, chops off their genitals, right? And there's not a single cis man on the planet that would chop off their junk for any fucking reason. So the fact that the gender dysphoria
It's so
is that
silly.
extreme, I don't think it's
It
silly
doesn't
at
make
all.
sense.
No,
They-
tell
Do
me why it doesn't
suicide
make sense.
bombers
Let's break it
exist?
They
down.
might want to eat their.
There
They
we
might
go.
want to
Do
eat their.
suicide bombers
penis.
exist?
Of
There are
course.
at least
Also
3
might want
people
to
I'm
eat their
aware
penis.
of that
Okay,
blinded
so
themselves
if two
intentionally because
if
they felt like they
if
should
if
be blind. Should we like?
No,
Should
hold
they
on.
have been allowed
right,
to blind
no,
themselves?
listen.
I'm listening
Someone
If
in my
to Scott.
family
suicide
actually
bombers
did this, by the way.
listen,
They did a
listen,
suicide bombing?
No.
listen. Hush. If
The fucking
suicide
Swedish.
bombers
Cut their
if
dick off.
suicide bombers exist, right, then we have irrefutable evidence that ideology can force people to do the most anti-life thing ever and end their life permanently because they believe that it is for some greater moral good. So why is it that a suicide bomber can blow themselves up for the greater good, but suppose that someone with gender dysphoria cannot be ideologically
That's
convinced into
actually
doing something like
different from
self-mutilation?
like even if you consider it self-mutilation, but like the idea of like someone just like literally taking a butcher knife and cutting the dick off, like that is a different
Right, suicide
like,
bombing is way worse.
yeah, no, I
Sure.
get it, right? You end your life, but mutilation is a different
We do body modification all the fucking time.
yeah, it's like
Do
a
we let
different
children
strata
do hardcore body
and
modification?
trauma, right?
What's
It's
that?
like
No, no,
it's
no.
a different strata and trauma. It's different knowing that you will continue to live with this mutilation that you've done to yourself, right? So like if I like
But the argument is
I honestly would be more comfortable doing ending
Call it body mod.
myself, right? Rather than like specifically cutting off my dick. I'd rather die than like specifically take a butcher knife and chop off my dick.
sure,
Yeah.
sure, but the argument is this. The argument is there is such a thing as real transgender, which is already super problematic if you've ever talked to detrans people, because the insult of you weren't real trans that gets thrown at them by TRAs, right? I've spoken to tons of them, interviewed several of them. The idea of a real trans person is already problematic, but going into the idea that real trans people exist because people are willing to engage in self-mutilation and no cis person would do this. It's like, well, yes, no cis person would do this, but if you have sufficient mental illness, then you might do something that other people would think is crazy, like mutilate yourself.
That's fair.
Okay,
But remember,
I
this
would-
was off the back of a joke. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah,
Chappelle
can I-
joke. And
well,
then
okay.
I do gotta let Ty in. So like let's
I'll
let Ty.
try to be
Right.
brief, but I also feel like we got derailed with an interesting objection. So actually, just let me highlight my worldview, and I won't deal with the objections until later after I let other
Okay,
people
okay.
speak. So basically, what I would say is that if 90% or 60% of people desist by the time they're 14 or 15, it makes sense to me that purity blockers would basically get them to the area where we would find out whether or not the gender dysphoria persisted. And if, I'm putting a lot of heavy emphasis on if gender affirming care or whatever was proven to be a long-term benefit to people who suffer from gender dysphoria, then I would say that if you're preventing all the false positives and then you're catching the people for whom gender affirming care is the appropriate medical course of action, then I don't see a problem with that. Because if you've given them 2 years of therapy, if you've given them time to consider it, if you've maximized their chances to desist, then I don't see the problem with that course of action.
Let's go to
That's
Ty.
a lot of
wait,
ifs.
I think
that
I
by
kind of
science.
misrepresenting the statistics on this.
We got to
Let me
let
pee,
Ty.
and then we
Ty's
can come
been
back to it.
waiting.
If
Ty
it
and
makes-
then Ty, then Doobie. Okay.
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, Doobie, like part of this is going to be your reply. So I want to start with a caveat. As far as that I'm aware, and while I have no medical doctorate and I'm not going to defend this because I'm not equipped to, there are at least a number of conditions that should lead to people being gender dysphoric in some kind of capacity. Whatever you want to do it, like the number that's thrown at me is about 1 in 10,000 would have something that would congeal into this kind of thing. So, and I do believe that we need to have a conversation about like how we treat those people. On the other side of that, like what Doobie was getting in, which I want to just like grill into, is like, oh, these people are infiltrating our institutions. All right, cool. Let's have that chat. All right. Yes. Is there a bunch of trans folks out there that probably may not be trans? Sure. Is there a lot of people in the entire Rainbow Coalition that identify as that but really aren't? I would absolutely say yes. There's a bandwagon. But what it comes down to is that it's a bandwagon because it's a successful community. They are building up, they are reinforcing each other, they're helping each other out, they're doing what humans do best, which is actually taking care of one another. Now, granted, the only reason why the Rainbow
Well, they're
Coalition
not
isn't
breeding.
like, I
And
don't
killing
care.
You
them
All
can't,
right.
be,
No,
you
no, no,
can't
no,
be a
no.
successful community if you're not breeding.
Yeah.
And look, as long
yeah.
as you are assimilating people, you can be super successful even if you're not breeding. All
As long
right.
as
So
you're grooming other people's kids, you can be a
oh my
successful
God,
community.
I just
That's
don't
how you
care right now.
grow.
Let me finish my point.
It's
All right.
Ty's turn. Please.
All right. So here's the reality, Watch. All right. Number one, this is a largely successful community. It's growing, it's helping each other out, and the only reason it's not politically dominating almost everything that it fucking touches is because it can't write big checks yet. There's some people who are doing well in that community, but not enough of them are. When it comes to the other side of that, I'd lay this solely at the responsibility of the right. There shouldn't be this many people in that community because there should be other communities that the right should be absolutely able to welcome them into, that people would be welcome into. The church has fallen apart. Most unions are now gone. Like, education is a fucking disaster. The right has made it to the point where nothing that they're trying to conserve is welcoming to people who do have some of these problems, that are inviting them in. It's like, hey, you know, you're actually probably a lot more normal than you think you are. And like, if you know, whether it's the love of fucking Jesus or just like trying to get you to where you can actually pay off your student loans, the right used to have communities for that. Of course, people are flocking into droves to the one community that's actually kicking ass and taking names when it comes to being there for each other. The only other people I can talk about are like a select group of Catholics, some Jews, and literally LDS. And that's about it. That's the competition.
You're talking about a community that's propped up by media, that's propped up by government institutions, that's propped up by social media, that's propped up by censorship. And you're also talking about a community that, if you talk to anyone that's ever detrans or desisted, is the most vitriolic, cult-like, evil fucking community you could be a part of. You know, you're talking about a community that describes children that they think they might be able to convince to be trans as eggs. Like, no, this isn't a successful fucking community. This is a fucked up community, rampant with child abuse and pedophilia. And the only reason it's fucking successful is because it's propped up by power.
No. I want
Ty can respond, and then we got to go to Doobie.
Yeah, so here's the thing. First and foremost is that I don't agree with every tenet that this particular community provides. Like, a lot of them are like ardent socialists and communists and shit, and you know I have no patience for that shit. On the other side of that, though, is that when it comes down to it, that is what communities do. They seek power and they build it. That is the problem that I keep having with a bunch of jackasses who are like, I don't like the government coming after me. I don't want the government doing this or that. I'm like, why? Because you used to do it all the live long day, but now all of a sudden it's hitting you and you don't fucking like it? No.
Make a right now magically? Like, you get to groom children in
this
schools,
is
but
what
it's cool
no,
because
like
conservatives used to teach their values?
Yeah,
Like
like no,
pro-life
this
values?
is what no. Like, this is actually what I believe government is really fucking good for. It institutionalizes public morals. This is one of the reasons why I'm, as an atheist, I don't hate religion, is because it's an institution of the morals that is outside of the government, which is why church and state separation does make some level of sense to me. But when it comes down to it, yeah, the church is going to want to play politics, because if they don't play politics, then guess what? The competition does, and they win. And guess what? They did win.
Okay, let's go to.
And you're saying it's good that it's winning, that it's grooming kids.
Yeah, Ty, I don't know.
He didn't say that.
He sounds like he's implying it. But I get to Connor. I think that you are unintentionally misrepresenting the stats, right? So you said that anywhere from like 60 to 90% of them, children who are on puberty blockers end up desisting, right? They end up like not
no,
being
as
trans.
far as I know, puberty blockers, I don't know the desistance rate with puberty blockers. I'm just talking about through that age group.
It's less than 10% with puberty blockers. So without the puberty blockers, it is up to like 90%. Right. So it seems like putting these children on puberty blockers,
once you're in the
might
trap,
actually
you're good.
Yeah, might actually push them in that direction far more, right? And children who desist after taking puberty blockers, they have lifelong consequences for the years that they were on those puberty blockers. So
Okay,
you also
all right,
can't get
fine,
therapy.
You guys win.
You can't get therapy.
Let's just
you can't get therapy in America.
Let's just put our fingers in people who have gender dysphoria faces and say, "You're wrong. You're confused."
I'm
Go
talking
back
about
to
children right now.
closet,
I'm talking about
just-
children right now.
Okay.
Like it seems like
No,
Ty.
I'm just saying it's
agrees with
stupid for
the.
them to play soccer.
So,
Like, I'm not saying you can't be
oh my god,
trans.
let Doobie talk.
It seems like Ty agrees with the idea that people are being like indoctrinated or assimilated by this ideology, by this community, etc. Right? Do you agree with that, Connor? Do you agree that there are young people who are adopting? Okay, well, so if you agree that they're like young people, children, teens, etc., who are adopting trans identities, who might be pushed in the direction of like taking puberty blockers or taking HRT or going down that path in general, and we know that that path is riddled with lifelong mental health problems, lifelong body image issues,
Sterilization,
serialization, suicidality, all the
Cancer.
terrible things that come along with it, right? Why would we say, hey, so why would giving children puberty blockers even be on the table? Like, why would you even concede that?
Why would I concede that? Because I was trying to use logic to say if there was a way to buy time and solve the desistance rate, which apparently there isn't, at least according to you, then if you could actually successfully get the people who are not going to the main thing that people are worried about are false positives. That's the main thing that people are worried about. They're also worried about social contagion, where a bunch of kids who are not trans end up transitioning and then they regret it later. That's what they're worried about. My understanding, which by the way, I'm basing this off of the stats that I've heard over people covering the content, is that once people transition, there's like a 90 to 95% maintenance rate where they stay trans after they transition. Now, the reason why the
5 years and 7 years.
Okay.
Ton of data from the UK suggests that there's a much larger cohort of individuals that desist, but that they're not tracked in the same way because they do not desist until when it is female to male for about 5 years, and for male to female that it's about 7 years.
But there's two things that we need to separate out here. Okay, there's desist and there's detrans. Okay, this is all my understanding. So if I fuck something up, somebody can tell me.
That's fine.
But desistance, as I understand it, is basically referencing to the gender dysphoria, meaning that like before people transition or whatever, there's a certain number of people who are experiencing gender dysphoria who will no longer experience that after a certain amount of time. My understanding is that by the age of 15, 90% of the people who are going to desist or whatever, they have. There's only like a remaining like under 10% of people who may desist but don't. Okay, that's my understanding.
It's bad science. It's bad science. It's pushed forward by activists. Is what I'm saying. Is that the science doesn't capture individuals that are 5-7 years out.
Okay, let me articulate my reasoning based off of bad science. That way you can at least understand my logical frame, if you don't support my underlying variables. Okay. So based off of the first variable, let's just say hypothetically that 90% of people desist by 14 or 15. Okay. Then what I would say is based off of that logic, I would think that putting people on puberty blockers until they're 14 or 15 or whatever, if the people who needed assist desisted and moved on with their lives, just became, cissoids or whatever, then we would be good to go. And because you would basically largely
So there's the first problem.
Hold on. I told you, let me articulate my view because I did hear what Doobie said, which is basically if you give puberty blockers to people, then they do not desist. They continue with their gender dysphoria, which actually makes like a certain level of intuitive sense because you're not resolving the becoming yourself thing. You're not resolving it either through transition or through a
adolescence.
Right. Yeah.
So you're in Eric Erickson's like self-identification stage of your life, right? Like,
okay, so
the part where you discover your identity.
Yeah. So let me articulate my problem. So my problem is I think that there are people who suffer from gender dysphoria where transition is the correct thing to do. At least I've had that articulated to me on an anecdotal basis by dozens of trans folk who said this was the right thing for me. Blair White, Toftosh.
You're right.
Yeah.
So like when I spoke to Buck Angel, for example, right? Buck Angel is an example of that type of person. Buck Angel had something that used to be the standard in medical care before the ideology, which is a part of this trans sports thing, came in, before queer theory and critical theory came in and started shoving this down our throats and indoctrinating children. Is there was a standard that psychologists had, which was persistent without desistance, right? Okay. Persistent without desistance. What this was when you were 3 years old, you were like, I'm a girl, even though you were born a boy. When you were 5 years old, you were like, I'm a fucking girl. When you were 7 years old, I'm a fucking girl. When you were 8, 9, 10, 11, I'm a fucking girl. And then you went to them at like 19 and you were like, dude, I've been a girl since the moment I knew. I have family evidence. I have proof of this. And then you would go through years of therapy, and then you would be like, okay, you're a trans person. That is not the overwhelming majority of what is happening. The overwhelming majority of what is happening is that you have people that have identified as cis their whole fucking life, and then they get into middle school or high school, and there's like this social cohort of people that gain massive respect, that gain like all of this beautiful stuff after they've been politically told that these people are better than they are, that there's a problem that they're a straight white male, and then one of them turns non-binary, and then the whole group goes non-binary.
Okay. So I'm hearing what you're saying, but I want to describe to you a problem that I don't have a solution for, that I think people are going to be frustrated with if you do not have a solution either. And I'm saying this to you, and I'm saying this to Doobie. So it seems like this is a personal opinion, not a professional or medical opinion. Okay. It seems like you can take testosterone at almost any age and you will look like a fucking dude by like within like 2 years. You will have a beard, you will have muscles. If you lift weights and you take testosterone, it seems like medical transition is possible at any age with testosterone. Okay. This is the problem.
To a certain extent,
It seems like for assigned male at birth, transitioning to women, trans folk, it seems like a male puberty is particularly brutal on the body. You get wide shoulders, you get a deeper voice, you get hair on your face, you get hair on your chest, you get hair everywhere, all that kind of shit. So if you wait to transition until you're 18, then it seems like there are larger challenges to being a passoid. You know, to being
I actually have a very simple solution to this.
Okay.
I have a very simple solution that solves the entire fucking debate. It's very simple.
I'm very curious.
Once you're an adult, you ought to be able to sue anybody that was a part of your transition if you decide to desist. And the burden of evidence is on the individuals that chemically castrated you and shoved drugs down your throat that changed your body when you were a child and could not consent. It is on them to prove that they did extreme due diligence in proving that you had persistent gender dysphoria with no desistance. They have to prove that they were like, I talked to your parents, they said you were like this when you were 3, you were like this when you were 5, you were like this when you were 7.
We got
There's Facebook posts of this,
we got it. We got it.
Those people that are, they'll
if
stop
DB wants
giving
to
this to
respond,
people like
if
candy.
DB respond, great. If Aiko, I'm not sure if you want to add anything. You haven't really said anything. Anyone else? But Lactoid, okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to respond. Go for it.
Okay. Aiko, if you have something to say, and then we'll go to Lactoid.
But just a quick question to what Scott just said. Like, are you not allowed to sue now? Is there something preventing people from suing?
So the burden of guilt is on you to prove some form of medical malpractice, in the sense that all they have to say is, well, all of the evidence said that this was good for people, and the ideology has completely infected the APA, the AMA, and so many of these organizations, all the way up to our own political stances. So like, you have to prove that they did something like incredibly bad, and it's the burden of proof is so extremely high that you basically can't win a case, despite the fact that they shouldn't have done this and they didn't do their due diligence. In the UK, for example, you can go to a gender clinic and pay $100 as a 16-year-old, and you can be on hormones the next week, because the clinic will have both doctors there available for you. And like, good luck suing them. You'll never get through.
Okay, let's go to Lactoid and Corey.
So briefly talking on the medical malpractice issue, medical malpractice in of itself is like pretty notoriously hard to win. Defense verdicts are incredibly common for a couple reasons. The first reason is people tend to like doctors, juries especially, because they tend to know what they're talking about and they talk very intelligently. The other part is the standard to actually win one is significantly different, in that not only do you have to prove that the doctor fucked up, you also have to prove that their care fell below the standard of care, and the standard for that is
care.
So like, would another doctor make the same mistake that they did, or fuck up in the same way, or potentially have the same outcomes that they did?
Yeah,
right.
You'd have to be like John Money, who started this whole fucking thing, in order to actually win a malpractice case.
It is incredibly difficult to win medical malpractice cases. You tend to only see one where, again, like, you see like gross negligence, and you also see like a doctor was like, yeah, any other doctor would not have made this mistake, so you're fucked. Those are difficult. And then in addition to that, there's often statutory caps on damages that you can win. And all this is with the intent of lowering healthcare costs. That's actually the stated intent for all of it, which is I don't know. You know, I'm sure that probably has affected it somewhat. So there's that. And then I wanted to ask Doobie a couple questions, I guess, because you know, Doobie, you were sort of like morally outraged at even the suggestion of discounting women's sports because you know, well, people care a lot about them. And my question for you is like, what do you think? I'm not saying I believe this, but I'm saying let's say you had a person who wanted to destroy women's sports, okay, for whatever reason, okay. Let's say maybe they had like sexist reasons about like roles of women, blah blah blah. Would this be like in your mind an effective way to do so? Like, do you think this would destroy women's sports and relegate women back to the home or something along these lines?
No. I think that it would undermine women's sports for sure. I think that some of the so the fact that like some of the potential like ways to deal with this issue, quote unquote, if we're gonna buy that it's even an issue, is that oh well, hey, why not just do away with the gender categories at all and just have like everybody compete with everybody, which we know would like ruin sports for women.
I don't think we know that, but go ahead.
I think we do know that. Ruin most sports for women. I
Right,
think
but
that
that's the goal of this person, right? The goal of this person is to destroy women's sports, right?
And we're talking about Corey right now, right?
No, not Corey.
Yeah,
like somebody who
Corey.
like,
somebody trying to destroy women's sports. Corey,
yeah, somebody who just doesn't like
Corey
women's
with a
sports, let's
K,
say.
not a C.
No, I don't even think it's that. I think that so if you're talking about like if I were imagining somebody who wants to destroy women's sports, how would they do it? I guess this would be like an effective way to do it if they push hard enough, right? If they really went down we should just get rid of the gender categories at all, you know. And I mean, I was on a panel once with I think one of your panels, Brian, where they were talking about having like weight and height divisions for every sport, right? So just like or it was like not even just weight and height. It was like testosterone levels for every sport, and like tracking like how much the actual like muscle mass a person has for every sport. I feel like if you want to go that far, to kind of like accommodate what I think is a tiny percentage of people in general, but also percentage who'd actually be interested in like professional sports. I can't imagine what your it seems like you have one or two potential like reasons for doing so. One, you are so obsessed with the idea of inclusion that you're just willing to throw women under the bus because you know the trans are higher up. The trans people are higher up on the oppression ladder right now. Correct. Or you actually do just want to destroy women's sports. Like it's one of those two things. And I think for most people, it's the former. I think most people are so obsessed with inclusion, so willing to do whatever to seem inclusive to trans people. They're just willing to fuck over everybody else.
Gotcha. It's just confusing because, like, maybe I'm overstating this, but I feel like there could be like maybe not just in terms of perceptions, maybe not in terms of actual fact, but there could be a little bit like a horseshoe theory here in the sense of, you know, you could have people who like could be in support of like I don't know, trans inclusion.
Ragtime accelerationists.
Exactly, right? Because the meme used to be like, you'll go back 40, 50 years, maybe not even that far, but like women can't play sports because their uteruses might fall out, right? This is a problem. We don't want them out like fraternizing with other people. We want them at home with their families. This whole thing's a fucking distraction. This whole thing's ridiculous. In fact, I don't want women going out and doing any of this thing. They're getting sports scholarships. Like, what the fuck is this? And so if you're like,
you should talk to some Canadian TERFs. Because that's exactly their opinion, is that all of this is just an attack on
women. Knows lots of Canadians.
Well, no, I'm saying not just so TERF would imply like the radical feminist element. I'm talking about like we want trad wives. How do we obliterate
the TERFs? Right, the TERFs are the ones that are constantly saying that this is an attack on women. This is an attack on women's spaces. This is an attack on all of the rights that we gain, especially when you talk about like C-16 and what is the other big bill that changes. Canada is like fucked when it comes to this. Like Canada's a third world country soon enough because they're just adopting Marxism as much as they possibly can. I don't know how long before Trudeau just gets rid of the farmlands because of nitrogen. You all
Get out
fucking
of here,
starve to
Lactoid.
death. But,
So the descriptive belief then between like tradcons and TERFs is the same. They just disagree. Like they disagree as to like the end goal.
The
like
TERFs are saying it's like it's the patriarchy. It's
it's a bad thing, but
coming
the
into our
tradcons say it's a
fucking
good thing.
spaces, abusing us, taking away our rights, like basically getting rid of the distinct rights that we've gained as women. Because the Canadian Charter is not quite like the American Constitution, right? Like it's more just like a compromise on like things the government should do, not really like a hold fast, like you have these rights no matter what.
So Doobie, I have to ask you then, is there any amount of just like among women's sports team, any amount of like, I don't know, annoying behavior in terms of like demanding equal pay or that kind of thing that would justify what you would consider to be maybe like the nuclear option of like, okay, we're going to allow trans women into the sports then?
No.
Okay.
Damn. Women cannot be so annoying that you're going to try to fuck them over? Wow. That's a lack of imagination.
God damn it, Connor.
Well, like in general, I don't find women to be like annoying. Maybe it's because I grew up with 3 sisters. One of them is no longer a sister, but I'm just maybe I'm jaded, right? So I don't find women to be very annoying.
Hold on. You said one of them is no longer your sister?
One of them is non-binary now, yeah.
And
they are going to be getting a double mastectomy for some reason.
And that is, yeah. I think that's another thing too. It's easy. It's very easy.
I want to ask: do you think that your sister or whatever? Well, I'm just using the word sister.
Sibling.
Your sister should be allowed to do that in terms of what you guys have been saying before, self-mutilate.
So my honest answer is no. But I think that they are an adult. So if that's what they want to do, I can't stop them. That's if you're an adult, you want to fuck up your body, go for it, I guess. But I wish there was a way to have like stronger checks as to like why the person wants to do this, right? Because I feel like there is a lot of like underlying trauma, mental illness that's pushing them in this direction. And I am extremely skeptical of their non-binary identity, to be honest.
Well, and can I share something a little less memey? I think it is a lot easier for me to talk about these things, partially because it's all hypothetical to me. One, the only trans people or gender nonconforming people that I have in my real life are literally just some retail workers around me. They I don't have any friends that are binary, trans, or gender nonconforming in like my immediate social group. And then also my kid seems very cis, like shockingly cis, just fucking loves rolling in mud, dump trucks, machine guns, war, fucking all that kind of shit. So I don't think I'm gonna have any gender nonconforming issues in my family.
Well, defense contractor.
Well, what if you saying your kid? What if you found out that your kid's
Lockheed
teacher
Martin was just
having
at the
him wear
fucking Pride
dresses in
Parade.
school?
Fucking
Sorry,
rainbow
Doobie was asking
bombs.
a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Doobie.
So what if you had the misfortune to have your child in one of these like gender
Public
hellscape
schools.
classrooms?
He seems cis, but then all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Well,
he
no,
starts
I
trying to find
mean,
his
you
gender
find out that the
nonconforming.
teacher is like having him wear dresses and put on like makeup and shit in class because she wants him to understand that boys can do that too.
Well, I'm in Florida, so we're ramping up for the trans genocide, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, okay. Wow. All right.
No, okay. Let me answer it.
People in chat saying they would never do that is like really that's really dumb. You need to follow the rules more carefully.
Okay, let me
wouldn't have done that.
Let me answer in a non-meme way. Yeah, if a teacher was without my knowledge, like socially transitioning my child without my knowledge or consultation, I would sue the school district 100%.
Would that be socially transitioning?
If they dress them and start referring to them as she, her, yeah, absolutely.
No, like so I don't know how extensive. Like Doobie says, this is a thing that happens. I've never heard of this, but like I can believe that.
I was gonna say like if the child asks for it, or is the teacher like imposing it? You're like against the child's will. You're gonna start dressing like that.
One second. So I haven't heard this, but I can imagine some sort of overly ambitious liberal teacher doing this, right? Like I can see it, right? But if it was a lesson, right? Just a lesson in which, hey kids, we're going to do something interesting and different, and we've got like clothes set up for you, and you're going to, you know, change out of these, and not watch your kids change or anything, but you're going to change out. You're going to change it to a dress. Boys and girls are going to put on pants and slacks or whatever the fuck, right? And we'll do up your hair so you know it looks short. And boys will, you can put on something sparkly on your face. If that happened, would that be socially transitioning?
No, that's a thought experiment, but I'd still be pissed.
You'd still be pissed. Why would you be pissed?
If they're having kids show up in their normal gender conforming clothing, and then they spend like 2 hours as a part of a lesson playing dress up to be gender non-conforming, I think that's absolutely like I get that in like California and New York and wherever the fuck all these progressive people live. Like that would probably just be like a
The
Tuesday
knife
or some
circle of
shit.
hell.
But
Knife
but
circle of
but
hell, yeah.
but if you did that, dude, if I did that to, or if anybody did that to like a fucking Orthodox Jewish family or a fucking Muslim family, I wouldn't be surprised if like the teacher was getting their fucking ass kicked in the fucking street. Like white Christians have become so fucking pussy that I swear to God, progressives just think nothing bad can ever happen ever. Whereas I think that if you took a Muslim kid from a devout family and fucking started dressing them gender non-conforming as a part of a lesson, they would catch you in the fucking parking lot and
Well,
beat
what
your
about?
goddamn ass.
Have you guys ever done like powder buff football games, like in high school, where the girls dress up like football players and play a match, and the boys are like dressed as cheerleaders? Like they did
Yeah,
that when I was a kid.
that's always with consent from the fucking parents.
Oh, of course, of course. Well,
Yeah.
I don't remember.
And
it
also
having
these are
to
like high
sign a
school
consent
students,
form
right?
for it,
High
but-
school
Yeah,
students.
yeah. Did
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have
yeah.
consent forms for that? I don't know if they did.
I'm
And
sure the
like,
kids
we didn't.
volunteered.
We
yeah,
didn't, and also like I remember a girl being in the school play dressed as Abraham Lincoln one year, like giving the Emancipation Proclamation. That was
Did
in
she
elementary
volunteer?
school.
I
It
don't know,
was
I think you guys
part
are-
of her class.
if they did not like say force like if there's like a girl in the corner crying, right? Because like I don't want to dress like a boy.
You're gonna be
And then-
Abraham Lincoln.
yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, right. Like that's something different, obviously.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't like. I'm sure if they'd said I don't want to be Abraham Lincoln, the teacher would have said, "Okay, that's okay."
I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
the day
Hilarious.
But-
What's
but hold on,
hilarious
hold on,
to
hold on
me
a second,
about
one second, hold on.
Go ahead.
I'd love to hear what you have to say. But I think that's a different thing. If you're saying that kids are being forced to do it, that's one thing. But to say that like within the context of a lesson, and there's plenty of learning experiences to be able to be had with such a lesson, right? I think you would admit that much, right? There's plenty of ground that you could cover with such a dynamic lesson, even whether you agree with it or not. So like I think that for
I think you can tell
like
straight
I feel like the harm
without doing
even
that.
even one, I didn't really appreciate you like just implying the violence of like Muslims and Jews, but whatever, right? But like I think that we the harm comes from like what's in the parent's head. Like my kid has been harmed, but for most of these kids, if you had done this to them, right? Like not done this to them, if you had offered to do this, it's like, okay, this is like a different thing that I did today, and that was a little interesting. Like like nothing ever like that ever happens in school, but this is kind of fun. But then once their parents find out, well, then that's when the trauma begins. Oh, a wrong has happened. How could you? Why would you put my boy in a dress? Right? Like his skin was going to be peeled off. That's where the trauma gets, and then that's when the kid gets hurt.
I don't listen. I am all for like a liberal tolerance. I am not for a progressive push. So
it's not a is that
you can have a lesson to basically like be nice to gender non-conforming people without dressing up other people's children in gender non-conforming clothing.
Of course you could, but I'm saying that a lesson that included that wouldn't be some sort of great harm, especially if they're not saying, hey, boys, like do you really feel like a boy, or maybe like you should just rethink everything, right? Like to both these sexes. Maybe they were just saying, hey, you're living the life. You're looking at things from the other side, and just kind of remember that for the rest of your life. You know, this
Or
is
do you want
kind
to
of how a lot of
explore,
people.
try different
Yeah,
things?
Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah.
that's like
what I think is really hold on. What I think is really interesting about this conversation is how lost conservatives are in what's actually going on. Is that you have played the game of the media going after things like libs of TikTok and stuff like that, where all of these discussions center around like unique instances of a crazy blue-haired teacher, right? And then we talk about like what's going on there. And what no one's really talking about, you know, there are a few people, like I get DM, you know, I talk to Lisa Logan pretty often about this, right? There, what people don't realize is that second step, which is social emotional learning that actively supports transformative social emotional learning, as well as has hosted events with Ibram X. Kendi, Psychus, Sex Educations for Social Change, I think is one of their slogans. You know, where Ibram X. Kendi and several other people, I think was Sumi Cho was there as well. You know, Kimberly Crenshaw was there. You know, funding situations where they say that critical race theory is in all schools. It's good. We need more of it. And social emotional learning done by Second Step alone, this is just one company, boasts that they're in 34% of all American elementary schools, as well as they are in Florida, right? Your children are being taught. One of the things they're taught is social awareness as part of their credit scoring system that goes in their digital backpack that goes from every grade, and they're graded and treated specifically and told if don't have enough social awareness, which by the way is just a key. It's just a nice funny word for, are you into social justice? Are you a leftist? And then they get targeted specifically by teachers for having a low social awareness score, so that your child that is, you know, super cis counterpoints can be targeted specifically for more attention to try and change their social awareness towards leftist politics. It is in a majority of elementary schools where they are indoctrinating your children into Marxist values, specifically you know, Antonio Gramsci and kind of like cultural hegemonic pieces. And it is going to follow them into adulthood, and is going to follow them to employers. Guaranteed, very soon, employers will be looking at digital backpacks to determine whether or not to hire someone because they don't have the right politics, and whether or not they utilize this will affect their ESG scores.
Then I'm going to create a business.
Whatever.
And I'm going to hire all the racists.
Yeah,
no,
whatever.
Everything
I just said is a verifiable fact.
Yeah, sure.
No, okay. So
no, except for like some rampant speculation, sure, but okay.
No, okay. So whether
digital
or not,
backpack fact, SEL fact, transformative SEL fact, the thing that I said with Psychus fact, the fact that they're in 34% elementary schools, it's on their fucking website.
Okay, so I've had to deal with some progressive shit.
Yeah, want me to send you the Florida PDF, by the way? It's likely in your kid's elementary school.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll find out next year. So, okay, the point. Let's just assume everything that Scott just said was true. Let's just assume it for the sake of the conversation. Okay. Then I will be one of those parents going to the school board, and I'll say, "Hey, what is this Mickey Mouse fucking commie shit that's saying that my son should practice gender non-conforming dress at home?" But like,
there you go. There's the SEL standards from Second Step in Florida for you, in case your kid is at a school that participates.
Does it say any of that fucking Portland fucking bullshit where they're gonna like dress my kid up without my consent into gender non-conforming clothing in order to teach them something?
No, these are just the specific standards and outlines, but you can go to their website and you can see exactly what it is that the
and it
programs.
spells doom, apparently. It spells doom. That's obviously the case. Why wouldn't it? It's all spells doom.
Well, can we clip the part? Can we clip the part right where Scott says guaranteed, the digital backpack will follow you to your workplace and be part of the ESG score? That's the part I like to
clip it and ship it.
The rampant speculation part. Yeah.
Clip it and ship it.
What's the time frame for this guarantee? I just want to know when to go back.
There's too many factors for you to know how quickly it will kick in. But it's already things that in 10 years, I'll take that $100 bet. In 10 years, I'll absolutely give you $100 if portrait of a graduate and digital backpack and SEL scores. I might be new names because they constantly change the names so that they can get around the legislator trying to stop things like CRT in schools. but it'll be that system.
As
10 years, easy.
as we
It's
learned
easy dub.
in the last segment, 10 years because of inflation, it'll be $87. So you're losing out on that one.
Okay, new name, but if it's the digital backpack, then it will still have like the transcripts from the elementary school participation, right? And the failure to participate, and then that
I'll
will
give you 10. I'll give you 10.
can't get a job.
Absolutely. I will pay. You know what? I'll go even further. In 10 years, every single person on this panel, I will pay you $100 if not.
Okay, but in counting for
American
inflation,
dollars?
please.
I might be alive in 10 years. We'll see.
Well, no, those are
American
the only
dollars.
real dollars. Obviously, anything else is imaginary.
Yeah.
I mean, we might be using central banking digital currencies at that point because the U.S. dollar collapsed when they're no longer the reserve currency.
You can give it to us in
Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
I'll give you some CBDCs equivalent.
Right? He'll give us gold bars. All right, Corey, I'll let you have the last word on this. And then after that, we'll continue on. Bodice members, stick around. We'll have an open panel. I would actually like to discuss Doobie's previous idea, or talking about the school like redressing kids. I like to go down on that route. But anyway, Corey, you can wrap us up on this one.
Well, yeah, the point I wanted to make earlier is long gone, but I guess I'll just ask something that's pertinent to what we're talking about. So, like, obviously, I haven't gone through the PDF fully that you sent, Scott. But is there something explicit in there specifically that you are opposed, as in like? So my
I haven't gone through Florida state specific second step. What I'm saying is this is just irrefutable proof that even in Florida, second step is there. Go to their website, look at the different things that they support when they're specifically supporting critical race theorists, saying, yes, critical race theory is in schools and we need more of it. And they're talking at the same events that they're giving money towards.
Okay, so right? I guess like, I'll read. Yeah, but I'll rephrase. So, is there something specific in this PDF that you sent?
I literally just told you I haven't gone through Florida specific one. I was just giving him the Florida one so I can say,
so
look,
you can just say no. So then just say no.
Is it Ibram X Kendi, the person who said that?
I think it was
CRT is in schools and that's a good thing and we need more of it.
I think it was actually Kimberly Crenshaw at that specific event, but Ibram X Kendi has said that before, yes. Okay. And Sumi Cho was there as well.
As well as Cycles. I viciously dislike Kendi.
I think I'm gonna put this up. Well, like I said before, people like every time I've seen a conservative, someone who disagrees with like progressive values. Every time I've seen them complain about Ibram X Kendi, right? They go making all these statements saying that this guy has said something horrible. I have proof that he wants to destroy the world. I look at the statements. I'm like, okay, all right, show me the statements. Show me the statement that Ibram X Kendi had. And you actually just read it. Like, it's actually quite reasonable what he's asking. But, like, in the minds...
critical race theorists and known Marxists.
I know. Critical race theory, right? Yeah, it makes you shaking your boots. I get it, right? It's I don't like racists. Nightmare. It's nightmare if you... I get it. It's nightmare if you... Okay. Interesting from you. But whatever. Just... Actually, to the audience, just actually go and like read his full statement. Whenever someone gives you like a 1 or 2 sentences and saying, "Look what he's trying to do to America," just read the full statement and then judge. Maybe you still don't like it. That's fair.
You're right.
But like you should read the full statement.
I agree with you. And when you do that, and you're trying to determine whether or not this is a slimy piece of shit or not, just Google any video you can find of Ibram X Kendi whenever he's asked to define racism. And then just laugh your ass off at how slimy of a piece of shit he is trying to define it because he can't.
You should actually maybe do that.
Prominent critical race theorists, he just literally can't.
You should actually do that and then see if what Scott's saying is actually true. Because not really. But we'll move on. So thanks guys for being here. We're over time. But I appreciate you guys stopping by. We'll still have the open walk-on panel after this, so stick around if you'd like. And consider supporting the channel, subbing to the channel. Guys, that's how I do this. So we do need your support. So consider using your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here on this community. Or, use bits or subs or gifting subs, that would be great. We do need your help. So let's see if we can get a hype train started. That would be fantastic. But we'll start with my friend Lactoid for outros.
Yeah, so my name is Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Big shout out to Prime for having me. Shout out to all of you. I just wanted to just say one thing because I actually had this on hand. So if you look into the history of critical race theory a little bit, there's an interesting moment that I think emphasizes why I think critical race theory is particularly pernicious, and if it's true that it's being at all in our schools is a concern. There was some law professors who criticized the founders of critical race theory and said that critical race theory this is problematic because it bases its claims off personal narrative and it's got a lack of testable hypotheses and measurable data. This was the critique that was put forward. In response, the founders, Crenshaw, Delgado, Stefanczyk, responded that such critiques represent dominant modes within social scientists which tend to exclude people of color. So quite literally, the response was, your insistence on testable hypotheses and measurable data is because you exist within a dominant mode of society. I think that's concerning. If that's the second step, that's concerning. So I just want to say that last thing to back up that point.
Okay, let's go to Scott, please. Thank you for being here, Scott.
Of course, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can check me out on Rumble if you want to check us out live. Or you can catch, some of the good stuff, not all the good stuff, because some of it has to stay on Rumble. YouTube's TOS isn't all that great, especially if you talk about COVID or something. Follow me on Twitter. It was, I had a fun night tonight. It was really fun. The first topic, I really enjoyed being able to discuss basic economics to people so that they could begin to understand that minimum wage is destructive, especially to the poor and the middle class. And then they kind of had to talk about something else. Because it was just kind of, shown so strongly that was true. And the second topic, obviously, getting kind of going around crazy, but I think we kind of all expected that because the story that may or may not even be true from 12 years ago about a test that was weird was honestly seemed more meme worthy than anything. So of course it became about the, transgender in sports and then the ideology as a whole, because I think we all realize that, this culture war of definitions, of wordplay, of critical theory done through the lens of cis heteronormativity and things like that is the current landscape, is the current fight about whether or not we're going to stand up to radical Marxist ideology and Gnostic cults that are waving their flags high at the White House, whether or not we're going to allow our culture and society to be destroyed by the same ideology in a new package that is, led to the death and genocide of hundreds of millions of people in the world, whether or not we're going to stop it. And, so obviously these things kind of go back into those veins very quickly because it's that important. So I'm always happy to drop some truth bombs on that. And so, come check us out if you want to know more.
Thank you very much. And even though I disagree fervently, as always, with my friend Scott, I consider him a friend and always happy to have him around. Thank you. Let's go to Corey. Corey, who's, a kind of friend. One who I'm not embarrassed to take around my friends.
Don't slander me like this.
But yeah, Corey, thank you.
Thank you. Always super grateful to be here. And I feel like I should clarify something. So I do not want to destroy sports. I don't want to destroy women's sports either. But I have no problem saying that I think as a society as a whole, do I think we vehemently overvalue sports? Yes, absolutely. And it would be great if, let's say, sports functioned the way Scott described, sort of philosophically. But I feel like all of that just kind of crumbles if you just look at the average sports fan, at least that I perceive. But that's a separate topic altogether. And also kudos to you, Prime, for finally making space for Scott to get some time to speak. But yeah, I super appreciate being here.
Appreciate it too.
You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. On Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research and news and a little bit of politics. And yeah, Doobie, iCow, Tiberius, Connor, Scott, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. So was it our friend Counterpoints, who is amazing and wonderful, and I'm so happy he's spending time with us. I know it's going to end soon enough because he's got to get back to work and stuff.
You
but
still got 3 weeks.
Yeah. 3 amazing weeks with my friend Counterpoints. And I always love hearing what you have to say. Thanks for stopping by and putting up a good fight once again.
No, I always love being on panels. I'm sorry if I helped drive the first topic to being a little bit dry, but the truth is these things, while not everybody wants to talk about stats and consumption and all that kind of stuff, these are the things that drive your lives. Really and truly, like the 2008 financial disaster result, in the housing crisis, it affects policy to this day about how people consume housing and the prices that we deal with and what the government policy is and all that kind of stuff. And so I get it can be a little bit dry, but it is really, really fucking important. And getting the details right is important, because if you don't know the details, and by the way, I think Lactoid understands the details just fine. I think he understands them just fine. I think we're arriving at different interpretations because we're talking about how the variables affect each other. But the truth is, if you don't understand the variables, then you can't make good policy, and if you can't make good policy, then you're going to cause more disasters in the future. So even if it's dry, I appreciate the people who hung in for it, doing that. And then I haven't really had my mind changed on this panel for the second topic. I still think binary trans people are real, and I don't know if it's sufficient to just let them wait until they're 18 to do something about it. But at the same time, what I have received is I need to check the variables I'm putting into my calculus to make sure that I am forwarding the correct perspective, so I'm not accidentally forwarding a view that's hurting people, intentionally or unintentionally. But I love being here. Thank you for having me. Counterpoints 40K on YouTube. Check out my science fiction breakdowns. They are excellent and they're fun. And then if you like debates such as this, check out Counterpoints Coliseum. And then if you want to see me rant about political topics for 20 minutes, check out Counterpoints. They're all linked in my primary YouTube channel. Thank you kindly, Prime.
Okay, absolutely, friend. And next, and I definitely do agree with you in terms of understanding all these things is very important because those details matter, and it makes it difficult for the public to engage in any sort of meaningful discussion. They don't understand, right? So thank you so much. Ty, thank you for also jumping in and giving your 2 cents.
I appreciate it. As far as topic 1, I think I put my 2 cents in pretty well. I don't think I need to super reevaluate any of that. So thank you for letting me nerd out on economics. It's always a good time for me. When it comes to topic 2, there was a lot of ground we covered, but I do want to tap into this for anyone who's kind of curious. I'm very much a guy who's the right really screwed up on institutionalism, going back a couple decades, and as a right winger, I want us to get better at that. We've pretty much just bitched out of every major fight that we pretty much have could. We let the church die. We let education go to the left. We let all these problems happen to where it's Marxism is in our schools. And while there are certain things where I'm oh, the end is not near, there's levels to where it's I would like some other things in schools besides, equality is just the be-all, end-all goal for humanity. So going forward with that is that if we want to have nice things, actually having something oh, your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ saying, hey, you should be nice to people because he believes that all of them are fucked up as you are, well, then maybe we should actually put in some work into that particular kind of, idea. Without further ado, I've been Tiberius D. Thank you very much for having me on, as always. And feel free to check me out, Tiberius D on YouTube, TikTok, and all the other things.
Okay. Nice things like what you did in school. Okay. We'll work on it. We'll work on it, Ty. All right. We'll work on the nice things. Aiko, thank you for being here, friend.
Sure.
Yeah.
One aspect of this that I thought was kind of interesting at the beginning on the second topic that I was hoping we'd get more into was when Doobie said I should care more about sports, or specifically about this issue when it comes to sports. And that's something that I'm still not clear on. I have conversations on this topic every once in a while. And what I usually do is I usually end up asking somebody, if I'm talking to somebody one-on-one, what are the advantages that you think trans women have in sports? And we go through them. And they start with height. and then they go to like limb length and muscle strength and all of those. And with each one of those questions systematically, I ask, okay, are you saying that you want to limit height in women's sports? No. Do you want to limit limb length in women's sports? No. Do you want to have a maximum strength that you allow social women to have in sports? No. So all of these things that are sort of uniquely attributed to trans women in sports, like I agree that there's like a fairness issue there, but it's a fairness issue that's also exists among cis women. And that's why I always wind up arriving at the I don't care sort of answer, because it's very rare when you see anything in sports that's oriented toward actually making something fair. Like the closest thing I can think of is like weight classes in boxing or something like that. And so like even exiting out of this topic, I have a hard time, maybe Dubiel in his outro, like will maybe like change my mind on why I should care about fairness in sports and how that fairness like extends beyond just trans issues.
Thank you so much. And last, Dark Lord and Savior Doobie, who was kind enough to join us again, and he woke up for that second topic. Thank you, Doobie.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie from the politics server on Discord, discord.street/politics. And yeah, you'll find us there doing all kinds of crazy shit. I think this month we have like it's Pride Month, unfortunately. And while I did let them have the server banner and whatnot for the first week, I got rid of that, thankfully. But they're also like filming like or streaming documentaries and shit about like trans issues, the AIDS epidemic, etc. So that should be really interesting if you're interested in that kind of stuff. And then having, of course, like long discussions with LGBT people afterwards.
Okay. Did you? Hey, Doobie. Anyway, I want to talk to you about your idea about that lesson plan and get more of your insights. Will you be joining us for the open panel?
For a little bit, I think I can for a little bit.
Okay. And Aiko, maybe you can get your answers from Doobie. You can extract them at that point in time. All right, guys. Thank you all for being here. I've kept you long enough. We're going to continue on to open walk on panel. So stick around for that. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion. My community, I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good one. Yo, iCal. I kind of already answered this. like why you should care about the sports. The symbolic, everyone
all
got
of the philosophy you went through.
Oh, right, yeah. The symbolic meaning and communication to girls, right? Like that's the point. It's not that dudes tend to be taller, therefore it's not fair because in basketball, all of them are going to be like 6 foot, 5'11", somewhere around there anyways, right? It's the idea that when you have a man come in that dominates that sport, right? It loses the ability to communicate that
right,
mythology.
But in the example you gave, right, you talked about like a girl maybe wants to participate in sports herself, but then sees a trans woman in there and then decides, oh, I can't do it. But then wouldn't she respond the same way if she sees cis women who are taller than her or who have a longer limb length or stronger? Or
yeah, no, I mean, for sure. But like, we're not talking about, let's take volleyball, for example, right? And she's a young girl. She doesn't know how tall she's going to be, but she can assume she's going to be reasonably tall when she gets older, right? And yeah, you could say that seeing a 6 foot woman do it is one thing, but what I'm talking about is these instances where guys come in and just dominate everybody. It becomes an insurmountable thing. It's not the same thing as a girl being 2 inches taller and being like, I'm going to have to work really hard if I want to compete with her. It's like, there's some jacked dude with fucking like have you ever seen pictures? Like, I know some of them are memes, but have you like seen pictures where there's like a trans female with like their teams, and it's like very clearly like 3 women, and then there's just one person that's like a foot taller than the rest of them.
I've
like,
seen the Leah Thomas ones, which a lot of people point to. Yeah,
I mean that's one of them.
But I've also seen ones where
Jesus Christ.
You know what I've been seeing
girls
on
look
Twitter?
at that and go, how the fuck do I compete with that?
Okay, here's what I've been seeing on Twitter lately. I've been seeing pictures exactly like the one you described, right? And then people respond by saying, "Oh, that's ridiculous! Like that's obviously a man shouldn't be able to." And then somebody else pops back and goes, "Oh no, that's a cis woman. Here's who that actually is." And it was, posted initially precisely because people would assume this woman was a man, and then they could like get the gotcha right where they say, "Well, actually, no, this isn't." But it's the
for
same
sure.
sort of
But, like,
phenomenon, right?
there's certain things like baseball, like baseball, right? Like there's like a 20-mile-an-hour difference between baseball and softball, even if they use baseballs, right?
Right.
In terms of pitching, like we're not talking about like one person, don't get me wrong, there will be the occasional female that like is leagues above everybody else, but when you're
should
talking
that
about,
female also be disallowed from the sport because it will discourage girls in the way that you're talking about?
No, because that female becomes aspirational. That female becomes a hero.
That's like, well, so I would counter two things of like I understand
that couldn't be in the top 100 that went down and dominated women is not a
Maybe
fucking
he's still here.
aspirational hero to young girls.
Well, hold on. I don't think it's aspirational if that person is a height that you're not capable of reaching.
So yeah,
Like,
they're
it's-
already like huge outliers at that
What?
point.
Mhm. Yeah.
How is that not aspirational? That's the whole fucking point. The entire Olympic team is obviously something that like 99.9% of girls or boys, when looking at the men, are never going to be able to achieve no matter how hard they work.
Right. So how can it be aspirational if it's biologically impossible for them to like reach that level of sort of exceptional whatever genetics?
It's like saying like Shaq is aspirational for guys. Like
Yeah,
like only a few handful of people around the world.
I aspire to being 7 foot tall one day. It's not going to happen though.
Right. But like Steph Curry could go into the WNBA and put like 60 points on like in like the first quarter. Like it's not even comparable. And that dude's short. Well, he's not short, but he's short for NBA. Like he's shorter than me, but like I'm shorter by an inch than the average NBA person. But I'm regardless, like he's taller than the average guy by a bit. But like when you see Steph Curry at the NBA, he's a short little dude. And that becomes, even for some people, that even becomes aspirational. Like we tie ourselves to these figures. And so you can't separate the idea of like height or like these specific characteristics that like we're trying to measure, like T levels and estradiol levels and grip strength. That's not what they see. What people do is they extrapolate their experience, their story, their narrative, right? There's a reason that like in football, especially like in the 80s and 90s, that there were these stories of the people that came from nothing, right? And now they're millionaires that give back to their community. That even without being a part of that, they place themselves in that. They connect with that. And you lose something obviously. Oh shit, he dipped out. All right, well, you lose something.
I think he was transferred, but well, I can gauge with you. I probably can't steal man what Aikawa was going to say. But like, so again, that's why it's like it would be great if sport. Like, first of all, I would just say like I don't think most athletes are like great role models, anyways. I don't think that should be aspirational to begin with, personally. Where it's like,
that's such a fucking, that's the most cuck thing I've ever heard in my life. Don't value or aspire to like women that like dominate and achieve great things through hard work and effort.
So you're just putting the metric. There are many ways to excel in multiple different domains. Like there are role models outside of the athletic world or outside of the professional athlete world, where
it's not aspirational to be the best basketball player in the world as a female. How is that not aspirational?
Just because it's sports. Like I agree, it's aspirational. You are aspiring to something. But yeah, you're aspiring to be the greatest person who whatever dribbles a ball and passes through a hoop. And I understand there's entertainment value in that. That's why like I would also fall back on whatever. That's just an overvaluing of probably not the greatest thing. But even then, I would still counter of like again, opening up to the largest competition. And if sports is just like pure competition and let everyone compete against everyone, then what is the most aspirational, at least to me, is like the outlier that's able to compete at like the same level or close to it as other men.
I don't know how to engage in this conversation with you. It seems like you have no. It seems like you're like atheist to such a degree that like you're unable to see reality, which is a weird thing. Like you're so atheist that you've thrown out the idea of like symbolic meaning in the world.
What evidence do you have of that in my own personal life that I have no meaning?
I didn't say you have no meaning. I'm saying that you seem incapable of being able to see how others would derive meaning and the importance of that.
No, I can totally see how athletes like whatever Michael Jordan, et cetera, have inspired a great number of people in the athletic world. But we only know of these success stories. But I think there are many great non-success stories of like, yeah, people can cite Michael Jordan's role model and they don't make it there. And again, I don't
that
think
doesn't make them less aspirational. That makes them more aspirational.
And
but despite the odds, they achieved it.
Even if there's a lack of sports, I don't think that's going to result in having no role models or a lack of aspiration. Despite the fact that
it would mean a reduction, right? It would necessitate a reduction in it if you get rid of it. Like unless you think that the market void will like somehow shift to something else that people desire meaning, so all of a sudden they'll find it in other areas. Maybe it's possible, but we have no way of knowing that.
I mean, we don't have cricket in the United States. We don't have a lack of cricket players in the United States. And no one's complaining about cricket in the United States, where we don't have enough aspiring cricket players in the United States, and therefore there's a lack of greatness in the United States and a lack of meaning. It's like, yeah, we just happen to value these arbitrary sports.
I'm not saying there's a lack of greatness or a lack of meaning. I'm saying intentionally designing programs as a means of getting rid of aspiration and getting rid of things people derive meaning from might not be a good idea.
I'm not saying getting rid of. I tried to make my point clear of like I'm for like sports and activity. As someone who's highly active, I will submit that I'm the most active here of the three of us that are currently present. That like I'm for physical activity, I'm for athleticism and friendly, healthy competition.
That's not the argument. You're just throwing in random shit that's
okay,
not
sure.
irrelevant.
But I was never advocating for abolishing sports. I'm just advocating for the highest competition playing field. Of like,
I didn't say you were for advocating abolishing sports. You were for advocating abolishing female sports.
Yeah, not necessarily. You don't know that. Where again, there could be certain niches. Like until we actually run that experiment, I don't know how ultra marathons are going to play out when everyone competing against everyone. I don't know how chess is going to play out.
Let's imagine we have your ELO system, or right? We have your ranking system, right? Where there's like D1, D2, D3, and they're gender non-specific. Right. And then what you have is you have a strata where like D3 is basically all women with the occasional weak dude who can't compete in D2 or D1. And then D2 might be mixed. It's probably like 70%, 75% women and like 25% dudes. And then D1 has no fucking women in it whatsoever because they simply can't compete at that level. You think that like the same aspiration and meaning and like cheering and like seeing a hero is going to be maintained from girls, young girls and women when they see that the system instead of being the best in the world, it's like you have this, oh no, you have to be under the dudes in this category and you'll never achieve this other thing. Oh, and by the way, there are inferior dudes who can't compete, but by virtue of them just being dudes, they can fuck up the women. Like, do you not see how that might like destroy in many ways the capacity for this meaning that is derived from young girls that look up towards sports heroes?
I can potentially see it if it plays out the way that you're saying it's going to play out. I don't know that it's going to play out that way. Of like, I can see an alternate timeline or universe where it's like, yeah, I will fully submit that if, you know, we not abolish, but rather we just let whoever into the NBA play and I will fully also
Oh no,
admit.
hold on, pause. The NBA has never disallowed women from
Yeah, no, I know.
competing in the
Same
NBA.
thing.
It's
That's
just that no female has ever been able to make it into the NBA because they're too weak. It's
Yeah,
literally there's never been a
I
female that
understand.
can compete
That's
in the
why I
NBA.
brought up the
They're
NFL, where
allowed.
I understand. That's why I brought up the example when I was engaging content, where if someone can get through the physical requirements and the performance requirements, again, the NFL, and well, then why not play football? I would submit the same thing with like military requirements or whatever. Like if someone can get through SEAL training, then I don't really care, and they can meet that performance requirements. Where it's like, yeah, given the fact that the WNBA exists and the fact that we segregate it, then it's like, yeah, they will gravitate towards the WNBA. Where if the WNBA didn't exist and they had to compete, I will absolutely grant that
None of those women can do it.
Until we actually run that experiment, I will grant that 99.999%
The
won't.
experiment's
But
already been run. They can try out.
yeah,
They can immediately go from the WNBA, right, and try out for the
Yes.
NBA, and none of them can do it. Women have tried before. WNBA women have tried before. They simply can't meet the standard.
Yeah.
So what you're effectively talking about is get rid of the WNBA and then just have NBA Division II, where like the dudes who didn't make the cut and like women compete.
We have that now in like whatever the hockey, in terms of like we have people going back and forth between like whatever the NHL farming teams with the like Montreal Canadiens, and we have like the lower performing, like we have like that happens already in the women in the men's division, where it's like, yeah, we consistently bring up people in the Montreal Canadiens from like, yeah, this is our whatever sub professional NHL team, but we happen to bring up players once they meet a certain performance requirement, or if we're short on players and the players are injured, well, we'll bring up people from our like Montreal Bulldogs hockey team.
Yeah. And Richmond City is the Flying Squirrels, right? And it goes to they weirdly enough, they go to the Atlanta Braves. Don't know how, but they're a pull team for the Atlanta Braves. And yet the Flying Squirrels is a fun little local thing. If you want to see a local ball game, it's fun, and it's like, the kids get involved, and and they have fun and do stuff. But nobody's fucking trading cards of the fucking flying. Nobody's looking up to the supreme athletes of the Flying Squirrels with a poster on their wall going, "That's my hero," right? Like
I
come
understand
on.
that. Yeah,
Come on.
but
That's like the likelihood that it wouldn't lead to women like a void in women role models in sports is silly.
potentially, I'm
I mean, it's
open to
possible.
that.
I'll grant you that it's possible. All things are possible through our Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, whatever, but like it's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah, but then I would even submit you that then we can like stratify it based on race of like, are you concerned with the lack of certain representation in the NBA then, and that there's not enough whatever Caucasian role models in the NBA?
It's an interesting perspective. It is an interesting perspective. I mean, obviously, white dudes are in the NBA. I don't know, so I mean, like, it's not like that doesn't exist. Racial representation to me is a little bit different. That's a totally a different bag to pull from.
Sure, I understand.
Because like the lines around race are mostly socially constructed. The left will say that it's all socially constructed, but like Kleins fucking exist. Like there are differences between racial groups, but it's murky. You know what I mean? It's not like hard lines in between them.
So even if I grant you that, let's say, I haven't looked at the data, so I have no idea, but let's say it's demonstrated that, on average, people of African American descent are like an inch or two taller than Caucasian.
No, they are.
Right?
No,
Yeah. So if that's like,
on,
so
on
that
average, are taller, and they also have more testosterone.
Okay, sure. So is that a justification enough to segregate sports by race, or the NBA by race then?
I mean, it's an interesting way of flipping the analogy. Because like, the fact of the matter is that they're not segregated and that white people can overcome that difference. The problem is then it becomes a quantifiable difference. Like what is the difference? Which is to say that there is a massive difference between male and female as opposed to racial groups, right?
I would agree on average, yeah.
Right. Like there's a very slight racial difference when it comes to testosterone and height and things like that, whereas there's a gigantic difference in terms of gender. So like the ability for white people to be able to break into the NBA is like, it's not this like insurmountable challenge like it would be for women, right? So there is that. There's also the thing too that like I think the I think it's best to give probably my definition of gender first, or my definition of a female, right? My definition of a woman, if you will, is a socially constructed role that is inherent to the biological adult female, right? And the reason I use this definition is because, I think the TERFs have it wrong. This adult human female, it's like, well, there's a fucking role there that somebody's playing, but the role describes females. So, working with that definition, if you'll permit me to do so, there is a heavy influence on gender in our society because of the differences between us, but also because of the different functions, different expectations. Like, I think you're talking about categories that are too disparate, right? Both in the way that they're socially viewed, but also in their innate biological differences. That the mixing of them becomes basically the domination of one and the exclusion of the other that doesn't necessarily exist in race. It would be interesting though if we thought experimented it, right? If like the average black man was 7'5", right? And the average black man could like pick up cars over his shoulder and like toss them, right? Like I could foresee a world where like it might be important to be like, hey, white dudes shouldn't have to fucking compete with this, right? You know what I mean? Like if the differences were large enough, I think you could very easily make an argument that it might be good to have segregated leagues because the biological differences were so severe that it became silly and almost a punishment, right, to put this in there. But as it stands, the differences are so minuscule that it doesn't become this insurmountable thing. And some of this gray area is indeed why like I'm all for privatization of it and then letting people do what they want to do. Like I'm all for
I understand that.
a private company doing what you want to do. What I'm not for is the government being involved in creating specific privileges for women and using tax funds to do that, and then watering that down with gender abolition theory to allow a new movement to like hitch themselves to that and water down those spaces. And my answer to this is not the TERF answer of ban the trans. My answer to this is to get rid of the government fucking specific thing, right? So like I do sit in a different position than most conservatives because I kind of get what you're saying. Like if you had super soldier black dudes walking around, like at a certain point you'd probably segregate by race.
Right. Which I like. I don't know that I would go down that road. And that's why it's like if you can meet the performance requirements, where it's like I can envision a world. I can envision your world where it's like, yeah, depending on the sport, let's say taking the NBA, that like if it's just opened up to everyone, or as it currently is, the women cannot compete in the NBA with the men, then I'm potentially fine with that. Under the circumstance that it seems like, at least when it comes to other domains outside of the athletic world, let's say in the academic world where that appears to be where women excel, well, then it's like, okay, that's how it is. And maybe that's where the role models will be in maybe the academic world and not in the athletic world.
The thing is, what I'm saying is if we privatize it, it is my understanding that like both systems will likely be tried out. And I think it is extremely likely that what I'm describing, which is the aspirational value of female athletes, presents far more value than like a division 2 or 3 with mixed gender. It seems like there is a large cohort of society that values this idea of women and girls having women and girls to look up to that like compete against other women and girls. And I think that the idea of race segregated sports teams, while I would allow it, I would perfectly allow a private company to say white only basketball. What I think will happen is that there's not a whole lot of people that would value that. And on top of that, people would probably like talk shit on you for it.
Sure, I understand. And I guess the hypothetical that I would pose to you is, so as you make clear, you're raising your own daughter. So like on this aspect of role models, which role, like if let's say they had to choose and you put these two in front of them of like, as a role model, like the best WNBA player or like, the best mathematician, the best woman mathematician, or the best NBA player, which would you prefer that your daughter choose as a role model?
I'd have absolutely no preference. I have
Yeah, so
no preference between, and
that
the
would
reason I have no preference is because, you know, my daughter's a toddler, so I don't really know who she'll be. I have some inkling of who she'll be. I have an inkling of things that she gravitates towards, right? And I do my best not to influence them too much because I want her to discover herself, whilst also, you know, keeping it within the bounds of like rational things. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to, like I'm not gonna. I try not to push her towards anything because I want her to. It's a process that I'm facilitating, a slow process of self discovery.
yeah,
And
and
so if my
exploration.
daughter,
I understand.
yeah, and so if my daughter is, you know, like what is it that I deeply want for my daughter is not to value a specific field of study or a specific hero. What I want is my daughter to discover what it is that she deeply wants and what it is she's talented at, right? And so if my daughter is, you know, a bookworm that loves hard science, then I'll learn those things and I'll know more about those things and I'll participate with my daughter in those things, right? If my daughter becomes really interested in art, in order to facilitate a healthy relationship, gain trust, and be able to guide her towards a moral path where she can be herself, you know, I'll go to more museums. I'll learn more about painting and sculptures. I'll learn more about art so that I can present those role models to her and so that I can be involved in that process. And I'll take time learning. I'll take pottery classes with her. And if she's super into fucking, you know, basketball, then, you know, I'll pick my fat ass off the couch and be like, it's time to go to the court, right? Like it's time to let you know that even though dad's got weak knees, he'll still dunk on a pitch. Let's go. Right.
Yeah, because
Like
you're like
whatever.
6'5", 6'6", right? You
I'm 6'5", yeah. But I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like whatever it is that I want to see the light of passion in my daughter's eyes. I want to see her, I want to see her dream, and I want to see her dreams fulfilled to the best of my ability. And so yeah, I'm not going to push or desire that she care about a mathematician if she doesn't like math.
No,
It'd
no,
be
yeah,
weird.
no, yeah. So I don't think there's a huge discrepancy. Maybe just a mild one where I think we're on the same page. Where it's like, yeah, I'm not a parent, so obviously slightly different
Fucking
perspective than yours.
Lactoid over here just farming content.
Hopefully good content, but I make no promises.
Look, I've been doing a ton of reading, and I'm gonna say some things after you guys are done. I didn't want to cut in though.
Okay, but yeah, so like, I agree. If
yeah,
I
let's
was,
wrap it up because I don't want to stay in here too much longer. But I
yeah,
also
I'll just
Lactoid's
end
over here
with this.
reading. I'll shut up.
Where yeah, if I was raising my own child, like I would take the same approach. I would want them to explore, and I wouldn't hold them back. Where if in fact their passion happened to be whatever, basketball or whatever, unlikely given the fact of my genetic background and my height, but if it happens to be basketball, I would not hold them back from that. And I'm all for like sport, and I would cultivate exploration in sport. But if I had to choose in terms of like what I'd prefer, like I would prefer my child to like prefer whatever, the mathematician or like something not in the sport world. But if they happen to go in that direction, I'm not going to discourage them. I'm not going to stop them from it. But in terms of like the passion that I would prefer them to cultivate, like yeah, it'd be more in like the non-sport disciplines. But I would let the chips fall where they may, where they're more than happy to for them to explore. But I would
I'm not
sort
trying
of
to talk too much shit, and I know that this is a bullshit card to play, but I'm willing to bet your opinion changes once you see your daughter for the first time. Once you hold her in your arms and that fucking oxytocin floods your brain better than any heroin dose in your whole goddamn life, all of a sudden you'll change this idea, I think, of like having a preference for your daughter's likes and interests, and instead the pure joy of learning who your daughter grows up.
Yeah, you'd almost certainly are right that there probably are some changes that occur when becoming a parent. I don't want to make it clear. I would never like push my child in a certain direction against their wishes. But I would sort of say like I don't know for sure, but I think you have some sort of influence on the passions that are cultivated in your child. Where I think it's unlikely that your child is going to become a star cricket player. I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah. I mean, like, it'd be cool if my son was to watch Naruto with me, as opposed to being like, Dad, the game's on, and me be like, all right, we're getting into the game, I guess. But like in the back of my mind, I'm like, but I wanted to show you Sasuke, man. All right, whatever. like, I mean, I get it. There's a little bit of that there. Sure.
Fair enough.
What were you researching over there, Lactoid?
Okay, so you brought up SEL, and Roland actually sent me a couple of things, and then I got caught in a wormhole because I started.
Yeah,
clicking on-
Roland is a good source, but he'll
Yes.
fucking inundate you. with
Well, I
shit.
started clicking on like links for like citation to citation to citation, and holy shit! All right. So I just want to read. I won't read too much, right? But I just wanted to read right here. In the United States and many other Western societies, there are dominant cultural themes of individualism and materialism that suggest the primary meaning of maturity, success, and happiness is defined as being self-sufficient, autonomous, and financially well off. Although this orientation is brought about technological advances that improve the basic material conditions for many, it also fosters elevated levels of greed, avarice, utilitarianism, and unethical behaviors. I think it's funny they included utilitarianism there. This, in turn, has brought about the concentration of wealth in the hands of the decreasing percentage of people across the globe, a shrinking middle class, and expanding number of working poor and poor. I don't know how that's consistent with the thing that was said above. Inequities and sense of unrealized material aspirations and socioeconomic precarity have social and emotional implications such as self-destructive, substance abuse, suicide, internecine conflict and violence, verbal and physical bullying, and mass shootings that are widespread but most pronounced among boys and men of color from underrepresented communities and increasingly by low-income and working-class white men.
Is that a second step program?
Hold on,
What is that
thing.
from?
These stereotypes, further
what is that
inequities by allowing dominant groups, especially upper-income white people, to affix blame on those disadvantaged for their life circumstances, justify unearned privilege, and engage in dehumanization, commodification, and marginalization of large segments of the domestic and international populations. This is written by Kaisel. This was a paper published on the Kaisel website, and this was and this was linked by this was linked by the Department of Education. And the person who wrote this, who is the vice president of Kaisel, also has wrote a number of other things for the U.S. Department of Education, insinuating.
Yeah, Kaisel is gotten a lot of power within the Biden administration towards pushing. And there's, I think, what was it, Montana or something? A state recently like shackled themselves to CICUS's sex education standards. I mean, like conservatives are freaking out about TikToks, but this shit is deeply embedded in the Department of Education and being pushed on a majority of kids right now.
Yeah. So but anti-racist, equity-focused educational leaders are often challenged by district, teacher, and family stakeholders seeking to maintain the structures and practices that perpetuate the status quo. This is leftism.
Yeah.
And this is cited by the U.S. government and
yes.
a third of all elementary schools.
No. A third of all elementary schools is just second step. They're one of many companies. This is a majority of elementary schools in America. A majority of your children are going through social emotional learning, where social awareness is understanding oppression, privilege, and all of these other things from a young age, starting in elementary school. And then those scores go into the children, the data. What is it called? The child backpack. I can't remember. That goes from school to school so they can track your score. Digital backpack. Yeah. And your scores, like you can see images, right, where they'll score individual children so that teachers can target those children specifically to try and bring them into the fold. My favorite one is if you watch the seminars. If you really want to see how crazy it is, what you do is you watch the seminars where they do leadership course training and things like that for teachers teaching SEL. And what they'll do is they're all snaps and shit. And what they'll do is they talk about how you need to get children into the fear zone to get them into the learning zone. And the fear zone of social emotional learning is to ostracize and isolate the child in front of the rest of the class to get them to forcibly talk about their privilege and power. And then once they're broken down and they're no longer afraid of being in the fear zone, then they can move into the learning zone. They literally just talk about how SEL is Maoist struggle sessions that they can implement in the classroom. And teachers are now being graded themselves on their metrics of improving SEL scores. So your teaching profession and promotions are going to be designed on how well you can indoctrinate the children towards positive social emotional learning.
Yeah, I want to read.
It's all part of the UN Sustainable Developmental Goals. It's
on the topic of Mao. However, a critical democracy requires education to have collectivism, productive interactionism, and authentic engagement as its goals. Accordingly, the field of SEL could aim to prepare students for not only engaged but also critical citizenship.
I say this shit all the time, and people think it's about like a random trans flag from a TikTok video. It's like, no, dude, this is policy. And Republicans are like, we're going to get rid of CRT. And it's like, this shit's in Florida, dog. Like, you didn't get rid of anything. You just ran on a fucking election of like outraged parents. And
They're-
meanwhile, you haven't actually done anything to challenge it.
They're citing Delgado. They're literally citing like
Yes.
the founders of critical race theory in social emotional
Yes.
learning.
I'm not fucking with, when I say this shit and you think I'm crazy.
I never
and then
thought you were
tell people to
crazy, but
read
like
it.
I was having a hard time finding it. I remember we talked a little bit and I was having some issue finding some of this, but like, Jesus Christ.
What's even better is that Psychus and not Second Step, another program, have petitioned and written research. I'll see if I can find it. That they presented to the Biden administration, talking about how it's not enough. We haven't gone far enough. We need more stringent. We need more social awareness. Like, they're constantly pushing the Biden administration to go further and further on this, because this isn't good enough for them.
Cultural humility. That's one of the transformative goals.
Yeah.
Collective
Of what?
efficacy. Critical social analysis. Multicultural competence. Collective
competence
well-being.
Mhm. All of these parts are things your children are being graded on, and then determine whether or not
Communal
they're-
orientation. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, these are
Dude,
ambiguous.
it's-
So
There's a lot of like buzzwords being used, like a lot of dog whistles being used here that are starting to freak me out.
Well, so did you go through what? I haven't dissected it. I just did a cursory glance. But the PDF, the second step PDF that's got linked, like, is there something that you explicitly disagree with in there?
So I went through that completely, and there was a couple of things I saw that would that I'm skeptical of in terms of, well, what do they mean by that? They were not explicit.
Sure, there's
not nearly
ambiguous
as- yes,
stuff
it's ambiguous,
of
but-
like whatever, make good health decisions or
Right.
whatever, something like that.
Well, or like one was like consider the circumstances of other people and take their perspectives into account when analyzing truth, or like something like that was like,
Yeah,
and I'm
define
like,
and give
what does
examples
that
of
mean?
honesty. Yeah, what is it like?
Yeah, how do you? What it means is subjectivism. What it means is it's specifically teaching children at a very young age that truth is not an objective truth, but instead individual experiences and biases change the meaning of that truth.
So
I don't know that they're going to get that message across in a kindergarten second step.
Probably not a kindergarten.
Well,
second
you
step.
have to introduce these ideas early, right? That's how indoctrination works. You can't teach fucking collegiate level fucking theory to little kids. What you're doing is you're teaching critical consciousness. It's
Sure.
very
That's what
it is.
I just want to like stick to like, so what specifically do you disagree with, Lactoid, in the document? Because you read it more than I have.
So in the much more explicit, like longer PDF that was like that I was reading paragraphs from.
No, like the one that was linked by, like, it goes through kindergarten, grade 2, 3.
Yeah.
4,
So with that, I mean, if I was to be okay, if I'm taking shit like 100% charitably, I wouldn't say there's anything in there that like alone would make me upset. But there's enough ambiguity there that if this is like the lesson plans are being written by the same people that wrote this Casel article about literally advocating for social justice and collectivism, then I would begin to question, what do they mean by some of these ambiguous terms? It would be like if you have like a Nazi who's like going on and on and on about like how important it is to like accurately count numbers, right? Well, normally that would agree, but why are you saying this? Why are you saying this so fervently? And what's the next point you're going to make after you agree with, like, after you get me to agree that we should accurately count numbers?
Yeah,
I mean, like, I can't share in here, I don't think, but like I'm looking at something right now from like Lisa Logan, right? And this is just like one of many things, a performance task, right? And it says, it's got a bunch of fists raised and it's part of SEL, and it says, stand up for change plan with your group, choose a factor from the list, choose a disruption strategy, and decide how you put your strategy into action, right? So social emotional learning in middle school teaches children how to be leftist agitators specifically, and how to disrupt, like, how are you going to, protest meaningfully in a way that will like keep the state from being able to do things against our anti-racist ideology. And then it gives example goals, get an A on my math test, graduate from high school, work for social justice organization, learn one new dance routine this month, make 3 new friends. Like, it's like they sprinkle in these things for social activism and change, leftist agitate. They're teaching your children how to be leftist agitators. They're teaching your children how to be Marxist revolutionaries. That's what social emotional learning really main goal is.
I don't. So obviously I don't know exactly how the curricula plays out as boots on the ground from kindergarten to whatever high school, but leftism is not mentioned in that PDF document at all whatsoever. And I don't think there's anything like
no. That's the document. You keep going back to that document. That specific document was just to give to him to show that this program is indeed in Florida.
No, I'd agree. So I'm aware that there's social emotional learning programs that are in schools. I don't know exactly how the curriculum plays out, but I'm not on principle. I'm not opposed to social emotional learning, based off of what's at least outlined here, and based off what I know about it in terms of, like, there are actual research studies done on outcomes. I can concede it probably has some links to some other ideologies, but I don't know how that actually affects how it's actually taught in school.
All right. It's late at night. I got to eat. I just fucking, you went down the rabbit hole and I got so excited. But yeah, Roland is a great resource for a lot of this stuff because he works specifically with, well, I'm not going to say anymore. He does a lot of work in the area of finding all those documents. But you guys have a wonderful night. I'm gonna hop out of here. Say goodbye.
Take care, Scott.
All right.
Thanks.
Of course.
We view transformative social emotional learning as most aligned with this type of social justice. Pursuing social justice implies resistance to oppressive circumstances or relations, citing critical race theorists. Offered that resistance to oppression can be self-defeating, reactionary, conformist, and/or transformational. Pivotal considerations among those to the degree and nature of one's critique in existing social arrangement and the striving for social justice. Failed citizenship can prompt reactionary and self-defeating forms of resistance, which differ slightly with regard to the level of systemic critique, but neither is motivated by social justice.
Yeah. So what is the major disagreement there? And is this like the curricula that's being taught to grade schoolers?
This is a paper written by Kasel and cited by the U.S. Department of Education on how social emotional learning should be conducted in elementary and middle schools.
Okay. And what do you disagree with there?
Well, I mean, okay. I don't agree that the primary focus of social emotional learning, or really any kind of American education, should be focusing on collectivism as opposed towards individualism pretty broadly. I don't understand why that's a I don't understand why that's in the lesson plan.
Well, I obviously don't know for sure, but I think based off of how you've described it and based off of my own cursory research on it, like, yeah, it does push back on sort of a hyper individualistic worldview that I will fully concede.
Okay.
And recognize.
So after everything I've read thus far, if you have an organization that's being cited by the U.S. government and being pushed in schools, that is saying that the goal should be collectivism as opposed to individualism, we should be focusing on social justice, anti-racism. It's citing like the founders of critical race theory. It's talking about how we need to hire specifically more principals and teachers of color, and that here's what you should do if parents or other staff give you resistance. I mean, considering my politics, you would understand why I am a little bit shocked by this, and especially shocked by the fact of how difficult it was for me to find this information.
Well, so I think there's a I will fully concede that whatever, or rather, even I will grant you that maybe whatever this government website is citing something that you don't agree with, but then I think there's a difference between like the roots of something and how the curricula actually plays out like on the ground of like children are being told like, hey, whatever, in some sort of curriculum, reject individualism and embrace collectivism. Because at least that's why like I bring it back to like the PDF. Oh,
Community-based youth-serving organizations often feature culturally relevant education and other affirming youth-centered strategies. As such, we are particularly interested in the degree in which they foster ethnic and racial identity development, voice, and autonomy, especially through youth participatory action research. We are particularly interested in the degree in which they foster ethnic and racial identity development, especially through youth participatory action research.
I gotta go to Prime's. I'm being summoned to Prime's Open. But like, yeah, I would want to have this conversation further because, like, well, so if there is research showing that social emotional learning leads to good outcomes for children in terms of whatever improved well-being, improved relationships, uh, are you opposed to that?
I'm very skeptical of this. I'm very skeptical of this, and I'm starting to have a feeling that this is politically motivated based on some of the things I'm reading. And
Well, at that level, everything's politically motivated.
right. And so when they start talking about individualism, this seems to like when I look up social emotional learning, like one of the first key points is we teach like personal accountability, responsible decision making, internal locus of control, right? These things. And then when I read like in depth, I read the shit that I'm telling you, and I'm starting to be skeptical as to some of these claims. That's all I'm saying. Because what Scott was saying a whole bunch of stuff about this, and I I looked into it. I saw some of the stuff, but not to this degree. I didn't find stuff to this degree in the same way because some people were pointing out like, yeah, it advertises other things too that are good.
Yeah. I think we should discuss it on a future conversation, but I have to go to Prime's
Makes
Open.
sense. All right, good talking to you.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, enjoy Prime and Prime's panel. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll be honest. Roland, having this paper, I thank you for sending it to me, but having this paper back during my wokeness debate would have been so like being able to cite this shit like directly off this fucking paper and right off the government website would have been so sick. God, it would have been so sick. It really would have helped my points, I think. Scott's absolutely right about everything he said. This is relating individualism, like the American principles, dominant cultural themes of individual materialism that exist within Western society. It's saying, oh, yeah, that made people better off, but it also causes greed, avarice, utilitarianism. Scott might agree with that one. And unethical behaviors, substance abuse, suicide, conflict, violence, verbal and physical bullying, and mass shootings. And that's, yeah. Framework for systemic school and district social emotional learning. How? District and school theories of action. Build foundational support and plan for social emotional learning. Strengthen adult social emotional learning knowledge, competencies, and capacity. Promote SEL for students. Use data and continuous improvement. What? Where? A target. It's literally like it's a in the fucking pictogram. It's a target. Uh, target families and communities, schools and classrooms. And then here's the student outcomes. Student outcomes, social emotional skills, improve attitudes about self, others, and tasks, perceived classroom and school climate, positive social behaviors and relationships, academic success, fewer conduct problems, less emotional distress, less drug use, high school graduation, college career readiness, safe sexual behaviors, healthy relationships, mental health, reduce criminal behavior, and engaged citizenship. And of course, their engaged citizenship. What do they refer to when they're talking about engaged citizenship? They actually have a section I saw. Justice-based citizenship. Hold on. Critical citizenship. A critical democracy requires education to have collectivism, productive interactionism, which I don't even know, I'm going to Google that in a second, and authentic engagement as its goals. Accordingly, the field of SEL could aim to prepare students for not only engaged, but also critical citizenship. Productive interactionism. They're just saying good conversation when they use that. That's just a fucking big word for yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take time at some point to, I read through a little bit of it, I suppose. I've been reading basically the whole time where you guys are entertained about Scott and Corey's disagreement. I figure I'm not gonna get in the middle of that anyway, and so I know a little bit about it, but I'm gonna do a lot more reading. And holy shit, this has absolutely shook me. Roland, I know we were gonna do a stream on this, so I'm glad you sent me this ahead of time. I'm gonna do a full read on this. Wow. Okay. Thanks for the stream, brother. Thank you, Feder, as always, for tuning in. Thank you so much for all your contributions to the stream. You are awesome. I'm glad you enjoy the content. I always tell myself, and I always tell all of you, that I need to make more. Tainted snow only. You can make anything sound fine. I'm sure you can make white supremacy sound reasonable, but it's not. That's what I'm saying. In terms of like my like the analogy I made when you have somebody who's like if you have somebody saying stuff in one paper in which they're omitting all the dog whistles, and they're omitting all the shit, and then you go and like look at their other writings and like holy shit, like they're just caking it on about how they want fucking Maoism. It's gonna make you read that first paper differently, right? Because now you know the motivations of the author, and you also know that they're hiding the ball a little bit. Why are they hiding the ball a little bit? Well, we know why they're hiding the ball. Oh, Jesus Christ. You're about to go down the whole school hole, child rabbit hole. Yep, I definitely am. There's a very funny debate with Destiny where they look into the lesson plan for math lessons. I would like to see that because I remember I saw something where like people were saying math was racist, but then they scaled it back because people actually like it wasn't written complex enough. So like a lot of like regular people saw that and were like, "That's fucking ridiculous." And so yeah, it was in Oregon. Yeah, so I need to yeah, I won't if you got that the math lesson. That would be fucking interesting as well. Most any research they cite for improvements to old studies, I did one-on-one studies of student with professional and individual type, not teacher applying it to a class in the transformative form. That's interesting. That could be completely different. There's also the implication there that maybe some elements of it are beneficial, but is like the promoting social justice and collectivism element, is that associated with the quote unquote good outcomes that you're talking about? I don't know. Seems pretty oh my god. Oh my god. A pathway to equitable math instruction, dismantling racism in mathematics instruction. Exercises for educators to reflect on their own biases. Okay, let's see here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to close out of a whole bunch of fucking tabs. I got so many tabs open. If we're gonna put this on stream, hold up. Well, actually, no, I don't. I don't have to do that. Hold on one second. All right, here we go. All right. Let's see what we got here. How do I dismantle power structures in the classroom? How did I learn math? Dismantling white supremacy in math classrooms, characteristics of anti-racist math educators. Was this actually given to any unbound education? Was this actually given to any like educational system? This was given in Oregon, wasn't it? I'll keep scrolling through while I wait for that. If you guys know. Well, primarily for math educators, this text advocates for a collective approach to dismantling white supremacy. This school-wide approach ensures that anti-racist work is not left alone to one individual, i.e. math teacher or the director of equity, but to enlist the support and voice of all stakeholders in the school ecosystem. Right, the comfort. Is a visual indicator. We italicize the terms used to identify white supremacy characteristics. Perfectionism. Wait a minute. Wait. Sense of urgency. This is just racist. This is just fucking racist. You're saying a sense of urgency is white supremacy? No. It was given and approved in Oregon. Oh no, this is actually just fucking racist. Perfectionism and a sense of urgency are both white supremacy characteristics. Quantity over quality. What is worship of the written word? Paternalism, either or thinking, power hoarding, fear of open conflict. Oh God. Individualism. Okay. I want to make this crystal clear. White supremacy culture is the idea that white people, it's talking about a group here, and the ideas, thoughts, and beliefs and actions of white people are superior to people of color and their ideas, thoughts, beliefs, and actions. And one of the characteristics of white supremacy is individualism. They're saying a white supremacy culture, the belief that white people, a group, is better. That's what they're saying. And one way to find these people is to look for people who value individualism. And apparently, this paper was approved. This paper was approved in Oregon. Or sorry, this lesson plan was approved with Oregon. Um, okay. So far, here's what this says is white supremacy. Perfectionism and a sense of urgency. This one right here is just actually racist against black people, honestly. Um, individualism. Only one right way. Okay. Progress is bigger, more. Objectivity. This is a math. This is about math. You're telling me that objectivity with math is is are we huh. So are we saying according to this, according to the Oregon educational system, believing that believing in objectivity in math is part of white supremacy, part of individualism, objectivity, sense of urgency. This is all white supremacy. It is important to read this article first to fully understand the terms that are identified as characteristics of white supremacy culture and organizations. Oh no. Uh, we see white supremacy culture show up in the mathematics classroom. They can show up when there's greater focus on getting the right answer than understanding concepts and reasoning. Independent practice is valued over teamwork or collaboration. Contrived word problems are valued over the math and students' lived experiences. Mistakes are addressed as failure rather than opportunities to learn. Good math teaching is considered an antidote for mathematical inequity for Black, Latinx, and multilingual students. Rigor is expressed only in difficulty. I don't know what that. I don't know. Students are required to show their work in standard prescribed ways. This is all white supremacy. Oh, it's citing Abraham X. Kendi as well, right here. Kendi 2019. Center ethnomathematics. See, this one's fun. The other one's kind of fun because it shocked the fuck out of me. I didn't know this was like SEL. This was this pervasive within SEL. People have lied to me about social emotional learning. People have fucking lied, or they just don't know what they're talking about at all. And I didn't know enough what I was talking about to defeat them, right? But Roland here, you educated me immensely on this, just with a few sites, because you gave me one link. I opened the link. I started clicking on little citations. I did Google searches of specific things they were referencing, and holy shit, this is crazy. So thank you for that. Thank you for opening my brain. Or I guess, actually, that might be a symptom of white supremacy. Hold on. I guess if I implied like objective truth when I said opening my brain, this would be white supremacy. So I shouldn't do that. You, Roland, oh yeah, and it would also be worshiping the written word. Yeah, you're right. You are, I appreciate you sharing your culturally informed perspective with me and helped break down barriers to what the fuck is this? Intentionally integrate physical movement in math classes. This is just racist. This is just fucking racist. What are you saying? What are you saying with this? Is this implying that like non-white people have to like dance around, move around more? Is that what this is saying? This cannot be saying that. What do they mean by this? Intentionally integrate physical movement in math classes. How is this culturally sustaining? How is this anti-racist? Use culturally relevant anti-racist pedagogy practices and curriculum. Okay. Identify and challenge the ways that math is used to uphold capitalist, imperialist, and racist views. Identify and challenge the ways that math is used to uphold capitalist. Okay, hold on. We're a capitalist nation. Capitalist, imperialist, and racist views. Why didn't I didn't see Destiny go over this. This is actually just crazy. The term ethnomathematics is used to express the relationship between culture and mathematics. All right, I'm ready for some math questions. Are they going to give me some ethnically sensitive math questions? Is that going to happen? That'll be interesting. Teach students of color about their mathematical legacy and ancestral connection and mastery of math. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? This is like, oh my god. What the actual fuck? Give rightful credit to the discovery of math concepts by mathematicians of color. Reclaim concepts attributed to white mathematicians as should be attributed to mathematicians of color. Okay. Like who? We're talking about like the Arabs? Although according to the census they're white, but I'm sure they're of color according to this. Expose students to particular women of color and queer mathematicians of color. Okay. This is so like okay. Before I like lost track, the other thing was like terrifying, and I appreciate Roland you sending it to me. But that being said, this is hilarious. Like this is so on the nose, and like so explicit as to like the shit they're saying that it's actually just funny, right? Like this is clearly absurd, and it's so clearly absurd that I think it makes like it's just it's it's so on the nose that anybody looking at this would be like, what the fuck does that mean? How can I incorporate? Okay, this is worksheets. Worksheets. Um, there might be like a crumb of truth in this that like procedural fluency is preferred over conceptual knowledge. Um, that's fair. I do think that's like a general problem with education. So I mean, it's nothing to do with white supremacy culture, but that's an interesting point as to how we can make education better. Oh, this has it broken down by month. Okay, October, November, so you can kind of go through with how you want to. You can check how you're doing at combating white supremacy in your math class, um, so people know not to be racist. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find any actual like math questions. I wanted to know if I would get one right. Like if they had like samples of like Billy and Tom, blah blah blah. Tom is black, Billy is white. How many racist microaggressions would Billy use on an average day, assuming that Billy a week from now used 50 microaggressions per day, and then this week he used only about half of those microaggressions. Um, how many microaggressions did Billy use this week? Something like that, right? Like that would be. I want to get those questions. So you're saying no math questions, all for teachers. I understand that's for teachers, but like sometimes like pamphlets for teachers will include like practice questions that they can pull and use directly in their they can put directly into their lesson plans. So oh no. This is what we teach in our schools. This is what we teach in our schools. This can't be real. This can't be real. Please. Okay, the north end of it. All right. All right. All right. Let's adjust me over a little bit. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. That was an incredibly entertaining piece of literature. How do we all feel now? Are we more prepared to combat white supremacy in math? We can mathematically combat white supremacy now. We can subjectively show through our math equations that racism is wrong. And we can't do so with a sense of urgency. We have to do so with a sense of relaxedness, because that would be white supremacy. So yeah. Well, thank you all for tuning in. For those of you who are new and you like and you like this content, go ahead and consider giving me a follow. And that way you can see more content like this in the future. We always got stuff coming up. Even if it's not as frequent as I would like, it's it's always weekly. So that's going to happen no matter what. But in the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and raid on out into Prime, because he was kind enough to host us today. I thought it was a good discussion. I thought the first topic was we went more in depth. The second topic was transports debates, number 8,324. And yeah, I think the panel was feeling that a little bit too, to be honest with you, which is, it is what it is. The first one was interesting. I am objectively correct about all the stats that I linked and said. If you have any questions about them, or you want a copy of anything, I will send this message me on Discord and I will send all of them to you. I've got no problem with reality. MSRRP, thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate that. And you, and along with everyone else who supports the stream, thank you all so much. And I also want to point out that tuning in and being active in the chat is also a huge support for the stream. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome. I have, I think I'm super happy with the community here that's being cultivated. You guys are super active. I have incredible engagement. Yeah, and I'm just super thankful for it. So thank you guys so much. And see you next time. We're going to raid on into Prime.
Exactly where the advantage lies or not.